I want to say, why? It's the Mule, baby. I hope everybody come back. Um, just want to say hello, 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 hello. Good evening, good evening, good evening. Yes, yes. So I spoke a little earlier, guys, about the videos that I had been watching. What's up? Wow, what's up, Chocolate Kitty? Yes, my love, first. You are first, my dear. I'm gonna post this link in a little bit, and I want everybody to come up. But let me tell y'all something. YouTube is hell, y'all. Excuse me. I'm still getting over my little cold, so but I just want to say YouTube is some shit. Y'all, I don't know what trip I was on this weekend. I don't know if I would just be missing Bime. So then I start going into all these ninjas live streams. Cause I don't know, I'm addicted to live, right? I'm addicted to being in chats, and even if I don't click the link on people, like I like to hear shit. Y'all, this past weekend, I was just in and out listening to stuff. I would get so aggravated on the way these brothers talk about women. The shit was so disrespectful, unheard of, just unbelievable, loser, hating type stuff. Seriously. And I kept listening to live after live after live. And it was just so much stuff about black women just being dumb. Women are stupid. You shouldn't trust them. They shouldn't even be allowed to vote. Black women are this. They pick the worst men. All these good men, and they picking the worst. And I'm like, what in the hell is going on? It just was one sick shit after the next. And I'm gonna tell y'all, I was getting drove. And I was just like, oh no. But anything that pop in my live feed, I just click on it. For some reason, that's just how I operate. So I was saying earlier, um, bomb wasn't on when I got ready. Y'all know I get up in the morning, take my shower, and I started listening to something while I'm drinking my coffee. And after I pray and meditate. I said, okay, I got dressed and then I was cooking my son breakfast. And so I put this live stream on. It just came in my feed, y'all. And it was a lady named Pro White Male Leadership. And when I was listening to it, I was like, I know her from a while back, from, like I said, Sweet Life of Atari panel, who I love. But I'm listening to it and I'm like, I guess I'll click on it. So I clicked on it. And I don't really believe in accidents. Hey, wow, what's up? Queen of World One. Hey, y'all coming in. Sexy Red TV. Hey, wow, Sexy Red girl. You are hilarious. I just love it. Listen, girl, I be cloud watching you every day now. You are hilarious. But anyway, yeah. So I mean, over the weekend, it was just so many dudes just dragging women, y'all. And y'all know I'm the mule for the black community. I'm muley, girl. And when I tell y'all, I listen to this damn pro white male leadership shit, and girl, I could not. I was really getting mad with myself that I could not be mad with this lady. I could not be like, I was like, everything she was saying, I was like, this some shit right here. But I was like, oh my God, they ain't telling no lies. Like, why is they not telling lies so I could go off? And I think when I met her, I just didn't like her because of her name. I'm gonna be real with you. I just thought it was some coolness shit, blah blah blah. So I didn't even listen to her talking points. I'm gonna be real. But listening to this here stream that she did, I'm like, golly, and listening to all of the men hating the women and just constantly talking negative shit about the women. That shit just, I think, like I said, I don't believe in coincidences. I really don't, y'all. And me saying I don't believe in coincidence, I'm saying I think it was a purpose for me to hear this lady talk. Um, so let me just say how I started listening. So let me just play a few things for you guys, okay? Let me see. Because men run the entire world. Women don't have control on any. You ain't heard Beyonce. The entire planet. So, y'all, I was weak laughing. That chick said, "You ain't heard Beyonce." Let me know if y'all can hear me. Can y'all hear me? Uh, Shucks. I hope so. Okay. At the end of the day, when women want women's rights and all that stuff, like we was talking about, who gives a damn right? How dare we? The men. So in that example, are black people less than white people? Now this guy took it, Juan, thank you, Quita. She said, so wait, hold on. He said, listen to this again. Let me play it. Hey, YouTube streets, man, and once again, I see that you are a celebrity, brother. What I do now? What happened? What are you talking about? I just ran across this footage, man, and I was just like, damn, I had him on the show. So I'm going to go ahead and play this clip, man. I want to get your thoughts about it. See where you was going with this. I mean, I know we talk about it all the time, but I think she kind of tricked you up on this. Let's go ahead and play it. I'm in control, bro. No, that's a big problem. Why do we want to be considered treated as equal? So we are not equal. We are. We're not. We are. We are not equal. You either have to be less than or greater than. That's what it is. So you're saying that I'm not equal. You're saying that women are lesser than. How are women less? Because men run the entire world. Women don't have control on any. You ain't heard Beyonce. The entire. Y'all, I started laughing. She said, "Why? What's up, MJ? What's up? Why? Hey, my love. That's my sis, y'all. That's my little sis, MJ. Girl, when she said y'all didn't hear Beyonce, I was weak laughing. When she said y'all didn't hear Beyonce, shit, she went in. But so this is the thing when she took and said, wait, let me see. Hold up. So at the end of the day, when women talk about women's rights and all that stuff, like we was talking about, who cares? Damn right. How dare we? The men. So in that example, are black people less than white people? Again, now this here lady just not hit him over the head with a club. So if you're taking to say who gave you those rights, the rights to vote and all of this here, wasn't it men? Then the woman take and ask him. So are you saying that white men are better than? Wait, hold on. Let me rewind it a little. Hey, YouTube streets, man, and once again, I see that you are a celebrity, brother. What do I do now? What happened? What are you talking about? I just ran across this footage, man, and I was just like, damn, I had him on the show. So I'm going to go ahead and play this clip, man. I want to get your thoughts about it. See where you was going with this. I mean, I know we talk about it all the time, but I think she kind of tricked you up on this. Let's go ahead and play it. I'm in control, bro. No, that's a big problem. Why do we want to be considered treated as equal? So we are not equal. We are. We're not. We are. We are not equal. You either have to be less than or greater than. That's what it is. So you're saying that I'm not equal. You're saying that women are lesser than. How are women less? Because men run the entire world. Women don't have control on any. You ain't heard Beyonce. The entire planet. So at the end of the day, when women talk about women's rights and all that stuff, like we was talking about, who cares? Damn right. How dare we? The men. So in that example, are black people less than white people? And this is what I've been trying to say. In that example, are black people less than white people? And I've always said this. Let me just be honest with you guys. This is how I feel about the race. and dating out. And let me just say this. I know people who listen to me have heard me say this so many times. When I was a teenager, they came up with these stats saying that it's 2 million more women than men, right? And when I heard this stat, I thought, in my childish mind and still in my adult woman mind, I thought, no big deal. That means black women are going to have to marry out. That's just simple as I thought. I didn't think a big deal of the word divesting, right? That shit never came to me. I'm gonna be honest, but I thought they would have to marry other men. Because I come from a family that marries a lot, right? So in my mind, in my child mind, my adult mind, that means black women are gonna need to marry out. I didn't think of it as a divesting or a negative thing back then. I'm just be honest with you. So this sister just asked him. So in that equation, since you're saying women don't run nothing, blah blah blah, are you saying white men are better than black men? I've always said whenever these black men, and it's been so much over this weekend, y'all, I have been listening to. This shit is crazy. They have been putting Filipino women, white women, and Latino women on camera shitting on black women, saying, oh, we take better care of our men. You guys aren't, I mean, it's been horrible this weekend. And I'm just thinking, like, wow. I've always thought I don't care who you marry. As long as you don't shit on your own people, I'm cool with you. Like, I don't care um who you mingle with or who you marry. Right? As long as you don't shit or turn into a coon on your own people, I'm cool with it. So this weekend, y'all, on the men's side, it was on overload. I'm gonna just be real. On Lapeef Network, Lapeef Let's Talk, he brought up an Asian woman. Then the very next day, he brought up a white woman to tell black women about their shit. This shit crazy. And it was other programs I was on, y'all, that I was listening to. They brought up white women, all kind of people to tell all kind of shit about black women. So I was just getting disgusted. I'm like, God damn, black men really acting like they hate black women. Y'all, when I tell you, I came upon, let me see, hold on, let me see the chat. Sexy Red, I already spoke to you, sis. One. MJ, that's my baby sis. Y'all all gonna respect MJ because MJ coming with the real shit, you New Era King. What's up, New Era King? What's some over feelings? One. Brownie Ellie, one. Okay, so let me just say, y'all. So over the weekend, I was hearing so much shit. I felt like for real coon shit talking about black women. It was just like disgusting. And I just kind of got overloaded with it. And then in the morning time, I in my feed I saw this lady video called Pro White Male Leadership. Y'all, I kid you not, that's her fucking name. Y'all think I'm the mule? She the fucking mule for the white man. And I was just like, nah. But I said, you know what? Let me see what she's talking about. So I clicked on it. And God, y'all, she told no fucking lies, y'all. I was so like disgusted with myself. I was questioning my own muling. I'm like, I be damn. But anyway, I hope y'all watch that. I put it on my community wall. Y'all, I had to be so enthralled with this damn lady that I actually put it on my community. Listen, this is breaking news. MJ, don't be ashamed of me. Choco Kitty. I don't know if the mule is about to be a damn divester because this damn heifer told no lies. This shit was crazy, but I'm not reviewing this. But listen to this here, y'all. Put the keys on the counter.
Take your toothbrush, that dusty ass toothbrush. I think the one on the top to my right has displayed childlike behaviors 2 episodes ago.
Now, this here lady, she's calling out Anton Daniels. Yeah, she said he displayed childlike behavior.
The one to the top to my right displayed childlike behavior. If I ain't happy, ain't no damn you can call it what you want.
She's saying, he said, if daddy ain't happy, ain't nobody happy. This is what I said. I watched so much this weekend. It's like the men really are the women in the black community. I swear, on YouTube, the men want to be prettier than the black women. They want to be more bitchier than black women. Like, you can know who are men, right? We all know who men are in our real life. But on YouTube, this man has this persona like he's just this ultimate man, right? But I'm here to say, y'all, allegedly, supposedly, Anton Daniels, that nigga gay. He is not. Like, I'm just, look, fucking breaking news. Allegedly, I heard through the grapevine, this Negro is not what he. Anyway, hold on, listen to it.
But at the end of the day, if you don't like it, and this goes for the fellas, make sure y'all help y'all chicks to understand it. And this is one of the reasons why they feel so empowered to be able to talk. They feel empowered, don't they? It's because they don't feel like it's gonna be no consequences behind them actions. Listen, take your keys. Now go ahead, I want to hear this. And everything that you came with, and get the fuck out. Walk out the door. Put the keys on the counter. Take your toothbrush, that dusty ass toothbrush you got. Take that with you. Take your tampons. And go ahead and walk out the door. And guess what? The minute that you walk out the door, it's gonna be one coming right behind you. Okay, so as a matter of fact, let me tell you what I tell fellas to tell people. Shout out to the fellas that get pussy calls. If she not acting right, give her till 40. If she not acting right, trade her in for 220s. Okay. All right, now let me respond to that. Here's the thing.
Now listen, this man is supposed to be married for 18 years. This is a black. Y'all, I think, hold my mule. Shirley Caesar said, hold my mule. Y'all, somebody got to come hold the mule, y'all. Because this brother, see, yeah, I might put some church music on. I for real want to put some Shirley Caesar on. But this man said he tell brothers, if the woman ain't acting right at 40, trade it in for 220s. Now, yeah, I know his brother is a big time polygamist, right? These niggas is pimps. I really don't like playing too much of the shit that he talk about his wife for, because honestly, the way he talk about his wife is like he talking about a pimp, like a bottom bitch. He have no regard for this woman. I promise you. These women was talking about, well, we know your wife holds some type of influence because all women hold influence. That nigga stay straight up. She don't hold no influence over me. Who you think? Straight up. He letting you know his wife is shit. And then he put the camera on and said, she's sitting right here. She just finished doing my feet. She just gave me a full fucking pedicure. And she just sitting up there smiling. While he says she hold no influence. I don't give a fuck what she say. Her voice don't count in my life.
The only person up here that's really he is the only one that learn from a lot of what's being communicated in order to actually get a better result in your own situations, relationships, and households. But Anton, sometimes it's how you present the question that you all ask. No. Sometimes not presenting it right. It's how you right. It's how you present it. Genuine. She wasn't genuine. It's how you present it. I'm not talking about her. I'm talking about y'all knuckleheads. I'm talking about y'all knuckleheads on the panel. Hit the sit up here and call everybody.
I thank God they had one real woman up there who was holding her fucking ground. The rest of the women, y'all, on that panel was pig Mishas. Pig freaking Mishas.
Chinese people, Korean people. I'm all about learning from other people. Veronica, I actually think this is called moving the goalposts. It's like
nobody want to hear that shit.
Has sit up here and was very children.
Nobody want to hear that shit.
Open your mouth and say we're children. Okay? You're children.
They keep saying women, black women are children.
No, I'm just please.
Let me just say this here. With all due respect, and this is coming from the most educated women on the fucking planet. The most educated women on the fucking planet. To us to be talked to by ninjas with 4th grade reading levels to keep wanting to shit on us and make us think we don't have a brain. This shit is, you niggas, you ninjas, you brethren, my beloved black men can't read or comprehend past the 4th grade level. But you want us to think we can't pick politicians. We can't do anything without you. We can't survive in their world, in their imagination without the men. Let me just be honest with you. They're not talking about black men. When they say men run the world, men give you the rights, men gave you rights because, nigga, you was a slave with us, right? White men had to give you rights to be free, to give us rights to be free. White men gave us these rights. Y'all didn't give black women no fucking rights. I don't understand some of the shit that you think you can hold over women head, especially black women. As a brother, you know, they keep on talking about men run the world. Men give you the right to vote. They gave you the right to vote, ninja. You was a slave too. You didn't fight out. You didn't listen. Oh, jeez. I don't even like to think the way I'm thinking. But I tell you, it's that damn pro-white male leadership lady. She done changed mine. She done opened my eyes, y'all. This shit is sick. And is listening repetitively over the weekend to all these damn degenerate black men talk so savagely. And these are men who brag that I've been married for 18 years. I've been married for 23 years. They sit up here and say all this shit and just the shit and say their wife ain't shit. I mean, the shit was so sickening, y'all.
That's children. Stop it. Well, then you one thing I gotta say now. Aggravating. Hold on, y'all. We're gonna go to Mommy 3. Go ahead, Mommy 3. The only thing I would say. Count out to you for treating your wife like the queen that she is. Yeah, but it comes as the salt water, all of that. She literally right. And what they call them type of dudes, because the good men are getting lost in the sauce. Meaning, no, I think that the good men are winning. No, okay, I guess because they going overseas, but half of the time they get. No, I just was getting my feet massaged right here. We're winning here. Talking about me that's not married. But isn't the goal to get married? Yeah, a lot of men out here that's looking at marriage as like that's not the goal. But look at their options. I'm going. Really? Yeah, look at their options. dating is two different things, okay? The dating world is attack. The benefits that come along with what it is that she gets is sufficient along with the benefits that come along with what it is that I get. My chick is sitting right here. She's literally right here next to me. She ain't tripping. She ain't tripping at all. Every day she sit right next to me. She chilling. She ride first class everywhere. Shout out to Rita. you don't hear her.
Shout out to you. Shout out to you for treating your wife like the queen that she is.
Yeah, but it comes as a result.
Yeah, but you know what? He only treat her a queen because you remember earlier he was basically saying if his wife don't act right or she don't do every fucking thing or she have a thought on her own, he'll trade her in for 220s. And he's also said she can leave with her 1996. Where he got that call from? He was thinking about his real wife, y'all. When he said that shit, she could leave and take your oil stains out my driveway. So he's telling you, yeah, he does this here shit for her, but it comes at a cost. She gonna do exactly what I say do. She better not have a thought on her own. A thought. If that motherfucker Rita come up with a thought in her head, she better slap it out.
It comes as a result of what it is that she's acting like because she's a reflection of me. So if she goes out and she's arguing and fighting and complaining and going back and forth with men and stuff like that, that's a bad reflection of what it is that I'm doing in my household. She's a extension of me, so she has to act accordingly, and she does. I don't have to ask for submission. That's just something that comes along with it, right? I'm curious as to what Javara was about to say because I've seen her. It seemed like she had a difference of opinion than Veronica.
What?
Weakness is your female.
Man of genuine competence, your biggest weakness is your female. I'll tell you right now, if I had to get a man, if I had to get him, and he knew I was after him, he'd be a hard target. But you know how I get him? He's a woman. Every fucking time. She's the one who'll post the Instagram story. She's the one who won't forget to fucking hide her phone. She's the one who you could lie to.
Hi, this is Officer Deputy Inspector Bullshit. We think you might be in this hotel. There's been a problem with you. We've heard this report.
Yeah, we are. What's the problem? Yeah, we are. That's how they get you. You're a woman. She doesn't think fast enough. She doesn't understand the true dangers of the world. Your women is how they will get you. And I'm talking from experience. You want someone who looks at their chick. Even the police do it. Guys want it. Yeah, good as ex-girlfriend. 9 times out of 10, guess where he's fucking hiding? Some chick's house. Who's been fucking lately? Go there. It's done. It's not hard. So your woman is how they get you. So when you're playing chess, my father's a chess grandmaster. Besides the king, the number one piece they can attack that will make you have to react is your queen. It's a powerful piece. So if the government want you, they can attack your woman. If your enemies want you, they can use your woman. You can sit in a police interview. They can arrest you and your wife. You and your wife can have the same story. Then they can sit with your wife and say, we went through his phone. You know he's fucking this girl? And she'll go, what? She'll change stories. Dude.
So let me just tell y'all this here. I don't do illegal shit. Juan, what's up, brother Lewis? Brother Lewis Safari, what's up, Juan? Welcome, welcome, welcome. What's up, Juan? Welcome, Reese. What would she be tripping about? You on YouTube? I don't know. Juan, what's up, Trinity? Trinity time travel show, y'all. Wow. But my thing is, okay, they introducing a new subject, y'all, and this new subject is full of shit. Now they're saying, and this new thing is the quickest way to get to a man is through his woman, right? They're saying if you want to bring down a black man, all you got to do is get to his woman because she's the weakest link, right? Now, historically, we know this shit ain't true. How did they bring down Martin Luther King? Was it through Coretta? No, ma'am. No, sir. How did they bring down Malcolm X? Was it through his woman? Was it through Betty Shabazz? Or was it through his fucking brothers? Let me just be honest with you. Men rat on men. How do they get through all the fucking mobsters? From men ratting on men. How does every damn shit get turned in this world? Huh? It's men turning on men. Let me tell you something. This how stupid black men are. You watch history shows, you see all kind of shit. You see how Napoleon lost the goddamn war. Black men is the y'all see all kind of things that go on. But you're so brainwashed and easily manipulated because you have a hatred of yourself that you want to believe that it's the sisters that turn on you the most. That shit is so funny. I almost think we might need pro white male leadership at this point. Because if you're just fucking dumb to not see who hurt you the most, who sold you into slavery, who do the most heinous shit to you, that is not you, that is not your fucking own brethren, your daddies, your uncles. I watched the Warrior King, y'all. The freaking king said how they sold their own mother into slavery. Let me just tell you this here. On one movie I watched, they bragged on how they killed their own father. Let me tell you something. This is historically proven. How many black boys get murdered in the street each day? Right? From stepping on somebody's shoes, from just some emotional bullshit. Right? Right now, crack ain't even, listen, drugs ain't even prevalent like it was. They just killing each other over GP now. Just killing each other just to gain a reputation. And you sitting up here believing that it's women who betray you the most? Man, y'all either gotta be the dumbest, the weakest mind, or you just, I don't know. I don't have no respect for nobody who could believe the shit that these people saying. I just don't.
She doesn't think fast enough. She doesn't understand the true dangers of the world. Your women is how they will get you. And I'm talking from experience. You want someone to look for their chick. Even the police do it. Guys want it, yeah. Police interview. Just said, so men are more liable to open up, talk, reveal. Children. I want my woman to do the stupid shit that women do. I don't want a woman to be. You go talk to this girl, like, so do they really trigger? And they truly believe it and they trust in it. And they reap the rewards and the benefits from it. And I'm not going to reveal to you that I know that you went ADM. I sacrifice anything. So I rock with that. You said a man that loves his woman. That has nothing to do with whether or not he. Okay, so how does she have influence then? Okay. Temperature of the video. It was kind of like, thinking like the band's gonna call. So it was kind of like that. That's where I got it from. The video was kind of like that way. I think that goes in Ghost. He started talking about power to get them all on that shit. Women have influence over like the man that they're with though, because that is very true. Like even if you look in biblical terms, like Eve is the reason why we got kicked out the damn garden. Well, they got influence over weak men. It's a difference. So Adam was a weak man, even though he was directly. Yeah, he might have. At all. No. Not even in the household. No. Typically, and then.
Now this man says his wife doesn't have any influence over him in the household at all, right? At all. Wow, what's up, sis?
What's up? What's up? Why you letting these waterheads trigger you?
Girl, it wasn't the waterheads that triggered me this time, girl. Wait, hold on.
So just because you the head, that doesn't mean that you trash women or disrespect them or treat them not equally in kindness. So no, in biology, scientifically, and then Mr. Lego, it's not a good idea saying that, you know, in other words, you're saying that we smarter than them. And scientists, Dr. Jordan Peterson said, scientists already proved that no women and men, and when it comes to intelligence, they are similar. Let's just be clear, right? So, and they're pretty equal when it comes to intelligence. However, where
I don't know what happened.
you said a man that loves his woman. That has nothing to do with whether or not he. Okay, so how does she have influence then? Because the temperature of the video, it was kind of like, you know, he was like, the band's gonna call, so it was kind of like that. That's where I got it from. The video was kind of like that way. I think that goes thing goes. He thought he had power to get him all on that shit.
Women have influence over like the man that they're with, though, because that is very true. Like, even if you look in biblical terms, like Eve is the reason why we got kicked out the damn garden.
Well, they got influence over weak men. It's a difference.
So Adam was a weak man, even though he was directly.
Because Rita don't just go and do her own thing, especially when it goes outside of what she knows is the right thing to do. She don't come to me first and say, "Yo, Anton, this don't even make sense." And I'm gonna say, "Fuck that."
Well,
she has to do her own thing. That's what I'm saying. Like,
no, not her own thing, but like, does she have any influence over you? So, like, I think that is at all.
No.
Not even in the household.
No.
So what you think about that, Sister MJ?
I'm just sick and tired of waterheads who have been subjugated and basically is on the bottom barrel, just like they like to say we are. I'm tired of them having conversations like they was always on top. You were never on top. Stop rewriting history. If you want to consider yourself an alpha male, then you wouldn't even be in the situation that you are today. You wouldn't be killing each other, and you wouldn't be letting other men of other races kill you while you fucking sit up there with your hands up.
MJ.
I'm tired of these people having these type of discussions when you ain't never played the role as being the top dog. It's annoying.
Wait, hold on, sister. Did you watch the video that I put on my community wall?
I didn't get a chance to see it. I just saw you live, and I was like, "Oh, I haven't heard from Mule in a long time. Let me go check on her and see how she doing."
Girl, so I watched this video yesterday, really in the midnight hours. And I played with my phone so much this morning that I figured out how to post something to my community wall, y'all. Because I was trying to share it, and it kept sending it to my messages, right?
Right.
So I sent it from my text message back to YouTube. So I figured out that's the way I can do it.
Right.
So I didn't know how to do that before, but now I'm gonna be sharing. Look, girl, I'm gonna be sharing all kind of shit now.
That's a wrap.
Look what I said. They're wrong for letting me share something. But anyway,
they're gonna learn now.
Girl, they're gonna learn today. But anyway, I watched. It was like in my feed all weekend, girl. I was just like getting disgusted listening to all these, how you call them, waterhead men.
They are waterheads.
Just beating us down, and that's why I like going by bomb, because it's equal. It's men and women up there, and we be chilling a lot of times. Like, a lot of times it don't even be arguments. We be watching Kendra G together. We speak on what we think from our perspective, but a lot of times we do agree with everything. You know what I'm saying? So I had kind of got into that placency, right? Because I'm around kind of like-minded men and women. And by bomb not being on, I'm thrown back into regular YouTube where it's like the men hate the women. And then I started. So anyway, in my feed came up this lady, her name is Pro White Male Leadership. And
I know her. I seen her
girl, let
around
me tell
in
you, when I
a
first
lot
met
of
her, it was
content
on
creators
Sweet Life
chat.
of Atari channel.
Yeah, I seen her around in a lot of people's content creators other chats. She's been around for a bit.
Huh?
She's been around for a bit. I seen her around in other people's chats.
Yeah, well, she's actually came over by me before. Sweet Life, she's sweet. She's come over and got on my panel before and everything.
Oh,
She's a
okay.
sweetheart. Yeah, so I mean, she's let me up on her panel and everything. So the day that I went over there for pro white male leadership, girl, just the name triggered me, and I was thinking, this some cool shit right here. This woman gonna put us back in pro white male leadership to back to slavery. That was only my thoughts, right? I didn't really
Mm-hmm.
think of divesting or anything like that. I didn't go that far in my thought process. I just heard the name, and I don't think I liked her from the name.
Right.
But when it happened, it said she was in my feed. I just was like, and I'm like, oh, let me see what the hell she's saying. But I'm saying it negative in my mind, honestly. And
Right.
then I clicked on it, and then I'm like, girl, I was gasping for air. Oh my God, I was clutching pearls. Like, God damn, she ain't wrong. I'm like, oh my God, she ain't telling one damn lie. I could not believe this shit. I was like, oh my God. Is the mule a divester?
It's not
Like,
even about being a divester, Mule. It's literally
no,
about
MJ, you gotta
common
watch this
sense.
video. It's like two white men gonna hop on. And they're saying shit. And I'm clutching pearls. Girl, I'm grabbing my chest. I could have been Fred or Sanford calling for Elizabeth, just a big one. I was like, oh my freaking God, what is going on? Like, am I agreeing with all of this shit that I should be disagreeing with?
Right.
Girl, I'm waiting for me to disagree with these people. And I was just like so confused. I was like, oh my God. But I said I wanted to rewatch the whole video. But I
Mm-hmm.
was trying to give people a chance to see it because I really, okay, so I posted it because Miss Mimi had said something. And then I
Okay.
said, I want to review this video.
Right.
But then she came on to my channel and she was like, hey,
Right.
like, and I'm like, hey, I wanted to review it. Do you want to come by later? And she was
Right.
like, nah, I'm busy later, maybe tomorrow. So I really, like I said, don't want to play her video but then I think if she do come by tomorrow, I am gonna just email her the link because
Okay.
I wouldn't want nobody to come up and harass her or something
Yeah.
because I'm gonna just be honest, girl.
I mean, she's gonna get harassment regardless
No,
because
I want somebody to come up and harass me for having this like
oh, they.
viewpoint that
I mean, no, they're gonna
that
come with
her
the
ass
smoke.
is right. Come with the smoke, y'all, now. So if when I do go live tomorrow, I can give her some of y'all smoke. Cause I'm gonna tell y'all this damn heifer told no lies. This shit was so on point. I'm mad with myself. I am the fucking mule. And I could mule for these Negroes. Girl. When this white man, oh my God, he said, you know, it's not that things haven't happened to you. It's happened to all of us in history. But if you live in a constant victimhood, how can you be a leader? Girl, when he was saying that shit, I was like, I was taking deep breaths, girl. I needed a
I
respirator.
mean, you know what? He's right though. I mean, there you can't be a victim
And a
and then
leader.
a leader at the same fucking time. Like that doesn't make sense.
MJ.
Like,
I couldn't even breathe. I was like, oh my God. I need help. I wish I was on what's that girl, one of my game shows me and my husband like to watch. Phone a friend. I needed a phone a friend.
you're so silly.
I need help.
You silly.
Somebody need to call somebody. Girl, I was taking deep breaths. I like, oh my God, this damn white man ain't hitting me below the belt.
But I
Oh my
mean,
God. But please watch these videos. Y'all watch that video. It's the only one I learned how to share. And hopefully she comes tomorrow. But when she comes tomorrow, I don't want anybody to come on until she leaves. I'm gonna be honest because I wouldn't want nobody to disrespect her. Listen, if me and her gotta argue, I know how to argue without cussing. But I'm not gonna bring other people. Well, MJ, I would bring you up because and Tequila. I know y'all not gonna cuss, but no, I wouldn't bring nobody else up because I just think I wouldn't want nobody to be cussing or being ignorant. You know what I'm saying? And y'all know
right.
I'm ignorant. Listen. This the mule. I recognize my ignorance. Okay. But this sister told no damn lies. Even though I don't agree with all this shit, I'm like shaking my head, like, Lord, oh Lord. I'm like, how am I agreeing with girl? These people was hitting this shit. It was sick. It's so sick. You have to listen to the points that these men were saying. You're
Mm-hmm.
gonna be like, oh my God, I never looked at it like that. But you're looking at it from the way a white man looking at us. This shit is crazy. But you know what? It makes sense. You're looking at yourself as a freaking victim and want to be a king. Like, oh my God.
Yeah, you want both sides of the coin. You want both sides of the coin. You want to reap the benefits or quote unquote what you feel is the benefit of being a leader or being top dog. But
Yes.
want to remove the responsibility and the accountability for the decisions that you make if you are a leader and a top dog. You want to put that on somebody else. That's not leadership. And a lot of these dudes don't know what leadership is. They never experienced true leadership. They never took a leadership class. They never went to a professional class to teach them what leadership is. They have no idea what leadership is. Literally with leadership, you have to pay the cost to be the boss. You have to pay the cost to be the boss. That means you're gonna have to be the first one in line. You're not the one that just send people to delegate. You have to be the first one in line to make shit get happen and done. Any means necessary. If you're not willing to deal with the consequences of being the leadership, then sit back, up, and shut the fuck up and let leaders be leaders. That's how I feel about it.
And MJ, when I tell you, wow, oh my God, wait, girl, we got House of Bomb in the building. Bomb hit the link. Oh my God, Bomb gonna tell me, hey, wow, I got I am not for everyone. Listen, Bomb. Oh my God, let me put this link out here. Bomb, did you see the link?
I thought that you put it on the top.
I don't know. Maybe I'm gonna put it again. Bomb, I miss you, my love. I love you, Bomb Cherry Juice. Them hoes is hating on us over there, Bob. They don't want us to be happy. They don't want us to be in our disillusion where men and women get along. Oh my God. MJ, when I tell you, when I'm not watching Bomb, it's like so much freaking men hating women and shit that come in my feed, and I just be watching it. And then all I do is get mad, and I go, fuck them niggas.
Because it's meant to trigger you. This is why you gotta just pay them no mind. Because it's
And then
all meant to trigger
every
you.
now and then, like this here pro white male leadership shit popped in my shit. Normally I would skip by that because I'm so happy. And I'm just skipping by all these messy men. And I'm skipping by all of this here, division stuff. But girl, when I tell y'all we need listen, if you account for all of the hateful shit that you're gonna hear about black women on YouTube,
You need a counter.
you need the women to counter this shit because that shit will lead you into like depression. Like, god damn.
But
And
that's
when
what
I
they
listen,
want. That's what
but
I'm trying to
listen,
say, Mule. That's
when
what
I
they
watched
want.
this video, it was sickening at first. I'm gonna be honest because I am, like I said, I have a husband, I have sons, I have a daddy. I have uncles and aunts and grandma
Yep.
and everybody. I love everybody, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have a beautiful daughter, my prince, my queen. I don't even call my daughter no princess. I'm gonna be real with y'all. When she graduated college, I anointed her my queen. She is the head of me, baby. you know, my daughter is so, whatever, But I'm just saying, I love everybody, right? So that's how I look at it. But when I tell
Mm-hmm.
y'all, it's so disheartening hearing men beat up, complain, whine, cry. Oh, black woman, passport rules. This girl, that's all you hear. It is to the point where I can tune them out. When Bomb is live, I don't click on nobody links. I'm gonna be real. All the shit I want to hear is coming from, because it's a neutral zone to me almost. It's like
Mm-hmm.
we watch Kendra G. If somebody really irate, say something stupid like a man, she gonna play it. We gonna beat his ass up. We gonna drag him for filth. And then, like, you know what I'm saying? It's just like it's gotta be something really stupid somebody say, and especially Manosphere. She will put that shit up, and we gonna talk shit about him. Me, Sharice, RM, we gonna drag, all of us, Mello, we gonna drag his ass, right? Bomb. But I mean, and then we go back to la 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 la, back to our little happy world.
Right.
But girl, it's like crazy how these people just really can put you into that mood. And I'm gonna be honest with you, this damn lady, y'all, I could never. Let me tell you, I was on a panel with her on Sweet Life of Atari, and we got into it. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't even remember what the hell we talked about, but it was her name. I was calling that poor lady, I like in my mind. I don't know if I said it out loud, I probably did. A coon and everything, because her name is pro white male leadership. I said, this bitch about to bring us back to slavery, MJ. Like,
Man, listen.
then we have 400 years of pro white male leadership. We
Here's
don't
the
need
funny
no
thing.
more.
We're still going through pro white male leadership, and we're also going through negative and lack of black male leadership. So I mean, and then you were already seeing what these men on social media, not as individual but as collective of black men, you see what they have in store if they ever get in power. You're not it. They're gonna have you being slaves to these white women.
Yeah, and that
They're
shit's
already
scary,
telling
man.
you you're gonna be
Man,
slaved
wait a
out,
minute. On
the
the Peace
maid to these white
Network,
women.
listen, on the Peace Network, they played a Filipino woman over the weekend and a white woman. Both of them. The Filipino woman was basically saying how they can take our men and how treat our men way better
But
than
she
we
ain't
can.
sitting up there with her Filipino man though.
Hell no, she's talking about black men. I'm
Right, because
like,
you know why? Because she can't get a Filipino man. That's why she's saying that.
exactly. That's what I'm saying. If you all that, let me tell you, when you the cream of
But
the
I
crop, your
can.
man ain't letting you go nowhere, honey.
But I can. I can
you
get
know,
any fucking man, any walks of life. I can get any man I fucking want whenever I choose. You running over here in somebody else's spaces because your men don't even want you. They don't even want you. So you got to come over here where you know where you can get validation at. And that's what these black men don't understand. You look like fucking suckers. Because these girls are now over here because they genuinely like you. They don't even talk about anything of moral and character about you when they speak about you. Everything is just a sexual fetish, your outer appearance, your muscle, da 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 da. Nothing with substance. And you look
and
like a
their
fucking
money.
clown.
And their money. That's what they think. They think these American men are so freaking rich, girl. It's hilarious.
They're clowns. They're clowns. Like that's why I don't pay no mind to them. And you gotta understand that when these men have these platforms and they doing stuff like that, they the reason why they're doing they make number one, they make money off of having black women in their mouth, right? And then number two, they play on the simple fact that they've been able to beat down black women's self-esteem for 400 years to get them to do whatever the hell they want to do, change the goalposts whenever they feel like it, and now they're trying to you can't teach a dog or a horse new tricks. They're doing the same thing. because now they see a shift and they're like, no, we have to go harder. We got to go harder with the demeaning. We got to go harder with the berating. We got to go harder, this and that. They want to put you
But
in a
MJ,
desperation mode.
what do you think about this man, Antoine? Antoine is claimed he's been married 18 years.
First of all,
And
if
they
he, I
asked
don't
him,
think so.
wait, hold on. They asked him, they tell him, well, your wife, you've been married 18 years. I know she has some influence over you, whatever you think or whatever. He was
Mm-hmm.
like, no, no, not at all. Not. And they was like, yeah, women have influence over their husbands. He was like, not mine. Nope, nope. She know better. And I mean, it's every time that is anything, they want to play us like we either freaking children. And this is the thing. I don't want to low rate men, but
Look,
sex.
them motherfuckers can't even
Listen,
take care of themselves. They're dying
yeah,
and
but
fucking.
yes, and let me just be honest with you. You know how many girls I knew in high school and college had these boyfriends? Listen, that just lived off of them.
They don't
Like,
even
wouldn't
know how
even
to
get a
fucking
job.
wash their laundry correctly. They
Like,
don't know how
what
to
the
clean their
fuck?
ass correctly.
Y'all still
Kevin
can't.
Samuels, Kevin Samuels had to teach y'all how to clean your fucking butthole. But you want to tell me that y'all smarter than me? Okay, okay.
That's the point. It's like y'all really want us to believe you're smarter than women. You are physically stronger than us. But the truth is, your brain capacity, if your brains was as smart as ours, we wouldn't be the most educated. We wouldn't be smarter than you. We wouldn't pass tests at a higher level than you. We wouldn't graduate, and wait, listen, I'm not trying to say you're dumb. But what I'm saying is,
I'll
it's
say you're done.
horrible. It's horrible when they keep trying to make us think that we're dumb.
They want
These,
you to be dumb because that's the only way they can manipulate you to get you to do what they want. Literally, like, listen, what's the saying, Mule? That God gave women intuition, right? Guess what God gave men? God gave men the gift of gab because they use their motherfucking charisma and their charm to get women to do what the fuck they want them to do. If they didn't have the gift of gab, we wouldn't even have a population out here, okay? If they were just smooth talker or silk sleekers, there would not be children populated out here because we have intuition. So they have to have a way to have the give to get access. You know what I'm saying? Words play on emotion. That's why they always want
yeah,
women in an
and they
emotional
don't
state.
even see when their fellow men, are coming to attack them. I know 3 times in my lifetime. One time it was with my brother, and 2 times with my husband. I saw some shady shit going on that neither one of them saw coming. And I kept telling my brother, man, don't trust him. That he was like, that's my boy, man. That's my boy from I don't care who you think he is. That dude
Yep.
is shady as shit. Don't trust him.
And you know what they do? They don't listen. So they got
No,
that.
girl, let me tell
Nope.
y'all.
So
I was in high school. I damn near got killed, girl. Cause the girl, it went down, and I can't, I don't want to say too much about that. But when it went down, shit coming. And when I saw it coming, MJ, it was not none good. And then even with my husband on different occasions, can you hear me?
yes.
On 2 different occasions, I told him not to fool with somebody. I said, babe, mm-mm, something ain't up with him. And I just
Mm-hmm.
couldn't put my finger on it, but I knew it. And both times
Right.
they played us out of money. I'm talking about one time out of $12,000.
Wow.
Yeah. So I mean, my thing is, men can't see, or I think men trust men too much. That's what I'm saying. And
Of
you
course
don't
they
trust
do.
your women as much as you trust a man because you believe they smarter or some shit. No, they just got, like you said, the gift of gab. They bullshitting you, man.
That's it. They only got
And women know
that's
y'all
their
full of
pride.
bullshit. Let
That's
me
their
tell you
pride.
something,
They got
MJ.
the gift
A
of
man
gab.
could tell me he a millionaire, he a billionaire, he a trillionaire. A man could tell me all kind of shit. That shit don't mean shit to me. It don't mean shit to the mule. It's all about what I can see. If I can't see it, if it ain't in my hand or a contract ain't being signed, fuck what you said. I don't care. I ain't never been impressed by a car. I've never been impressed by a guy pulling up in a flashy car. That's his car. He might be broke paying a high car note. I never understood women that like guys in big cars. Girl, he probably broke
That's a
paying every
conditioning. It's the
every penny
conditioning.
he got going to that car, knowing that car insurance. Why would you want that? He don't be too broke to pay for a damn thing.
It's just a conditioning. A lot of women was conditioned to look for flashy things and the flashiest person in the neighborhood, in the community, or at the certain event and stuff, thinking that this person had more to offer. No, not knowing willingly that that person was the brokest motherfucker in the room, who was literally just looking for you to pay attention to him so he can get more resources, so he can get more flashy things to bring in more ladies, like what is that guy, the Pie Piper, bring more ladies to him. That's all it is. That's what they've been doing. And this whole pimp shit, they've been pimping black women since forever. Okay? That's have always been their currency in reference to black women. And not one near time that they have not pimped black women or used their body or used the Jezebel stereotype for any form of resources. And contrary to
Yeah.
us telling us to call us, saying us, keep our legs closed, but it was okay when we were spreading our legs to fucking Brad so you can get money and you can sit back and watch fucking black exploitation fucking movies
And
and
let
be
me just
super
tell you
fly.
this here. I watched a video on Baller X shit, and it was like some woman. I don't even know who the hell she was, but she was basically calling Bomb Cherry a bed wench, right? And Bomb Cherry was like, well, back in slavery, it wasn't a real. They called them bed wenches, but them women were slaves. They had no choice in it. And they just kept playing this video over and over on Ball X, right? With
Mm-hmm.
this chick, I guess, calling herself Chicken Bomb. But the whole thing, I really wanted to say, I was screaming when I watched that video. But what I wanted to say was, y'all motherfuckers keep calling black women a bed wench. Why y'all don't call y'all black men buck broken? Because the same way the black woman was the damn bed wench, y'all was fucking buck broken. So if
Because
you think it was a choice for the black woman to be the bed wench, you must believe it was a choice for the black man to be buck broken.
I mean, since they
Where
want to
they
write,
actually raped our boys and men.
if they want to rewrite history, then I'm gonna say that I'm gonna do a Kanye and say that it was a choice.
No, that shit wasn't no fucking choice. No, I ain't
I
gonna never
know
go
it
there.
sounds stupid, right? But
Yeah,
this
that
is what
shit's
they're
stupid.
saying. They're saying that black women had a choice not to be quote unquote get raped by what's the name, but you didn't have a choice. We had a choice not to, but you didn't have a choice. You're always the
Yeah.
victim, but however we allowed everything to happen.
Yeah, and
But
that's
then
the
you're the
whole thing. It's
strongest,
like they
right?
can be a victim, and that's the bitch shit that I don't like these black men are rolling with. It's like they want to be more female than a fucking female, and that's the point that I don't like. They are more victims than they complain and cry. And let me tell y'all, these white boys in that video that I posted, man, this man told these black men, you guys are living in victimhood. Y'all are living as victimhoods and want to be leaders. I could have spit my hot tea out.
I mean, but ain't
God.
it the truth? And ain't it the truth? Look at the conversations that they're having, Mule. Like the
Mhm.
conversations alone on social media that black men could be using the platform to literally better themselves and better their community is just to monetize
To shit
off
on
of
black
black
women.
women's insecurity and trying to paint or destroy their image anywhere necessary, and not knowing that they're single-handedly destroying their own image in the process, because all the world is seeing is how disloyal, dishonest, distrustful, I can't even say it, but so many things. This is what you're showing the world, but you're not thinking that. You're thinking that they're looking at you
Exactly. And they're
as
trying to
well as
make
me.
it seem like black women are disloyal. Let me tell you something. Every race of freaking men and women all over the world know black women are ride or die. They know black women don't even want to date outside their race. Let me be honest with you. I'm one of them damn ghetto ass women. I had plenty of opportunities in college to go with white boys. Nope, no, thank you, no, sorry. I ain't turned on. I don't like you. Blah blah blah. All this is shit, right? Now I'm happily married, but what I'm saying is, other races of men have told my own husband they like black women. Black women don't like other men. They only like black men. This is my husband telling me this shit. That's 10, 15 years ago. Oh yeah, he liked black women, but he said black women. Listen, I had men in Germany trying to date my sister and all kind of shit. My sisters wouldn't date their ass. They would not even look at them men. That's just how loyal black women are. It's not,
Mm-hmm.
they put it in, beat it in our head that we the least desired. Well, I was huge pregnant. I was not no sex symbol. I wasn't sexy. When I tell y'all, girl, I couldn't even. I used to tell men, "Look, why are you coming? Send your wife. Why are you coming to help me? Like I don't want. I didn't like how when my husband was deployed and we were over there, these men was trying to help me. I'm more used to women, right?
Right.
Like I didn't want men coming in. No, no, no. You're not about to sing it. Get your wife. But I will tell you this here, all over the world, white women don't like us. And I'm gonna just be real. They can be, some of them will be cool with you. I am very cool with a few of them. But the majority of them, they don't like us.
Of course they don't. We're the
They don't.
competition. We're the
But I
competition.
never
If
looked
you
at,
got your
I don't know if it's because I was young or dumb or naive or whatever. I never looked at other people as my competition. But I will tell you this, they play you close. They know you their competition, even if you think you're not their competition.
listen, just think about it. In history, it's been proven that they used to make the enslaved black women cut their hair or wear a scarf on their head. This is where we get the scarf wearing in this country. Why do you think that? Why would you think that it was a white woman that was said that they have to cover their hair or they have to cut their hair short as a man? Because in their culture, their hair is their esteem, right? That basically separates them from men by them having long hair and the men having short hair. That's their culture predominantly. So anything to make a black woman look more masculine or look like a man, that's what those women do. It's still, those enslaved women was still the white man was still lusting for these enslaved women, even though they done put their woman up there as the beauty. He had her all these beautiful clothes and stuff. She didn't have to work a dime. She didn't really even have to render the children because she had nursemaids and everybody else to do that for her. She still found her man out there in the back taking advantage of an enslaved woman. These women has always had this deep-seated type of hatred for us. Not all of them. Some of them are really good, nice women, but the collective, they look at black women as a competition. And so for black women to even think that they're that they're beneath white women, or they even allow these men to say some foolishness like that, you don't pay attention to history.
Yeah, this shit, right? Like I said, this video that this lady did, this shit blew my mind, y'all. It really blew my mind because I was agreeing with so much shit. And like I said, I don't want to agree with it. I want us to love each other and be functional adults, right? But the truth is, we are so dysfunctional. And just constantly all weekend hearing all the men with all the crybaby stuff and keep saying about the black woman is not submissive. The black woman, let me tell you something. How black women gonna be submissive and they gotta be the damn breadwinners, the damn the caretakers? How can you expect us to be the leaders? Lead your ass because you won't go to school, so you got a 4th grade read level. How the hell you want us to be? This is some weird sci-fi shit. I honestly, that when I hear these brothers saying this, it's such a turn off to me. Listen, you didn't choose to be the leader. If you wanted to be the leader, honey, you would have got your education straight up. And that's just how it goes.
They don't want to be leaders. They have a warped understanding of what leadership is, and they also have a warped understanding of what a quote unquote king is. They don't understand these things. They don't understand them at all. That's why they feel that they can be treated as children, but yet want to be redeemed as some higher power, almost equivalent to God. And this is how they act, because just think about the things that they request their significant others or the women that they want them to submit to them. They want these women to treat them like God, like, do everything for them, brush their teeth, wash their ass, moisturize their fucking face, do their hair, do everything for them, do their fucking nails. You know what I'm saying? Like, seriously, they really want to be treated as equivalent to God. And even in that in itself, knowing that they're humans and they make mistakes, to have that type of mentality, why would you even put yourself in that situation? Why would you even put yourself near somebody like that? Now, I agree with you, Lima. I don't like what I'm seeing. And I do wish that it wasn't like this. But I'm such a logical and analytical person. I know the best thing that we need to do is protect ourselves, right? And the protection that we need to do, we need to remove ourselves from this situation, let they asses figure it the fuck out. But we have to preserve ourselves, because if not, we're going to keep on going down the cesspool of fucking hell and turmoil and degeneracy with them. And then we're not going to have anything left to fix. So the thing we can do is separate.
Yes. And I just want to say, I'm not for everyone. Hey, sis Kira. What's good, Tequila? Tequila, baby sis, in the building. You heard me? Letitia Lovejoy. Let's see who are here. Momo. Our little brother Momo. Well, that's your big brother. That's your big brother, MJ. My little brother Momo. I miss you too, bro. Hit the link. Preach. What's up, Preach? Shazay the driller. Gang smoking on them dead ops. Oh. What's up, big sis? I think she my big sis, y'all. So, okay, Miss Mimi, why did you watch it, Miss Mimi? Water Sniper. Is she talking about black men and black women separating? I don't know. Water Sniper. The shit is real, man. The shit real. Y'all, hit the link. Hit the link. I put the link out there. I think I pinned it. Didn't I pin it? But anyway, I said I was. Can y'all hear me? Um, caller, caller 314. My life, my truth. Hey, Mule and chat. What's up, caller? So anyway, y'all, Miss Mimi, did you get a chance to watch that video? Okay, all right. Well, come on up when you can. But let me just say, y'all, the video I watched, like I said, I'm not playing it because I think I'm gonna have her as a special guest tomorrow. If she's willing to come up about 4:15, 4:30 tomorrow. Um, if not, I'll play it tomorrow. But right now I want to give her the chance, and like I said, I don't want anybody really coming up to, like, you know what I'm saying, because it's her thoughts, her thing. I wouldn't want nobody to bash nobody about it, but I don't know, y'all. It's just, it kind of hurt my stomach, y'all, just to be agreeing constantly with every single freaking point they were making. I was pissed, y'all. I was like, I'm waiting for me. I'm like, this ain't right. You talk about my brothers like this, but I'm like, damn, these niggas is like that. Wow, what's up, brother Moo?
What's up,
Hey,
Mule?
Momo.
I got my boy out. We out here riding tonight. He don't want to go in the house, so how y'all doing?
Hey.
What's going on?
Hold on.
My thing is, Mule, is when are black women gonna get it? That's what I want to know. When are black women gonna get it?
I don't know, MJ, but I will tell you this. It is really disheartening hearing all these men cry all weekend and basically keep saying, like, shitting on women. And then, oh my God, finding all these videos with all these white men talking about how black women are the most loyal, how they're the most nurturing, how they're the sweetest. And I'm just listening to these white men, and I'm like, I ain't supposed to be wanting to hear this bullshit. I'm telling you, girl, it was going against my own self. I'm like, oh my God, I don't hear this shit. Like, not from y'all. I want to hear this from all men, not you motherfuckers. Like,
Yeah,
where's this
but
shit
I mean,
coming from? Girl, I'm telling you.
at the end of the day, it is what it is, right? I mean, if our men is making their decision to say nothing but nasty and demeaning things about us, trying to ruin our image even more, even though black women have done everything to remove themselves from certain stereotypes that our own men gave us, right? The whole welfare queens. That was a big thing back in the 80s and 90s. The welfare queens, y'all on welfare. Guess what? You can't say that now. Literally, I just read the article from The Hill, right? And that's the White House article. Literally, they was talking about from May 2021 that black women are making are 15 times more likely to create or start a business than white men. White men, okay? And so we are even surpassing white men when creating businesses and also gaining grants to do these startup businesses. However, even though we are the number one on creating and starting businesses, we are at 3% of our businesses becoming mature businesses, meaning that we don't make it past the 1 to 5 year startup business era, only at 3%. And the reason why they've been studying this is because since black women is the backbone and the support of their community, we don't have the backing that we need for our businesses to sustain and get past the startup era. So
That says a lot. It says a whole lot about a lot of things. And you just have to take the truth where you get the truth at. I mean, at the end of the day, someone might believe that that's bashing, but it's the truth. Fight me on it. Show otherwise. You want to say that, oh, there's black men that love you. I'm sure there is black men who love black women, but guess what? Y'all also let the ones who don't, y'all let them have the biggest voice in the fucking room, and then you try to separate yourselves from them. But when the world look at you, it's the collective mindset of all y'all doing that. So it is what it is.
Hey, I feel you on all that. Mule, you been on ban? You been banned or something? Why you took so long? Mule went somewhere, MJ?
No, I think she might be having trouble. I didn't think that she left. She was just right there.
Oh, how you been? No.
I've been good, Momo. How you been? I see little man.
Yeah, he out here.
He's playing.
Yeah, it's cold out here. I don't know if it's late or not, but he don't ever want to go in the house. So you know what I'm saying. So I gotta let him do what he do, and he don't want to ride in the truck most of the time. He
What?
want to push it. So he's something else. But anyway, nah.
He wants to push and pull.
Yeah, like you know what I'm saying. He don't want to ride it. It's a heavy. This truck metal, so he don't even want to ride it. He like to push it. But,
Oh.
well, yeah, that's my boy. But anyway, so you said when we start businesses, is that black men and black women, or like black men?
No, this is just black women. I read it on thehill.com. They had the article out. I read it yesterday, and they were saying that literally black women are starting businesses more than white men. Actually, we're at 17%. White men is at 15%, and white women is at 11%. But even us being able to start so many different businesses, our businesses, only 3% make it to the mature business rate out of the startup level.
Ah, okay, that's interesting. I wonder, is it not enough of them get the right financial backing? Is that, I don't know if you went into like the reasons why that's the case.
Well, the reason why, according to the article, the one of the reasons why they said is that we don't have the backing and the support that other people tend to get when they start their businesses. You have other communities, whether if it's a woman or a man, starting these businesses, that support those businesses and keep the money flowing within that community, within that businesses, allowing them to basically create more businesses around that community, right? With black women, it tends to be, yes, we do support. However, we do need more support from our counterparts. We don't have that.
Oh, okay, I get what you're saying. And that, business in general too. I don't think it's like, I got a lot of some friends that have businesses, and I tried a few times, but I always fail on my J2. You better not run it into nothing. Or don't throw it down. Nope, don't throw it down. But okay, here. You get inside, right? But it takes the businesses, a lot of businesses that are successful is a lot of them have a lot of help and cheap labor. And that's one of the things that we don't usually have. You know what I mean? Like, it's usually just us trying to make it happen and trying to pay people wages that we really can't afford at the time.
Yeah, that does happen because, for example, if we do hire, let's say, for like family members, like you say, you hire family members to help start a business and things of that sort. Your family members and other people going to have a certain type of income that they're going to need to make their family, live, comfortably, what I'm saying, or be able to pay all their finances, right? You're not going to really be able to do that in the beginning of a startup business, right? A startup business is all about grind at that time. So you don't really supposed to even take in a income from your business until like maybe the 4th year or something like that, right? When things start getting into a groove where you're starting to see that you're having a flow of income coming into your business. And most of the time, a lot of people who needs a job, they can't wait that long. So it definitely does bring some conflict in that situation too. But I do also believe that is a lot to do with not having that type of amount of support that we're supposed to make these businesses flourish the way they're supposed to.
Yeah, and it's a lot of black women tend to have the ambition, the ingenuity, and the drive to actually get out there and try to do J2.
Momo, are you still there? Oh, I think he might have froze. Mule,
You
are
not.
you? Oh,
Am I back now? Press this button, J2.
yes, you're back. Oh, he's mad. Why he's mad for?
He always mad if something don't go his way. But I was saying, like, black women tend to look. You got to press this button. Black women tend to have the ingenuity, the drive, and ambition to at least try to do something.
Hold on 1 second, Momo. Water Sniper, if you got something to say, you need to come on the link. And if you got a problem with me being on it, then you can get the fuck out of Mule's fucking channel. Because unless Mule tells me to leave, I ain't going anywhere. How about them apples?
Yo, that person is really always trolling for some reason. I haven't seen them hit a panel. I've only seen them troll, so I wouldn't worry too much about them. But
I'm not worried about him. I'm just letting it be clear because he's doing a lot of talking. So I'm gonna make it known. You got my attention. This is the last time you got my attention. If you got anything to say, you could pull up, and that's about it. But anyway, so Muma, what do you think we to help this situation where we can get, like, I guess, more of our businesses into the mature rate of businesses where it's been solidified, it has gone through the test of time, that it can make a certain amount of income continuously? What can we do to help with that? You have any ideas about that?
My answer ain't gonna be really J2, come back here. My answer ain't gonna I'm finna get you. I'm finna get you. I'm not giving it to you no more. My answer ain't gonna be real hopeful because I just think we need more capital. I think we need more money and more help as far as the labor goes. Like I said, I've helped some J2. If you throw it down, I'm not gonna give it back to you no more. Listen, I'm telling you what to press. Press that. Here, stop pressing that button. Come here, let me show you. Don't press that button. Don't press that. Press this. Okay? Don't press that button. Press that button. All right?
Oh.
You press that button, it'll work. Okay?
The
So
little
just
man.
But it's better if you ride it. You're not supposed to have the remote, J2. I'm supposed to have it. You're supposed to ride in it. Okay? So if you get confused again and want to throw it down, my bad.
No. I'm enjoying listening to it. No, don't mute yourself.
But no. Oh, okay. No, I was saying we need more capital, like in a capitalistic society, the backbone of industry. J2, this dude something else. Like J2, see what I'm saying? J2, you're not supposed to have the remote control, man. That's why you're getting upset with it, because you ain't supposed to have it.
Baby Mumu is tripping.
Baby Mumu said, I'm controlling this shit. He don't want that to have a controller. He want to have his own remote control. Girl, them kids. I'm telling you.
Okay, fine. No, you don't want to listen.
He know what he want.
Press that
Daddy, you
button.
gonna give me that controller? Huh.
And he don't want to. He want to see you keep pressing the park button. That's gonna make it not move, J2. That's what I'm telling you. If you press this button, okay. No,
Okay.
no, you're not getting it.
We gonna see who gonna
Come on,
win this.
we going in the
Hey,
house.
don't mute, cause I want to see who win this battle.
No, we
Baby
going in
Moon
the
gonna
house,
win this
J2.
fight. Baby Moon's gonna win this fight. I'm putting money on
Baby,
it.
look, baby's always
Nah, he
win,
keep
girl.
pressing. It's the see. Look, he keep pressing the park button to make it not move. But listen, J2, press this button. I know you. Okay, fine. Go ahead. Don't throw that controller down no more.
Did I tell you Baby Moon was gonna win that fight?
As soon as he pull off, he gonna throw that controller down.
Come on.
Girl, I got a
So he don't.
2-year-old grandbaby. That boy he cried for that iPad. I give him the iPad. And as soon as something happen, a commercial come on, anything happen he don't want to happen, he throw that damn iPad on the ground. I said, boy, you gonna break that iPad one more time, and you not getting my iPad no more. And guess what he do? He get my iPad right back. So yeah.
Look, now he don't want to go. Come on, let's go.
Of course he don't. He winning. He
J2,
is
let's go.
winning.
All right.
Yes,
All
you
right. Well,
said
I'm gone.
no.
I'm gone. You can stay. Bye. Bye. I'm gone. All
That's
right.
the
I'm
power
gone.
of a
Bye.
2-year-old. Them 2-year-olds run. I'm
No, I'm
talking
gone.
about
I'll let you.
anybody who don't believe their kids gonna run that house, especially babies. You ain't
I
never
knew he
had your
was gonna
baby.
win. I
Girl,
knew.
Nah,
your baby will wake
no,
you up
J2,
out
get
your
inside,
sleep
man.
and
Come
say,
on.
feed me. And just what they
Press
eat.
this. Don't press. Okay, look. Don't press that button. Don't press that button, J2. If you don't press that, everything will be okay.
He's like, so
Just
that
press
means
that.
press that button, right?
No,
Exactly.
not that one. No, that one. Still, you're still pressing. There you go. Press that one. There you, oh no, that's it. We're going in the house. Let's go. No, you're not gonna do it right. You keep pressing that one. Press this. J2, come here, buddy. It's that button, okay? You can't press that one. All right? J2, you can't press that one. It's not gonna work. You can't do what you want to do. All right? Right? There you go.
He
Don't
said,
throw the controller.
why?
All right.
Why? I want to press the one you told me not to press.
But yeah, I think we need more. We need more.
Why? Why my
Let's
daddy
do.
being so mean? I want to press the one he told me not to press.
Now you want to push it.
Yeah.
But no, I think we need more.
More capital.
He be freezing a
Just
little.
going into it with them things in place a lot of time.
Yeah, I know I love the kids.
Yes, we know, Mule.
I do. I like them because I be interpreting for them. That is Mumu said. Junior Mumu said he want to press all the damn buttons.
Mule's the children whisperer.
He want to press all the. Girl, I'm telling you, I know how the kids be doing you. You tell them no, you can't do this here. That's what they want to do. What you just told them they couldn't do. Like, golly. Girl, I had a rap song playing one day, and it was Juvenile. Girl, why them kids started cussing? I said, oh, never again. I cut that music off. I was playing nothing but Disney music, the alphabet. This guy named Jack Hartman, nothing but ABCs and 1, 2, 3. Girl, them kids was boring me. I'm talking about they was like, no, I didn't want to hear that. Like,
Mule, did you get banned or something? Why you know what I'm saying? What happened to you? Where you went?
I ain't going nowhere.
You ain't been on for like a week, Mule.
Oh, we
Yeah, I
done lost him.
know.
He came back.
Every time I put
You
him in
heard me,
front of
Mule?
him.
You ain't been on for like a week.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I don't really be, I don't know. I be wanting to go live. I
Yeah.
don't know.
So what do you think about the article I was just telling Mumu about, Mew?
About the which article?
The
I'm
article
sorry.
from the Hill.
Oh, I like the article from the Hill. It was about black women starting businesses. And I hope it wasn't all the way true, but it was saying basically they only succeed at like a 3% rate.
Their businesses only becomes mature at 3%. Even
Yeah.
though we're outpacing white men starting businesses.
I mean, you know, maybe what he's saying is we need more funding. But I think that I'm gonna just be honest with you, and I've heard this from Cynthia G. I've heard this from a lot of women, people on YouTube, and I've seen a lot of stuff. Black women really control the purse, and we throw all our money at the black men. Honestly,
That is correct.
I
We do.
see it.
And even in their event, and it's because we want
Hmm.
them to do so well that we
Yeah.
will give, right? But
Hmm.
it's not the same when it's reversed. If in fact I
It's
have
not.
heard
They don't.
more,
They don't do what we do for them, and that's crazy. But you know what? To be honest with you,
man, I have heard more.
what you say?
No, I have heard more black men talk about they want our businesses to fail.
Yes. Yeah. They brag on it.
Yeah.
It's, it's crazy. Like you never hear black women saying shit like they say about us. It's
And that's what
crazy.
I'm saying. They brung that up in that article on the Hill. They brung that up on the article saying that we don't get the type of support when we start our businesses to make it mature into a functioning long-term business. So we do well starting, but we never get to the point where it's something that can last. So I thought that was like very interesting, and I'm gonna talk about it. I'm gonna talk about it on my channel a little bit as well, because that's something that needs to be discussed. I mean, at the end of the day, if we're talking about we can't do this without each other, then why it seems that when it comes down to black women doing what they need to do, there's no we in it. But when it comes down to black men's endeavors, it's supposed to be a we.
I think it's because too. I mean, it's true, and we probably discussed it a lot. A lot of men don't feel right not being the leader in that sense, or if they woman making more money than them and stuff like that. So, um, I think it's definitely issues that come with a relationship when that's in place, and that's probably a reason why um, black women don't get as much support from their partners as they should.
But you know what, Mumu? It wouldn't necessarily have to be that way if you had more business minded men, right? To basically be paired up with business minded women, right? Like in other communities, their men might have a business, and then the woman has her own business, and they're generating a wealth, a sense of legacy, something to pass on to their children, a family business per se. it seems like there's this understanding where these men don't believe that unless it's their idea, unless it's their business, and unless they can get all the clout from this business being start or being successful, that it doesn't contribute nor does it help the community or the household. And I think that's a foolish decision and a foolish mindset.
I think it's when you actually in that situation, then like as a man, if you've been told and the message is you're supposed to be the leader, you're supposed to be the breadwinner, then psychologically it's not as easy as just saying like, you know what I mean? It's not as easy to be in that position as a man as one would think it is, even though it's logical. I'm not saying it don't make sense, but for our pride, like we have a lot of pride. Any man that's about something does have a sense of pride in itself. It's definitely a thing where you have to deal with your pride. And
Hey,
so
yes, yes, yes. I'm sorry, y'all. Yes, pro white male leadership. I do. I really do want to speak to you. How are you doing? I don't know what to say. Yes, I do want to speak to you. So, um, do you want to hit the link, or do you want it to just be one on one? I mean, whichever way you want to do it, I want to respect you.
Okay, I
Did
would
she
love to
say
hear.
anything?
I didn't see her say anything yet.
Okay.
But Mumu, to piggyback on what you were saying until we find out what pro white
Look,
leadership
I
is
just
gonna
put my
do.
cash app out there, y'all.
Oh, I see it. Okay.
Oh, so pro male leadership. So my email. Okay. So it's I don't know if it's in the link. How long am I going to be live, girl? I could be live all night. um. So yes, I know you said that tomorrow. So if tomorrow around 4:30, you good? I'm good too. So let's see. Leadership email. So yeah, if you like, if you able to um be hit up tomorrow, if you can join us tomorrow, because I'm pretty sure tomorrow at 4:30 I wanna but I'm gonna pin this here up here for me because I just
Mule, you still there? Mumu, you still there?
yeah, I'm here. I was waiting for your response after Mule finished
Oh, yeah. So, what I was trying to say is
uh-huh.
that I understand that it might not be easy because there's conditioning done on your side too, right? Yes, you
Mhm.
are. You have to be a provider, you have to be a protector, things of that sort. Um, but even in that, you being successful has to do with you, right? Like,
Mhm.
so I don't think that the only motivation that men should have to be successful is only for their family. I think they should want to be successful for themselves, and then and then putting themselves in a position where they can do it if they do have a family. I think that what happens where the resentment comes to having a family or having people to provide for is when you do it for them and then you can't fulfill that part. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yes.
I feel what you're saying, and like for me, my whole stance on that is like I'm a proponent of people waiting to get into serious relationships. I think that we get into serious relationships way too early, and I think me and Mule kind of disagreed on this before. But like, I got into a serious relationship at a very young age, at 17, and I've been with the same person since I've been 17. So it's like there was a lot of challenges that come with having to grow up with a person. Like, so as the kind of man I am, and um, I've always been the type of man that wanna like handle my business. I've always wanted to take care of my wife, even when she was my girlfriend, a certain way that sometimes I wasn't able to, and it bothered me on a lot of levels, including like hurting my pride. But honestly, I when I you know what I mean, like I probably should have not been in that situation to begin with. I probably should have waited. And
And
so
see,
I
I
think,
disagree. Let
and
me
right,
let me
right.
tell you
So
why I disagree. Because I'm with my husband from young, right? Not as young as you, but really close to that, right? And what I will say is this: I see people in their 25, 30, 35, and they have so much life experience. They've dated so much. They've been with so many different people. They cannot narrow down a choice. And it just, to me, I'm gonna be honest with you. I feel sad for people when they 35, 35 and up, and still dating. I really do. I feel very sad for them because it's almost like, almost, these people are so used to people coming in and out of their lives that it's not even significant to them. They just date for the sake of dating. I don't know, Momo.
I don't, but see, Mew, I don't think that's usually the case though. I think the way we talk about things is often far different from how we live. And there's a lot of L's that we take in our lives that nobody wants to admit to. Nobody wants to admit to taking certain L's. They'll talk about them in general as far as like it happening to other people. And date like that, I think they actually do care. You know what I mean? Like that is it's not like no big deal to them. They just have trouble finding that one. And they, you know what I mean? I think they go through a lot of hurt and drama and stuff like that that they might not want to get online and say, but
Yeah,
you
no,
know,
no, no. And let me tell you something. I will tell people all the time. I say this, Mumu, y'all have heard me say this. The first 10 years that we were married, because we were so young, super young, didn't know anything, thinking we knew everything. Those was hard years. Matter of fact, I told y'all my dad used to joke and say, "Are y'all together this week?" Because we were broke up so much, y'all, living in the same damn house. I used to be like, I can't stand him. He used to tell people, "Oh, we ain't together. We broke up." We used to really tell each other and tell other people this shit, y'all, and still living in the same house. But when I tell y'all, it gets better. It got better for me. And like I said, when you 21 or 22 and y'all married and this, that, and the other, it's not to say that you know everything. It's not to say that. But what I'm saying is we grew up together. It's not no age gap between me and him. So the things I didn't know, he didn't know. The things he didn't know, I didn't know. Right? So we learned together. We grew up together. What I'm saying is, to me, looking back at it, it was so beautiful because we always was a team. We always can laugh at the foolishness we did to each other, right? Um, some of it was hurtful, some of it was just goofy, right? The stuff that was really goofy, we laugh at all the time. But a lot of it you just didn't know. But my thing is, it doesn't matter how many people you're gonna be with, you're gonna go through those same stepping stones, right? And thinking that you're going to get somebody when you finish with all of the goofiness. The problem with that, I have learned and seen in other people relationships, is they go from one person to the next person and it's just more shit because it takes a really a long time to learn and know each person. And so it doesn't matter if you get with a guy and he's 50, you're still going to go through a whole lot of bullshit.
You,
Wouldn't you have rather got that shit out in your 20s
you know
than
it
at your
is?
40s and 50s?
I agree with both of you. I do. I really do agree with both of you. As into it depends on the people. Some people do need to, like, really hone on who they want to be with, especially if they already know who they are and they're not changing, then they need to basically move on people
But that's
who's
the
going to
thing,
fit their
MJ. Let me tell you
requirements.
something. Nobody's the same person at 20 that they are at 30. No one is the same person at 30 that they're going to be at 40 or
True.
even at 35. No
True.
one is the same person at 40 that they're going to be at 50. That's the thing. That's the gimmick. That's the lie that they teach us. When they keep saying wait and wait and wait and wait and wait and wait and wait, it don't matter how much you wait. We all evolve.
Yeah.
And the
That's
But
why I
thing
say
Mule,
it's
is, mhm.
it's dangerous though, and that's my thing. Like, do you like emotions in and of itself are something that we very rarely get taught how to deal with at any point in our life, really. We really don't even seek out trying to find out, like, find help usually until we like past 35 or 40, where we start, you know what I mean, deciding to talk to therapists. And so what I'm saying is now, especially in this day and age where um people are using like recreationally harder drugs than they used to and partying a whole different way, like, I think it's dangerous for these young people to try to be like, oh, I'm committed, you my every, like, you know how we used to feel when we was 20s and stuff like that, and then love, like, you mines, you my everything type of shit. And you know what I'm saying, for a lot of people, they did a, you know what I mean, like, a lot of people did a lot of bad stuff behind those feelings, that if they had really just waited to mature more, they probably wouldn't have done a lot of shit that they did. And so I'm saying it was, I think it was a little bit different even like in our generation, because um even though we were, it was a lot of danger too involved in our generation too. But I think now it's probably even worse because, like, life means so much less than it used to these people, and they deal with their traumas in such ways that it's like they so fragile, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And I wouldn't really trust, like I said, and like I said, we talked about this before, but like if they under 25 and talking about being together and living together, I wouldn't want to trust them to live outside of somebody's parents' house, to not be living with somebody. Like, they need to be under somebody tutelage and guidance on a living basis, like it's up until past 25 or something like that. Like, I'm really not an advocate for young people being in serious relationships.
Yeah, that's why I said, Momo, I'm in the middle. Like, I understand what Mule's saying, and I definitely understand what you're saying. The point blank is that we tend to get with people, whether it's dating or even in a serious relationship, without really truly understanding and knowing ourselves, without actually really setting standards and boundaries for ourselves in the relationships that we get in, and then not even leaving grace for us for room to grow, right? Or even the person that you're with to grow. And because we do these things, we also bring in like life changing situations into it, right? With marriage, with children, other people in the family being involved. So it's like you're playing Russian roulette when you don't necessarily have to, right? And then later on, afterwards, you want to cry when you made like 17 different mistakes, right? and and you have a community that tells you, well, you should have did something, you should have did better, you knew better, or after the third time then you know better. So I understand what you're trying to say when you say, we need to show some, discipline and patience, and making, really thinking things out before we make a decision. However, I do understand what Mule's saying, that you should, if you don't want to play around and you want to really see something for where it goes, commit to it. Really commit to it. Really be invested in it and see where it goes. But that depends on the people. But these are the type of things that us as people, men and women, should be thinking about. And these are the conversations that we don't have with ourselves. And these are the conversations we do not have with a potential significant other.
Yeah, and it's like you don't really know who you are sometimes until you put in certain circumstances and under certain kind of pressure. And I think for myself, I've always been the type of person, coincidentally, like for my relationship, like people always, when we tell them how long we've been together and stuff like that, people's usually natural reaction is like, "Oh, that's so great! Like, man, y'all been together a long time." And I'm like, "Nah, I mean, it's cool, for us. I mean, it really ain't nothing to
Yeah, but they
celebrate
don't
without, you
know.
know what I'm saying? Like,
They
it ain't
don't
nothing."
know. But let me tell you
Yeah,
something more. Let me be honest with you. So I'll say this here. We have reached the high excellence of relationships, right? I have, at least I feel. Because if the first years, 10, I don't know, 17 years was rough. We were broke up so much it was a joke, right? But then I will say this here. I don't know how many years. My son is what, 29, 28, 29. So anyway, let me just say this here. I'll say the last 12 or 13, I don't know, have been kind of gliding, like just easy, right? Like just so smooth, so easy. And I think it's nothing better than this. It's nothing better in life than where I'm at right now. And I know you have to probably get older to get it, but it's like on easy, it's on autopilot right now. It's just easy. I know what you like, you know what I like. I know how far to go with you, you know how far to go. We know we gliding. It's on autopilot. If that makes sense to anybody, but
no, it made perfect sense, Mule. And like I said, I agree with you on a personal level, Mule. Like
mhm.
I'm right there where you at. Like that's basically us. I read something a while back that says it's like three things that are the most consistent in people who stay together for a long time. One of them is like they kind to each other. Another one is like, and that don't mean they don't argue or fuss and fight. That mean like their general interactions are like thoughtful of each other. You know what I'm saying? Um, Another one
Yes,
is
yes,
they do new things together. They experience new things together because it says activates like something in your brain. Um, that's like something it activates something in your brain when you do something new with a person that you in love with.
yes.
And the third one was like finances. Like the neither person was ever like terrible. Like, you know what I mean? They may not saying that they never had issues, but the other person was never like you know, just didn't have no money type of shit. So
Yeah, but let me just be honest. When we got married, neither one of us had no damn money. And that's I think the beauty of it. We were so young, neither one of us had he had a job, at least he was in a service. I didn't
but
have
see
a job.
that's money though, Mule. Like even like
I didn't
I'm
have
saying like
nothing.
you got people out there like that just ain't trying to do nothing. And I think it's
hmm
a lot of women that I know for sure like they wouldn't give a damn if they man was like a garbage man, just long as he
hmm
went to work every day and did something.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
wouldn't even, you know what I'm saying? It wouldn't even matter that he wasn't making much money. They would just appreciate the fact that he out there working. And
yeah.
so what you have, you have niggas that just don't want to do nothing though. Like these niggas will literally lay on the couch all day, wait for their woman to come home and be like, "What's for dinner?" What you?
Yes. And let me be honest with y'all. I had girlfriends years ago that had guys that was like that. They would go to work and then go to college and then have to go home and cook for boyfriends who slept on a couch and was there all day. And I used to be like, "Are you serious? Well, he's looking for a job." Like, what the hell? Like, I just never understood that. And I'm talking about I was a teen, I was 19, 20. I was like, huh? What you mean? Mm-mm. No, I just some things I couldn't go for. Mm-mm.
But see, Mule, what I was saying for other people though, like it's really it's such a gamble that like to stick it out with somebody and stuff like that, because you don't know what this person gonna do when when that corner turns. Like you and your husband, like y'all went through the tough times together, and same with me and my wife. Like I couldn't, if I had $1 million, $1 billion, I couldn't think of spending it on another woman. You know what I'm saying? Like that, like so
Me
it's
neither, Momo. If I had all of
so
that money, I would be like trying to how they do make it rain on my man. I ain't gonna lie to you because we don't went through the shit.
fact.
You know what I'm saying? And it's so weird, at this level for me to think that I would have to restart or he would want to restart. It's weird for me, right? But I know it happens all the time, right? But just to hear people brag in one instance, oh, I've been married 18 years, and then another time always shitting on their wife. It's like I never hear men in my family act like their wife ain't shit or didn't hold them down at some point, right? Or don't do something with the kids. Just like their wife opinion don't matter. All of that shit is just when I listen to that all this weekend, I'm gonna tell you this here. If I was a single woman, I would be a divester. I swear to God. Like I was listening to this shit, Momo, and I was like, the way these married men are claiming to be bragging that they've been married and successful and so much, but they talk about their women like they're shit under their shoe. They don't. Their opinions don't matter. They hold no influence. They can't make a move without me. They're basically my slave. That shit make me think, why would a modern woman even want to be married? First of all,
I think the niggas be capping though. I think a lot of that shit be cap, or they married to like the this
I
woman
hope
must be,
so.
yeah.
I
Like I
hope so.
think a lot
I
of that
pray
shit be
that they
cap.
capping. I ain't gonna lie. I think they capping too. Honestly, I think it's for money. I think that it sounds good to men to shit on the women, especially black women, and so that's why they get away with doing it. But it's like the people believe in it. Because if my husband was up here on YouTube talking like that about me, you know what I'm saying? As smart as I brag on him, and as much as I say he do for us, if he was up here just shitting on me, I would be like, golly, like, no, hell no,
But see,
no.
Mule, it's like relationships and a lot. I'm a realist, and I don't have a lot of these conversations like outside of like my wife sometimes, because we talk a lot, or like some friends that I have or that I talk to sometime, as far as like just topics and stuff like that. But it's like people tend to think I'm negative, and I'm not negative. I'm a very optimistic and like positive person. Like I'm a joy to be around and stuff like that. But I'm a realist, and honestly, relationships are just a lot harder than we make them out to be. And we always got this saying, well, it should be simple. It's simple. You just do this and I do that. And it just don't work like that. And a lot of people don't understand that. Like we really are doing something that's really against the odds of what we should be able to do. Like it's difficult to live with a person and to be in a monogamous relationship committed to this person where like they supposed to be your everything and you supposed to be their everything. And not only with that, is like just the intricacies of a person's the nuances of a person's personality. Like it's so much little stuff. Like I know people that marriage and stuff was destroyed over little stuff, like you know what I'm saying, and because you don't know how things are going to affect a person, and some people are not even able to let go of little things without treating a person a certain way. So it's like it's so much that
Yeah,
goes into a relationship that I feel like
but
we
but
feel like it
Momo,
should be a lot easier than it actually is, and it's really not easy. It's a lot of work, and I don't think most of us really understand that's what it is. Because once they get into it and they see like, oh, this gonna be some work, then it's like, oh well, shit, this ain't what a relationship's supposed to be about. Like, nah, that's what
Yeah,
it's
but
about.
you know
Like,
what? To have a successful relationship, it's just full of compromises. Listen, at one point, I wouldn't go out because me and my husband always went out, right? He was the first person to take me to the clubs, to take me out, right? So I wouldn't go out unless he took me out. Then after maybe 8 years, he just didn't want to do it no more. If I wanted to go see a play, I remember Tyler Perry was doing all these big plays. And I remember it was a play called Mama, I Want to Sing. And I wanted to see that play. And you know what?
Mama, I want to say.
You remember that? Do you remember that, Moo?
Nah, it just sound like you remember that episode of Martin when the director was on there, like he was talking about this play, like Mama done burnt up the chicken and all that. That's what it reminded me of. It's like,
Oh no.
Mama,
This
I
was
want
a
to
real
sing.
play. Mama, I Want to Sing. And I remember seeing that play, y'all. I saw the commercials and I was like, baby, we gonna he was like, I don't wanna see that shit. I was like, baby, we gonna see it. He was like, I don't wanna see that shit. And you know what I did? I told a couple of my girlfriends and they was like, oh, I wanna see it too. And guess what? I told him, me and my friends are gonna see it. You know what he told me? Okay, like he didn't care. And from that point on, whenever I wanted to do something or go to a concert, like I love Patty. He don't really care for Patty. Whenever I wanted to go do something that he just did not want to do, I just went with my friends. And let me tell you something. At certain points, you're not gonna do everything with your husband, and your husband is not gonna want to do everything you want to do. And you need to have either your sisters or friends or whatever to because let me tell you something. If ever someone is trying to be your all and end all or be all, that shit is exhausting. Because if they just don't like something, you trying to force them to like it really can cause a lot of problems. So you need to have your own, friend zone where you can say, hey, I want to go do this here. And that's how I operate. I mean, it hasn't been something I really did in a few years because of COVID and everything, but that's how I maintain. Whenever he don't just want to go do something or go to a play, because that was my thing. I like plays. If he didn't really want to go see a play, and he's gone every now and then to a play, and he actually started liking plays, honestly, before COVID. But yeah, if you don't want to do something, you can't force people to be who you want them to be. Whether it's your girlfriend, boyfriend, or wife or husband. You cannot. You just can't. And being okay that they don't like everything you like, you need to be able to accept it. That's just how I look at it. The days
I
when I say
100%, I 100%
if I
agree
say
with you,
I don't
Mule.
want to go to every football game with you, you're gonna get mad and hate me. No, I'll go to a bunch of football games with you, but I'm not gonna go to every one. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be like, no, because it's not the shit I'm really interested in. I'll go with you, but just to say if you're trying to bring me every month, no, I'm not trying to do that. So I mean, that's just how it goes. What you say?
Hello, everyone.
Hey, who's that?
Hello, is that just me?
Yes.
Hey
Hello.
sis, how you doing?
What
Hi.
up, just me?
I
How you
am.
doing?
I'm good. How are y'all?
We straight. We straight.
I'm doing good. Welcome, welcome. What you wanted to ask, sister?
I agree with both of you guys. Like the young lady. I'm not sure what her name is.
Oh,
Hi.
MJ. Hi.
MJ,
MJ.
MJ.
Hi, MJ. I do. I agree with both of you guys because um I feel like the more you date, Mew, I agree with you. The more you date, to me, the more trauma certain people rack up. Like you know what I'm saying? It's like, of course you're gonna need therapy because you have been through so much a lot of times. And for some people, they're not built for that. But in Mumu's instance, I feel like a person should be able to control their sex drive. If you can control your sex drive to the point where if you're with someone, they get sick, they can have sex, you're okay. Like that doesn't govern you, or you're financially okay. You're not governed by finances because some people like they don't care that their man makes a certain amount of money. Money is nothing. It's not a big deal. And you, like you said, have your own life. I feel like then you can get
Yeah, but
married
let me
when you're
just say y'all
young.
this here. I am truly the mule because let me tell you, my husband is taking care of me, y'all, since I was, I think, 19.
Mm,
I ain't gonna tell y'all how old I am.
you're not
But let me
old.
just tell you this here. If this man could not work today, the mule will work 3 jobs and sell popcorn on her break to keep to, to sustain our life. Cause I'd be damned if he going anywhere. So this
Right.
is what I'm saying. It's not always about money for me. For me,
That's right.
I'm not gonna take and
Exactly.
sit up here and say for you what you should do. But for me, it don't equal the same. That's why I try not to throw what I say onto somebody else because I haven't had a bad life, so I won't sit up here and pretend like I have. You get what I'm saying? It's not that I'm not going to honor or respect that might have you may have had a horrible life, and you may have been done wrong a lot of times. And guess what? I have seen it through family and friends and sister and one sister, right? So I do understand a lot of trouble. But what I'm saying is, no talking point can make me put that shit into my who I am because that's not what I've really experienced. You get what I'm saying? Not saying I can't empathize with it. It's not saying that I can't sympathize with it, or that I can't agree that shit is fucked up for some people, right? But what I'm saying is, I feel a lot of the talking points on YouTube try to make you feel either ashamed or want you to belittle men,
Hmm. Oh,
and
and
that
vice versa too. Right.
yeah, of course, and vice versa. Let me
Hmm.
tell you, girl. Oh my God, y'all! This weekend, these men was beating women down. And that shit is crazy to me because it's like, who gonna stand for you more than women? Like, I can't even imagine these Negroes going to jail. Let me tell y'all something. I used to go see my cousin in jail, y'all. When I tell you the visiting room was full of women and children, no men coming to visit. These men are so delusional on freaking YouTube that men got their back. This shit is really like they need professional help on YouTube. The shit they say on YouTube does not even equate to nothing I've ever seen in my life in real life. I've never seen men stand for men like they saying on YouTube. I've never seen it. I've never seen it not one time in my life.
But
See, a lot of
Mumu,
these,
we've
a lot
said
of,
this before.
If you
I'm
go to
sorry.
a fucking prison, I've been to Angola, yeah. I've been to Hunts, seeing family members. I've never seen damn near one
Mm-hmm.
or two men out of
Hmm.
hundreds of women. The shit they say on YouTube, the shit don't even equate to real life.
But I don't believe it's real. Like Mumu was
Y'all just
saying,
don't
I don't
understand.
believe it's real. I really don't. You're not gonna tell me the guy you was talking about, and I know exactly
Wait,
who you're
let
talking
me just
about.
say this here, just me. I've had so many aunts, cousins. I've had two best friends put fucking houses up for bail for men. How many men you know put their houses up for bail money? How many men? I don't know not one. Not even my daddy would do it for my brother.
They're
You
not
hear me?
going to
My
because
daddy wouldn't do it for his own son.
they're
You
not
mean to
going
fucking
to
tell me these here men sit up here and talk this shit on
because there's an
YouTube?
understanding between
Listen,
these men that is not
it
men's
is a
job.
real disillusion shit that they do on YouTube. Women, let me tell you something. Women love men. I even used to tell my oldest son, I would rather see you with your girlfriend than all them dudes you play football with. Because with a bunch of dudes come a bunch of problems. With a girlfriend, you got one problem. You worried about him getting her pregnant. For real. That's just the truth. With a bunch of him hanging with a bunch of guys, friends, you worried about them going. Listen, my son, they had so many friends going to prison. This shit was crazy. So I'm sorry. I'm gonna let you talk. Just me. Go ahead. You got the flow, my love. I'm sorry.
No, you're right. No, you're absolutely right. I've had a cousin. I had a couple of cousins that been in prison and been in jail, and their mom, spent all their money trying to get them out, or their girlfriend was there, their baby mamas was there, but yeah, they homeboys, they even the one they got in trouble with them, but they broke count. But I don't feel like the talking points are real, especially if a person is married to a real black woman. I really feel like it's an agreement because it's just too much. If you just listen, no woman is going to be okay with her man belittling her like that. Uh, you know, um, he's making a lot of money. And I feel like she's looking at it like, as long as he bringing in this money, I can go along with whatever he says. And I feel like that's what she's doing. But I don't feel like all money is good money, because at the end of the day, I don't want to come out. I wouldn't want to come out looking like a fool in front of the world, just so. And then it's giving everybody else this warped sense of reality, because no real black woman is going to put up with that. I don't care how much religion. I don't care how submissive you are. They're not going to be okay with their man speaking the way he speaks. You know, whether I mean it's not going to happen. I really feel like she's in on it with him, and she's just collecting that check, and she living good, and it's like, okay, he can say whatever he want to say, and I bet you when he get off of that live, he like, baby, I ain't mean it. It's
Yeah,
just
but
for
even just
YouTube.
me,
I hope so, just me. Because
even
guess
even
what,
if
girl?
but
The
even
stuff
if
he
that's
would
so
say,
just me,
I still feel like he would hold that in his heart and think of me.
but
If I was his wife, I would be like looking at him like sideways, like,
but
Yes, you
even
would
if
be
that's
looking at
so,
him
like
side eye.
even her being complacent, right?
Hmm.
In regards of him saying that, and him being able to tell her, listen, this is not how I really feel. This is just for these YouTube streets. This is what people want to hear. This is a marketing strategy. For her to even allow that to happen because she believes that the money that he makes by degrading and disparaging her, or even women that might, like, resemble her, like if she's a black woman, that's being compliant with it, like that is a form of agreeing to that, because
Yeah,
it's a bigger picture that needs to be addressed, that some people who do these things for money are not taking into account all the other lives that you're affecting by putting on this
and
facade that
and
now
this
that's
is
hold
what's
on.
happening.
dangerous, and that's what's
MG,
so dangerous about it.
MJ,
It's
I
very
really
dangerous.
100% agree with you because he never says women. It's always black women. And that's
Uh-huh.
the thing. I wish they would just kind of say men or women instead of always putting out
It's
race in
not,
it
they're never
because
going to do that, because it's all about moving the goalposts for black women. They don't care for these other women to change. These other women are not submissive. These other women is not taking their bullshit, and they're
Hmm.
fine with that, because these other women have their men of their races that are solidifying things for themselves that they can always fall back on. However, the man who's supposed to do that for us is the same one that's degrading and disparaging us. So we
Yeah,
don't
and
have
that's
no
where
one
their
else to
money is
look
coming
to.
from.
Is We don't
That's
have no
mhm.
one to look else to. You see what I'm
girl,
saying?
wait, y'all gonna force me. Y'all forcing my hand, MJ, to play this damn video, girl. Oh
I
Lord,
mean,
let me
it's some people don't have integrity, and to have integrity is to say, all money isn't good money. Some people say, money is money. I don't feel that way. All money is not good money. And if I have to lose my integrity at the expense of other people, because there are people who are naive, there are people who are followers, there are people who are young watching this stuff, and they feel like they're gonna go out into the world and they're gonna find somebody who gonna, this man say this woman give him a pedicure every night. That is a lie. If you
Girl,
got
did you
a
see that?
pedicure
You
every
saw that.
night,
Girl,
every
I
night,
can't get no
look,
pedicure every night.
listen,
I get a
no,
pedicure
no, no,
every
no.
2 weeks.
Your feet don't even require that. Like, I'm a nurse. Your feet don't even require it. If she did it right the first time, it would not. You would need it done every night. Okay.
That's
So
just clout. That's
okay.
Hold
clout
on,
right
y'all.
there.
Men are
Listen to this.
racist. Refuse to. Refuse to. It's easier for Becky to get a job. It's easier for Becky's son to get a job. It's easier for her to everything. So yeah, she can be more feminine. Yeah, she can be more submissive. She often is not. And white women may be submissive, but they're very manipulative. They won't cuss you out, but they'll do some passive aggressive shit.
And I'm gonna just say this
They'll
here.
put you in
Speaking,
your grave too.
yes, girl, I had to pause it. Let me tell you, this here pro-white male leadership, this motherfucking lady right here, girl, she had me going. And I'm gonna tell you this here. I actually like her ass. Like I'm gonna be honest with you. The shit was so far-fetched from what I'm used to hearing. But let me just be honest. She told no damn lies. But let me tell you something. These here other non-racial women, they are scary. And they are so scary because I've had I've had experiences with them on jobs where they will actually go off on you and threaten you and say hard, mean shit to you. And the first time you say something ugly to them, they run the human resources and say they're scared for their life.
Amen, Mule. Exactly. Yes.
And
They
when
can
I tell
cry.
you,
They can cry. And when I
yes,
tell you they
ma'am.
will cry and use them tears, it's really
Yes.
scary. It's very scary.
And when you don't experience that shit in real life, a bitch who just finished cussing and talking shit to you, all of a sudden you in a human resources meeting and she's full of tears and you looking like
Mm-hmm.
you ain't had the
What?
same you not like strong like you was a few hours ago. Like you was gonna whoop my ass and I had to say, bitch, show me. Like now
Exactly,
you
Mule.
scared for your life.
Yeah, Mule. I've
All
had
of a
them
sudden they
do.
pull that
I've had
shit.
them do that. They do me wrong. They start crying, and do you know I have to catch myself because I'm getting ready to console them, and I'm like, wait a minute, you
Yeah.
did me wrong, and I'm
Hmm.
about to fall for the tears. It is
Yes,
scary.
ma'am.
We don't have that. We don't have that weapon.
And we don't have people that's gonna stand behind us and believe that they're full of
No.
shit. That they was the one on attack. That they were the one coming with the
Mm-hmm.
shit. And then when you take and have the balls just to stand for yourself, it's like, oh no,
She's
she wouldn't
aggressive.
do
She's
that.
aggressive. She's
What
the
Well,
the
aggressive black
I
hell?
think,
woman.
I think a lot of that though is like is why we don't advance as much a lot of times is because we really have standards and integrity a lot more so than them because we get that with white men too. Like I kind of just started playing the game a certain way on my job before. Like us we more like if you say something to us that's out of line or do something, we just gonna address it and deal with it like face on in a way to where we not even trying to get you in trouble or get you fired. We just don't want
Right.
you, like, don't step out of line. But for them, they play the game totally different. Than it's
Yeah.
like then they play the game totally different on a level to where we are not really just built for that like that. Like they'll go snitch on you when in general I couldn't feel right going to the superiors and telling my job like,
Yes,
hey,
boo boo.
this guy, you know what I'm saying? So it's like when
Yes.
I started playing the game like this because I noticed like they'll do these things to me, and it's like, damn, I'm kind of getting like, I'm kind of getting stuck in the mud while these white dudes are advancing over me because they playing the game a certain way. But like, it's not in me to do that type of snake shit. So I had to bite the bullet. So what I started doing was, in my own way, even though it was like, it was, I don't even call it dirty, but it's like, it's so different from how I like to handle things. But what I would do, I would get them when we be in the big meetings in front of everybody. I would say stuff in a slick way, like, yeah, man, I would just like to say, like, Michael here, I think he's doing a good job, and I just want to give him his, give him his flowers, because yesterday he couldn't do this, and that, and he actually asked me to help
You
him
dry
because he
snitching.
did.
You dry snitching. And I
But let
tell
me
you,
be
that's
So it's
honest
like,
exactly
with
but
you,
right.
No,
it's
girl.
like
Mummy,
we
that's
gotta
a
learn
Let
to
me
that's
start
tell you
playing the
that's
something.
game like
Jade.
It
That's
that.
right,
took
Moo
me,
Moo.
y'all. It took me years to learn the dry snitching shit that they was pulling on me. And Moo Moo, let me tell you, just what you saying. Whoo, that shit is invaluable. Dry snitching is a motherfucker. It took me years to learn that. It took me years because nobody teaches us that. We taught different from these people, but these people quick to. They don't want to ruin you. They want you fired. They want you out of there.
They
Right.
want to
You can you
destroy
can you
you.
can
No,
sit
they
there
want
and
to
have a
destroy you.
conversation with them about you having children at home, your wife pregnant, you need this job. And if you
They don't
do
care.
something that they don't like, they'll go straight to them people and be like, without any type of empathy or anything, and try to get you fired. Like, these
Yes.
people, like, they cold
Yes,
blooded. And I'm
sir.
saying, like, for us,
Yes, sir. They
we
cold
really don't
fucking
have that
blooded.
in us naturally a lot of times as far as dealing with things like that. And that's probably something that we should like learn and start, because we got to play the game with them because they using it to get over on us.
Yeah,
You
we got
got
it.
to.
Moo Moo,
Let
the
me
way
tell
you
you,
do it, the way
y'all.
you do it is exactly how it should be done.
Just me. I'm an expert at the game. I should have emailed so quick, y'all. How you
Hmm.
doing? I'm just trying to verify. Girl, I'll be so petty. I'm just trying to verify.
Oh
I am
no.
petty as a mug with the
Yeah, Mule,
females.
but
Cause
it's
you know
hard.
what?
I'm still dealing with it. It's hard for me. It's so hard.
You know
I
what? It's so
still have
easy
to
for
let
me
a
right now.
person know.
That
It's
shit's so
so hard
easy
for
for
me.
me because it took me 30 years to get to where I'm at, y'all. And when I tell y'all, that shit got easy for me. I said the first 10, 15 years, the shit was hard. It ain't hard no more. I will dry snitch on your ass all day, every day. Don't let me think you coming for me. Girl, I'm coming for you on 10 and with a smile. Hey, girl, and send an email right while I'm saying, hey, I'm shooting an email.
No, Mule, I can't do. I pick my battles. I've learned to pick my battles, but it's just something in me that maybe because do have ADHD, and maybe it's because I have that impulse. It's like I have to be like, look, I don't appreciate this. This is not right. But I have learned to back that up with putting my management in the loop. You get what I'm saying? Whereas I would, like Mumu said, I would go to them first and say, let me give them an opportunity to correct this behavior. And I feel like no, I'm gonna let you know I don't appreciate the behavior. All the while, I'm letting you know, I'm like, I'm typing an email. I'm like, I just had a discussion with such and such, and this is how it is. Whereas maybe I shouldn't let them know, but it's like I don't care. It's
Nah,
like
I ain't gonna lie. And what I'm finna say gonna sound fucked up, and it is, but I'm gonna just be 100% honest. I had the opportunity to fire a white boy, and we was making a bunch of money. I'm talking about, what I'm saying, $5,000 a week tax free at this particular project. And I fired this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? And he was going through some things. And like when I played the game so well at that time, because I even got I won a lawsuit. Well, they settled. I settled a lawsuit with a company because, like I said, I'm in the oil and gas, and the racism a lot of time is just blatant out here. It ain't as blatant as it used to be, because now, like, the world is becoming a little bit more progressive in that way. So they don't just flat out, say nigga and shit no more, but they used to. You know what I'm saying? Like, it used to just not be a thing. So, but when I was able to get into a position, a supervisor position from playing the game, because I've been good at my job all these years, but I just never played the game. And when I started playing the game and I was able to fire somebody, that shit felt good. Like, nigga, get your ass up out of here. And when he was over there, he came because they told him he was fired basically because of me. And we was in Africa at the time and staying at a man camp. And so they had to send his ass home on the flight back. And he came in the cafeteria while I was eating and talking to the other people, to them about me. And I was trying to be cool. And he was like, yeah, Mac got me fired and da 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 da. I said, you goddamn right I got you fired because you a piece of shit, motherfucker. So, but anyway, I ain't gonna lie,
Oh damn.
that shit felt good.
Nah, if he wasn't doing his job, or something was going on, you had every right to do what you did. However, no matter how it made you feel, you had
Well, see,
every right.
this is what he was doing. I was the only black guy out there. And so they had some people had got COVID, and the supervisors and stuff, even the owner of the company had got COVID. And the protocol over there, if you get COVID over there, you have to stay in your room for 2 weeks. You can't go out at all. And so he put me as supervisor, and the white boy got mad, and he was recording stuff on his phone and sending sending videos and stuff without me knowing, and going back telling the owner of the company, hey man, Mac doing this, and that. He ain't working, blah, 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 blah. Well, they got security cameras out there. And so when he went and told the owner all this shit, the owner pulled the security cameras. And when they brought back the security cameras, they seen him on his phone not working and seen me doing what I was supposed to do. So the owner was like, hey man, Mac, I'm gonna leave it up to you. Like, we talked to him and told him like to get off that shit. What do you want to do? I said, I want his ass gone.
Yep.
And you know
I want
what?
his
Let
ass
me tell
gone.
you something. It was a time that they had requested, I actually requested for them to pull cameras. Because you know what? Let me tell you something. When you're a good person and you're a good worker and you do your
Mm-hmm.
shit,
Exactly.
you ain't you ain't scared of with them cameras, because you know you do your shit every day, all day, right? I don't do my shit just because I think when somebody watching. I do my shit every day, all day. So it don't matter what you see. You're gonna see me working. You're gonna see me doing what I'm supposed to be doing. And it came to a point where somebody comes and lies on you, they're going to see you doing what you were supposed to be doing. You're not in the hall creating bullshit. You're where you're supposed to be. And the
Exactly.
other person is not where they're supposed to be. And that shit, it tells its own story. And guess what? When it comes down to it, that person can be gone and you still have your shit.
Mm-hmm. Those cameras, some people don't like them, but they can be a lifesaver. I'm gonna tell you. It's so many times I've told my manager,
I love the cameras.
pull the beautiful beam footage,
Roll that
cause
beautiful bean
roll it, cause
footage.
it will show you. One thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do my job, and I'm gonna be, because I look at it like I'm not only I'm in a profession, I have a license, but I'm black, a female, okay, and so I feel like I have a lot stacked against me. So I feel like I have to do 200% a lot of times,
Yes,
because
ma'am. Yes,
yeah, the
ma'am.
same person in the same situation can barely get by. But I feel like I need. But I mean, my mama taught me. That's how my mama raised me anyway. Okay, and so when somebody gonna question my work ethic or whatever, hey, there go. There's the. I mean, my work speaks for itself, and then you have the video, so you can see what you can see it. Because I'm gonna tell you something. Other than that, it'd be your word against theirs, and who are they gonna believe?
Let me tell you something. Just me. This was maybe 30 something years ago when I was in the private field, right? And I worked for this company. It was a hotel, y'all. And I was in the accounting field. But let me just be honest with you. I had somebody come and tell, complain or whatever, trying to get us fired. Me and another lady. That shit was so disheartening when this woman cussed me out. And I told her, I said, girl, never in your rabbit ass mind should you think to talk to me like this ever again. Do you know this woman went to human resources and cried and said she was scared for her life and she didn't know how she could work with us?
Mm-hmm.
And when I tell you from that day forward, I have always watched, been scared of, and monitored any kind of relationship I've had with white women.
Mm-hmm.
Because those people know how to fucking preform. This is a woman who actually threatened us and was basically saying she would whoop ass and all this here. I said, girl, let me tell you something. Never in your rabbit ass mind. And because I had the weakness, the stupidity to trust a black manager, I told him exactly what I said. I told him the truth. And you know what he said? Well, I'm going to have to write you and the other black lady up. Now, I told him what I said. The black lady didn't say shit. He was trying to write me and her up. I'm going to be honest with y'all. I went to a white man who was over him. And I lied. And I started crying because I wasn't trying to cry, y'all. With just the emotions that was in me. I don't know what happened. I started crying. Do you know this white man threw all that shit out?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah, that
so
has
this
happened
is
with
what
me
I
before.
will say this here. I have always known from my teenage years, from my college years, white men might be against black men, but they do not really be against us.
Yeah,
Just
they don't
what
see
I
us as
will
a threat.
say,
That's because they don't see
white,
us as a threat.
but listen, white women are for black men, but they're really not for us. They're
No,
against
no,
us.
I don't think that. I don't think that
I
at
think
all.
white women are against black women, but I also think white men are for black women. I
Oh,
don't
I
know
don't. I
why.
don't. I don't think
Oh,
so.
I do.
I
I
think
do.
that. I think that they
It's
just don't see
happened
us
to
as a
me too
threat.
many times in my life where they will come through against
Mule,
the
if that
odds.
man had Mule, if that man,
Hmm.
if you were his counterpart or if you were his peer, if that man felt threatened by you or
Yeah.
no, trust and believe,
If you were
I
his
don't.
peer, your tears would not matter, honey.
It would not matter. It would not matter. And if black men think for 1 minute, and I hate to make this about race, but
I'm just
look,
gonna say this here. That white woman tears had that black man believing like I was a monster.
oh
And
I
that
can
white
believe
yeah,
that.
woman had
Yeah.
cussed me out and basically said all kind of shit. And when I told her, girl, in your rabbit ass Wallace dreams, you don't ever talk to me like that. That's all I told her is I didn't threaten her. I didn't approach her. I didn't, try to be dramatic like I was gonna beat this bitch ass.
And she went to that
She
black
went
man.
up there and she went to that black man and cried and said she was scared for her life. And that nigga believed her.
You know he did.
Damn.
And when I tell y'all, I went to that white man over him, and I didn't even perform like I could have performed, y'all. Y'all know the mule can perform. I
Look,
just went,
you.
and for some reason, I don't know. At the end of the story, I started crying.
Woo.
I'm not gonna lie. I think I was just that emotionally worked up, but I didn't even try to perform. I'm gonna be honest. It wasn't no game I was running,
That's
but I
right.
was trying to let him know. Listen, however she perceived it, this is a lie. You know what this white man told me? I believe you. And do you know that man was 10 toes fucking down for me?
so
That
Mule, did this
that man
man
was
know?
10 toes down.
Does he know what the black guy did?
He just knew. You know what he told me? This is the honest to God's truth. This was in 1994 and 1993. You know what this white man told me? You know, she used those tears. Now, I had just finished crying. I had hurry up and start wiping my tears because I'm saying to myself, he's talking about she used them tears. I'm like, damn, I'm crying. I was trying to be strong after that. I'm like, God damn. Do you know what that white man told me? She used her tears. He said, but I believe you. He said, because I know. And he called my friend name. He said, I know you and her never are intimate. And this white bitch wasn't just trying to get us off the ship. She was trying to get us fired. She said she couldn't work with her. She was scared. She was in fear for her life.
He probably knew. It probably ain't no
That
telling how
bitch
many
said
times
she was
somebody
in
had been
fear
in
for
there
her
on her.
life. How you say some shit like that against girl me? The mule, the meekest motherfucker, girl. Look, I'm like, girl, when that man told me, oh no, she used her tears. Girl, let me tell you something. And I know y'all not gonna like this, but I have had them stand for me more times than on
Mule, I'm sorry, I
mhm.
missed that last part where you said they've done what?
Those other men, they know they're women. They know they're women.
I think that's a lot of it too.
They
That's a
know
Mule,
lot
I
they're
of it.
don't
women.
Mule, I don't completely agree with you. I don't think that white women are for black men like that, but
Nope,
I
me neither.
can I can be honest and say that white women police officers, I've had the best experience with them. I've never gotten like a ticket or anything. I've been in a situation I've been in a
Yeah, Moo
situation
because she
where
wanted your phone number. She probably thought you was
I
gonna
don't know
slide her
about
your
all that. I
phone
don't know
number.
about all that. All I'm saying is
But he know his
I
ass
was in
know
a
about that. She
situation one
wanted that
time
damn phone number.
where
She know he know.
the cops was about to beat me up because a cop had stole my WrestleMania tickets one time. I bought some tickets to go to WrestleMania and I got stopped and this nigga stole my tickets. So I seen him again and I threw a drink in his face. And
Ooh.
like, so they had he called a couple of his buddies. They had me in the back seat of the car. This white woman came, opened the door, took me out of their car, put me in her car, and drove me. And she said, "Look, they was getting ready to do something to you. Like you wasn't finna go to jail. They was finna take you somewhere and do something to you." And that was done. The situation was done. So I'm saying like, but just in regular situations where last time I got stopped was in Montana. I was driving in the mountains. I was going like 90 into 70. And she pulled me over and I said, I smiled. I was like, hey, I can't get no ticket today. It's these mountains, you know what I'm saying? I'm from Texas. I ain't used to driving in the mountains. How you doing today? And she was like, oh, I'm well and okay, it's fine. Just, slow down. But so I never had a bad experience with a white woman cop. I can honestly say that, you know what I mean? But I don't necessarily think white women are for us in general. But I feel what you're saying, Mule, or why you would say that. Not that I agree.
Mule?
Y'all still on? I know did Mule go
I'm
quiet?
here. I'm still here. I had got
Yeah.
a phone call, but maybe she dropped off. I don't know.
Yeah, congrats again on the baby, Moo.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, man.
congratulations.
I'm loving my little bunny. She's so beautiful, man. I love my little bunny. But yeah, like I love this life. I love this life. Like I was hugging and kissing on my wife today and telling her like, man, I'm so glad. Like I love our family. Uh, just this is being able to be home and be with them and spend the time that I spend with them is it's the greatest it's the greatest moments of my life. So, at 41 to have little babies because I have grown boys that I raised and but it was a different time. I was young. I was, doing some street shit here and there, and
Mm-hmm.
kind of wild. I wasn't able to just see it for what it was. And
Right.
don't get it twisted. Now I took care of them. You know what I mean? Like even I was telling Mule last time. Like I took them with me all the time, and even in some places they probably shouldn't have been. But you know what I'm saying? Them was my boys, and I took care of them. I raised them. We still close to this day. You know what I mean? They 23 and 21. But at the
Mm-hmm.
same time, it was things that I did not do that I had no idea of at the time. Like I didn't open up a savings account for them. I didn't buy them no stocks and stuff like that because I didn't know nothing about that at the time. I was just struggling to try to keep money in my pocket and pay the bills and pay their bills over there, do for them what I needed to do for them. And it was just usually just a struggle. Even, you know what I mean? It was even sometimes where I would have to I have to ask them like, look, I only got a little bit of money. Like if they always wanted to go to my apartment, I'm like, I only got a little bit of money, so I can buy a whole bunch of noodles with these couple of dollars I got, or and some juice, and like that's it. We can't go nowhere because I ain't got no gas money. Or I can like pay some gas money. Y'all get some food from your mama house and bring it over, and we can actually go somewhere. But just days like that. But I always had my boys with them. Like I always spent time with them no matter what. I spent a lot of money on them too when I had it, but I ain't always have money like that when I was younger. But
Right.
so right now, man, it's just beautiful to be able to be where I'm at, and be in a position to take care of them to where my wife ain't got to work, and I can take care of everything, and she can be at home chilling and just enjoying her life as a mother, and coming home, being with them, and running around with them all day is it's a beautiful thing. It's definitely a blessing, and I appreciate it.
Wow. That's beautiful.
Well, congratulations, Moo Moo. That is wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
That is awesome.
But back to them white women. Like I said, I don't feel like white women is for us. What y'all
Oh
think about that?
Lord.
I don't think they for us. Like, even though, like I said, them cops, them white women cops, they've been my hero. You know what I'm saying? They looked out for a nigga in every situation. But in general, like white women is
You
they
know
don't
what?
love us like that.
You know what? I took a class when I was getting my degree that they now I don't know if they're really for anyone, and I hate to say that, but it's just like history to me. I feel like they've been it's just like a spoiled kid, you know what I'm saying? When you have a spoiled kid that's used to kind of getting their way, sometimes that's what they're used to. And so they're gonna go with whoever's gonna give them their way, or where they can, you know what I mean? Like they talk about this hypergamous and hypergamy and all that kind of stuff. And I just feel like not that they have to do it for survival, they do it because that's what they're used to. That's history. Like us, we may do it for survival. We do it because, oh my goodness, we're going to be looked down on, or we're going to be talked about, or we're going to be judged. No, they're going to do it because that's kind of what they expect. I work with people like this. They can be mentally ill, and they will still feel like they're better than you, right? Like they could be on the other side of the glass, and they still will feel like I'm better than you. Call you a nigga, whatever it is, and it's like you they got meth mouth, whatever they dealing with, whatever they're dealing with. Like I said, so it's just that's what they're used to, and I guess you can't fault somebody that is doing what is natural to them. That's natural to them, you know. So that's why I don't like making it about race. But it ain't no way, even with my husband, I can't cry and get my way, even with my husband. My husband gonna be like, girl, please. Like, excuse like, so that's not my first go-to, is tears. So when that
I,
man saw Mule crying, he probably was like, this is bad. You
but
know,
that's
because
that's natural for
me, yeah,
all
wait,
men
let me,
though.
no,
Like
no,
when we
no, let
see
me
when we
tell you
see women
something.
cry, we
No,
we
no,
most of us
no. Momo, when that white man saw me, when that black man saw me crying, he looked at me like I was disgusting.
Yeah, he didn't
When
care.
the
That
white
man didn't
man was
care.
asking me the same questions, and I was so overwhelmed and frustrated because this bitch had cussed me out, Moo, and my rage, I was so upset with her. I started tearing up. I did the same thing for the black man. That when a white man asked me those same questions, I started getting emotional and started tearing up. But when the white man saw it, that motherfucker told me, I understand. But when a black man saw me tearing up, he believed everything that white bitch said. He believed everything that white woman said. And that was the craziest thing because she was the one started the cussing, started the pejoratives and the negative shit, right?
But Mule, do
She
you really think
started
he
that shit.
believed it? Do you really think he believed it? Because your work ethic should have shown him different.
I
I
don't
think
know.
that
But let
sometimes
me tell
people,
you, it wasn't even just on me, it was me and another woman. But you know what was crazy? A white man was like he was like, nah, he was like, I don't believe that. And I mean he dismissed all that shit. He ended it all like I promise you, like in a second. He was like, I don't believe none of that. He was like, I already know how she is. And don't worry about it. And it was done. The shit was done. When he told me don't worry about it, it was over with. I was like,
Mule, you know what else he probably looked at? He probably looked at it like, I don't need no, I don't need Don King and Jesse Jackson coming up here. I don't need no
nah, I'm
NAACP. He
telling you,
probably
I
thought
was
it
Well,
was
I'm
telling
I'm gonna say
him,
this too. He might
listen,
have.
I was telling him, I was like, man, she started all of that cussing. And when she started cussing and kept on saying bitches and fuck this and fuck that and you bitches, I told her, I said, let me tell you something. Don't you ever in your rabbit ass mind think you gonna get away with talking to me like this shit. I said, I never once called her a bitch back or none of that. When I told him that shit, and then he went and pulled that fucking beautiful beam footage. But that black man who pulled that beautiful beam footage act like he was gonna write me and this other sister up. You know who got written up? You know who got fired? The white woman. I'm gonna be honest with you. The black dude got fired shortly after that shit. Cause he, but I'm gonna be honest. That was not my
You got
goal.
that beautiful snowflake, pure white, precious
Mm.
woman fire.
Yeah, because she was trying to pull that shit like she was so scared for her fucking life. And you started all of that shit. You started it. You was calling us bitches. You was saying all kind of shit. All I told you, never in your rabbit ass mind, you better not never talk to me like that ever again in your fucking life. And you went and said you was scared for your fucking life. But you called me a bitch. You called me all kind of names, all kind of shit. Let me tell you something. In 1992, yeah, I sued a company for $50,000. It took me 11 years to get it, but I won it. They knew I had a hell of a lawsuit. They fired her ass. Let me tell you something. These white folks have learned to be kosher. They learned to shut
But
the fuck up.
Mule, that's what I was saying. That man, you don't think that man know like the danger, like the risk that woman put that company in? I mean, like, now I'm not saying he didn't believe you, because even the black man knew your work ethic, right? He saw that, he looked on the cameras, but this man looked at it from a logical standpoint. You know
Yes.
what? This woman is right. Like, this woman is a good worker. I don't want this woman suing us. So I feel like their motivation for standing up for what's right is totally different. They're gonna look after their pockets. But I'm gonna tell you something. If you were in
Yes,
competition with him
they
for
looked
a
out
job,
of their pockets, but the other our men look
they
out
think for the
ahead for the
totally
white
different.
women.
I don't know about a fear, but I just believe it be looking. They,
Well, I think another thing is that he may have been sincere and actually seen it for it was because they know each other. Like they
could have
know
been.
how white
That's
women
true.
are. They know
They,
how white
yeah,
women are. And
yeah. He
so
probably had dealt
I
with her before.
yeah, like and I think sometimes they actually do be sincere in those situations because they know that other white people play them games. They know themselves. And so it's like sometimes they be like, nah, we ain't even finna I'm not even finna let it go down like this time. He probably felt like Mule was a good person and he just not gonna let that happen to her.
Let me
And
tell you something about Mule. Let me tell y'all something what y'all don't know about the Mule. The Mule wait 10 years, 15 years. Let me tell you something. When I'm right, I'm fucking right. If I'm gonna go ahead and pay a lawyer and sue, if I'm suing you, I know I'm all the way right. I know it's just a matter of time for me to wear your lawyers down. And I got a daughter who just about to graduate law school who give me all kind of advice now. Y'all don't want to fuck with the Mule. So I'm just saying, I'm even better now. If I was good in my youth, if you thought I was good in my youth, y'all, my daughter want me to sue somebody who I don't want to sue right now.
shit, sue him.
When you all the way in
That's
the
what I say,
right,
Mo. That's what I say.
no, I'm just saying, when you all the way in the right and people are proven to be in the wrong,
Hmm.
there's large lumps of lawsuits you can file. And I've even seen in YouTube where people, I'm gonna just be real. Nala let a lawsuit go. My daughter has been examining this lawsuit for a whole year. Girl. She's like, Mama, I think I can win that. And she graduates, y'all. She about to graduate. Let me tell you, I can't wait for somebody to do some negligent shit against me. Like I wish I could come hurry up. I need to hurry up and get some subscribers so I can get done dirty like this people and sue them. This I swear to God, the
But
shit
that's the
my
best way to do it instead
the
of
shit
being
my
vindictive.
daughter says that
Just go the
she's
legal
like,
route.
listen, going the legal route, my daughter's like, Mom, everything they own. Fuck what you heard, what they own. You go after what they own. You go after if they own a boathouse, if they own a rental property, anything. You go after that shit. You go after everything. And that's what you sued them for. And when I tell y'all, listen, I'm about to have my own private attorney. Y'all gonna be fucking sick. I hope I get this YouTube channel popping. Y'all gonna be fucked up. Not you, Moo Moo. Not you, just me. Not Miss Me.
Look,
I'm
I
just
was getting
saying these
scared,
here.
Moo Moo. I was getting ready to get out. Miss Mimi, I was like, okay, let me go.
Look, I'm saying
Let me
all
get
these
out.
here crazy people, like these weirdos. Man, y'all don't know how many weirdos I listen to in a week. It's like that hate women. It
Yes.
listen, and the thing is, like, if I go into the chat, they'll be like, I'll say something smart. Really, I'll say something fucking fucked up, right? And they'll be like, "Well, you hate men." And I'll be like, "No, I love black men. Fuck, I got nothing but black men around me in my family, my husband, my sons, my dad, right? I have nothing. But you men, no, I don't like you niggas. like just because I like them don't mean I like your ass, right? I'm like, no, you fucked up in the head, right?
Yeah, when I first came to YouTube, I was swinging for, black men. I'm like, I have a black husband and I have black sons. And I'm thinking, but you know what? The men on YouTube are not like my black husband
They're
and my
not.
black sons.
Oh
So
my
I
God,
have
just
to
me, they're
govern
not.
accordingly. They're not. And so I
They,
had to kind of put things in perspective. Yeah. They're
they're
not.
not. They're not. And they say the most off the
Not you,
wrong
Moo.
shit.
I'm just saying. Well, I'm just
Not you.
saying.
Yeah, I'm
Well, I
not trying to
mean,
say you.
I ain't never worried about that. I know I'm not in that class. I never been. I think
Right.
these dudes are like, because even on a
No, but you
level
do
of like,
sometimes have to say it because these Negroes try to play games and try to do word plays and be like, oh, they're talking about you. No, motherfucker. We're not talking about him. We're not talking about. I'm gonna just even name people who not here. I'm gonna name T Will. We're not talking about him whether
No,
he
yeah,
here
he
or
is right. He's
freaking
really
not. He
nice.
don't gotta be here. I'm not talking. I'm not talking about the decent good men. Put it like
No.
that. We're not talking about regular good decent men. That's the shit they don't want to hear you say. I'm not talking about Taz. I'm not talking about. They don't want to hear you say that shit. They don't want to hear you talking about decent
Because
people.
they
They
simps to them,
yeah,
they
but see,
simps.
Mule, this the thing. Even when I wasn't decent, I could still never say that shit about black women because it's just not true. Like
Uh-huh.
when we was at, this is what I don't understand about these
But
guys, if
listen,
they
Momo,
being
even
honest.
when I wasn't decent, I never hated my fucking brothers. I never hated the fucking men. That's the craziest thing.
Me neither. But you know what
Yeah,
else,
but
Mule?
it's like they
I'm
don't. My
disappointed.
bad.
But Mule, I'm disappointed in the women too. I'm sorry.
Yes, the
Cause I
women
thought I was
too.
gonna come. I thought it was gonna be kumbaya. Like, okay, when I found out how the men on YouTube, I was like, oh no, let me find a sisterhood. Like us women. No, because you know what? No, it's just not good. It's really bad. I just bought me a dog, and I'm just glad I don't have to die alone. I got me a puppy, and I got a husband, and I do this for just recreation, for real. Like not a hobby, kind of like a hobby, because I was really coming in with like heart and soul and like, oh, make a difference and whatever. And I had somebody tell me this is just the internet and it's just entertainment. And I was very disappointed. I was very, very disappointed because I feel like, golly, like, I don't know, like we shouldn't even be like this with each other, man or
We should
woman.
not.
We
Well,
Man
I
or
shouldn't.
think a lot
woman.
of them guys are just too they let the relationship get too much in the way. And what I don't understand is like I come up under women that love me, like aunties, cousins, my sister. And so it's like to
Wait,
talk to
I'm
certain.
sorry, Momo. Let me cut you off one more time and then I promise I'm gonna let you have it. Y'all, let me tell y'all something. My sons, my one daughter, my nephews, I think I have 8 nephews, if I'm counting right. Eight. I have 8 nephews. Let me just be honest. My sons, my one daughter, my nephews on my biological side. Then I have, I think, 2 nieces. I think in 4 nephews on my husband's side. I love all of them, y'all, to death. When I tell y'all I will get them for the summertime, I love my nieces, my nephews, my daughter, my sons, my daughter, my nieces, my nephews. This shit is crazy on YouTube. This shit is crazy. It, it's as if we are supposed to really fucking hate each
Hate.
other.
Yes,
I
exactly.
could never see me hating a
Hmm.
fucking little black girl or a little black boy.
But yep,
I can't
exactly.
fucking see it. I can't
Hmm.
even imagine it. I wouldn't want to imagine. If I imagine me hating a little black girl or a little black boy, If I could imagine me hating them, I don't know what I would want to do with myself. This shit is crazy. I'm sorry, Mumu. Go ahead. Go ahead, have it. I'm emotional
Yeah,
right
then
now.
after
Oh
Mumu, I
no, you
wanted to
good.
add something,
Okay.
something that Mumu touched on.
Yeah, my bad, man. It's so good. No, I was just saying, like, you know, I feel like a lot of these guys must be like bad people in general, and not just even in the context of relationships, because you have those guys out there. Like, we know how it is growing up in black families, and like I said, I come up under women that love me. My mother died when I was 15. Since she died, I had like aunts to step up to be my mother. To now, like, I tell people I got three mamas. You know what I'm saying? Because they all see me as like they son, and it was no problem. Like, it's right now to this day, I can leave my house right now and call a black woman that I'm, whether it be a sister or auntie or cousin, and say, "Hey, what you got to eat?" And if they ain't got nothing, they'll get up right now and cook me a meal. And like, for real, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's
Momo, my
because they know I'll go mow their yard when they need
wait,
whatever they
Momo,
can. You know what
I
I'm
swear
saying?
to
Like,
God, I have my mom died when I was 3 years old. I don't have a fucking uncle in my family. I don't have an uncle in my family or auntie in my family that did not mother me, that did not cherish me. My uncles and my aunts mothered me, cherished me with my dad until my dad remarried. Let me tell you something, y'all. I don't have no fucked up shit like I should. I think I should have more fucked up shit. I think I should as a motherless child, but I really don't. Because if I call one of my aunts right now and say, "Oh, I'm coming to New Orleans," "Oh, what you want me to cook? What you want to do? Well, where you going? Who house you going by? Well, where we gonna meet at?" That's what I hear. That's the shit I hear. I don't hear "fuck you, you ain't shit." I don't hear the shit that I hear these people say. I don't hear it. I hear, what you want me to cook for you, baby? What you need? Where you going?" Even when I was in school, y'all listen. I dropped out of school, out of college, and went and got married. When I left from Dillon University, y'all, do you know when I graduated from college? Do you know every last one of my biological mom, aunts, my uncles, my adopted mom, her aunts, uncles, grandparents, all of them was there. I I I I shit you fucking not. I shit you not. My biological parent and my adopted parent, my husband sometimes still to this day gets confused with them. And he knows. He knows this. But he still gets confused because they treat me all the fucking same. Because I treat them the same. It's nothing but love with me. I'm the mule. I promise you. Let me tell you something. If I love you, I fucking love you. Is no fake shit with me. Is no "I love you today." It takes so much out of me to stop loving you. I saw my brother do all kind of shit when I was young. It took me really seeing my brother abusing a woman, abusing her and putting her head through a wall for me to stop finally talking to my brother. I don't do fake love. I don't have fake love. So if the mule says she loves you, the mule loves you. Whether we ever meet in real life or not. The shit you show me, and even if it's a performance online, if I say I love you online, I love you. And that's the persona that you have given me, right?
Mule, I'm the same way, but you know, a lot
But
of time
just
it's not
me, let me be honest
reciprocated.
with you. The person who
So
I say I am online, I'm really that motherfucker in real life.
that's me too. I
That's
don't
just
know how, I
me.
can't be fake. I don't know how to. I can't keep it up.
No, but people know
I
how
couldn't
to. I'm
keep
gonna be
that up.
real with you.
A
People
lot of
know
people
how
do.
to. People know how to. So if I say I love you and I really love you and call you my little sis online and my little bro online, I'm gonna fucking stand by you. When I say you my little sis online or you my little bro online, you mean something to me. That shit means something to me. I don't do that to everybody. So I just want y'all to pay attention to that. When I say Tequila is my little sis online, that means I think she a genuine bitch. I think she fucking thorough. I think she sweet. I think she who she when I say Sharice, let me tell you something. Sharice cutthroat. You heard me? She's so sweet, but she ain't taking no shit off nobody. You hear me? So when I say Sharice is my little sis, that's my little sis. And Sharice cut like a knife. You heard me? Sharice don't play shit. She don't play no games. But she's sweet as pie. She the sweetest person on YouTube. She really is. She'll do anything for you. But she not no bullshitter. So when I tell people these things, I really stand by these people. When I tell y'all these people, I stand by them. My sister Incognito, let me tell you something. She's an educated motherfucker. She is educated. And when Incognito drop knowledge on me, I listen. Because I can be wrong about a lot of people. She'll be like, no, sis, this person is blah, blah, blah. I'll be like, I don't like them. No, they like this, blah, blah, blah. And then I listen to her and I listen to the content and I go, I do like what they're saying. She gonna drop that bomb on me and change my mind. But she ain't coming with no bullshit. When I tell y'all I have people in real life from my real life coming into my media life who I appreciate, who I love, I do. And that's all I'm saying. RM is a soldier through and through. But when RM comes, she coming dropping bombs. The same way MJ coming dropping bombs. Straight up. They ain't holding no prisoners. Not one. So, I mean, I'm gonna go on mute because let me tell y'all something. I notice fake like fake, but real like real. And I'm gonna just be honest with you. I'd rather be with somebody who gonna argue with me, disagree with me,
Hmm.
than a
Me too.
motherfucker who gonna not like me, but come to see them not liking
Hmm.
me. They got
Or
people who
agree with
will
you, and
watch
you
you
know you
every
when they
day.
know you're not right.
They got motherfuckers on YouTube watch you every day and hate you.
Hmm.
That's some
Yep.
shit I'll never do. That's some
Yep.
fake ass shit. Let me tell you something. Just me. If you had content and I know I couldn't stand you, I would unsubscribe. I wouldn't even see you every day.
Hmm.
But they got people who watch you just to hate you.
Yep.
That's some shit I'd never do to
Or
nobody.
you got people that want people to agree with them, and it's like, don't agree with. Tell me when I'm wrong. I want to know. Tell me when I'm wrong. I
Exactly.
don't don't
Tell
I don't
me.
want. I don't need minions. I want to grow. Tell me when
That's
I'm wrong.
that's
I will accept it. And you know what? You could tell me. You don't even have the way you tell me. I don't even care. It doesn't even
I
matter
don't even
anymore. I'm
care.
of
If we
age.
gotta
Yeah, I agree
argue,
It
with that,
girl,
don't
we
matter.
could be
Jasmine.
up all night
Right,
arguing.
Mimi.
I wouldn't give a
Hmm.
shit.
Exactly.
Just me. You know me. Oh, girl, we could be up all night arguing. And then I'd be
Hmm.
like, damn, you know what? Hell for you right.
Yep. Yes, I have heard. I have
you,
heard.
You know
You see
me.
that?
I'm like, you
Yeah.
know what? She done wore me down. Oh, this
Yep.
motherfucker done worked on my
Yeah.
last nerve.
Mhm.
You
Yeah.
know, I mean, look, this here robot shit, I don't like. I don't like. I gotta think what you think for us
No,
to
I'm
be
not.
cool.
I
If
can
I gotta
barely
think,
think what I think. I can't think what you think, and then what I think. Nope. Mm-mm.
hello. But if I gotta
No.
be cool with you and agree every damn thing, what if I disagree? What if I'm wrong? What if I'm right? What if I'm right and you wrong? You know what I'm saying? I mean, goddamn, all your
Right.
points.
And you know
Let
what,
me
too,
know.
Mule? And you know what,
Uh-huh.
too, Mule? That's like I don't know if you remember, like there was like 2 weeks ago, right? When we were talking about how there's more women in the world than men, and but we were talking about our community.
Yeah.
So I was like, no, genetically women have more girls. That's just, and you were like, no. And we were
Uh-huh.
going back and forth with it. And I looked it up and I was like, Mule, you're right. And there was like no beef, no argument. I didn't get upset. Like there's sometimes like you could tell somebody something, you'd be like, no, 1 + 1 = 2. And they're like, no, it's not. No, it's not. Even when you show it to them and they'll still try to argue over the point
Yep.
rather than just
Mhm.
accepting, you know what? I was
Yeah.
wrong about that.
And they won't do it.
It's
I
no big
Mm-hmm.
mean,
deal.
literally, you can
Shit.
show them, and they would not do it.
And you know what's the problem with that shit, Miss Mimi and just me? I
Mm-hmm.
actually looked it up. Maybe it was a year or 2 years ago,
Yeah.
but I might have thought what you thought a while back. But I
Mm-hmm.
actually looked it up, and because I know genetically, listen, it is
Mm-hmm.
half and half. That is the way the beauty that the Creator designed us.
Right.
And then
Right.
you have to start realizing, well, why is it such an imbalance? And the
Mm-hmm.
imbalance comes from 12 to 18. Our black boys honestly get murdered. And who do they mostly get murdered by? Each other,
Other.
by other black boys.
Yeah, that was disappointing. Like when I read the article,
Yeah, yeah,
when I went through everything, like the ratio, the boy to girl ratio in the community, and then when it went into factors, and then when it came to the homicide part, it's almost like you knew what I was about to read. You were like, "It's all right, just read it."
yep. It blew my fucking mind. It blew
Mm-hmm.
my mind. How many homicides from black boy to black boy? That shit is
Yep. And then the
crazy.
people,
And, and,
yeah,
and
they
it's not
murder each
even
other. Then they got to go to
adults.
jail. So guess what?
Yeah.
The black man male now he's in jail. He's in jail for life, or he in
But it
jail for
ain't
life.
even black men. It's males.
Yeah,
So
males.
because
Yeah,
they're
they
so
are
young.
naturally
It
violent.
goes from
Yeah.
12. 12 don't even count as teenagers, just me.
Mm-mm.
Listen, 12 to 18. That shit is sad. We lose so much of a percentage of our black males during those years. And then when they get out, they're felons for the rest of their life. It's crazy.
Yeah.
So not only did they take another black man's life, now they're felons. A lot of them can't vote, can't have a gun, can't do a lot of jobs. It's a lot of restrictions on them. And I don't know. It's
And they
so much.
struggling. That's right. It's
Yeah,
bad.
it's so much. And I'm
Mm-hmm.
gonna tell you this here, their mothers, their grandmothers are there, their sisters and brothers are there trying to hold them up. And they shit on all of the women who are there. They shit on a lot of those women who are there holding them. Let me tell y'all something. My husband just recently, maybe 2 years ago, with my uncle, with all of this, not you niece, because he loved white women. And he would always bring his new perspective over from California. Be like, but black women ain't shit, but not your niece, because he loved me to death. And
I
it
have an
would,
uncle that say that too.
yeah, girl, it would always be not you, but not your niece, you know. And so I'm not the, not you, but having my husband and my brothers keep calling him a coon, but every time one of my kids graduated, he was there. And I just, I think from the South we raised to hold up our elders, right? And so this my uncle, he's my mom's brother, he's an elder. So even if he says some shit I don't agree with, I would just bite my tongue and not say nothing. But my husband, he like from a different breed. His ass gonna say something. But this is the shit that these men think are real men online. That real men in the world think is fucking simps. You know how many how many of these online women my uncle done met and married that played him? God forgive me. He like the sucker of the century. Like this shit is crazy. How they get played online and meeting all of these women they buying from the Philippines and from Russia. My uncle had two Russian wives and two Filipino wives, and ain't none of them stay with his ass because he dysfunctional. You
Yeah,
think
but
you
then
can?
you got to look at their motive too. What was their motive? What was their motive in being with him? I mean, was it?
Their motive was escaping the fucking poverty of their countries. That's what
But
it was for, a green
that's
card.
not a pure motive, right? So that
Okay,
you
their
know what I
motive
mean?
was to get the green card. Okay.
Hmm. Right.
Look, I can't hate on them women. Look, they got their green card and their citizens now. Okay. But you couldn't make it work with your black American wife who you had first. Okay. And you put all these women before this woman and divorced this woman and kept looking for all these Russian women. First, he was trying to date girl, yeah, Russian women. Russian male order brides. That shit, not one, neither one of them worked. Then he thought he was gonna get a Filipino bride. That shit was so funny. Listen, they just don't want to be held accountable for not doing the work. We all probably need therapy, and we all probably a little fucked up. But they're really fucked up. They think that these women gonna let them abuse them. No woman is not about to let you abuse them. Straight up. That's all it is.
I didn't know
Yeah.
how bad things were until like I got on YouTube, like and started getting on panels, like, going on, your channel, Bomb's channel. I didn't even know that this like all of this stuff was going on.
Me neither, Mimi.
Me neither,
I
me.
was
It's
just
me,
like,
me. This shit
so
crazy.
so you know what? So like every now and then, I would just like hear certain men speak, and my husband would be listening. Like there's times I'm cooking and I'll have something on, and he would just like listen to the way that like the men are speaking to us black women, and he's just like shaking his head, like grabbing my device, like who is that? Who is this person? I was like, it's just not one person doing this, it's several. I had to keep explaining to him what it was. So I think it was like last month on a Sunday, Queen Cascade was live, and I happened to catch her live. And my husband heard her voice. He's like, "Oh, is she from the UK?" I was like, "Yeah." I was telling him about her content, and he was listening to what she was saying, and he was just like, "I didn't know that this was happening." He's like, when because he does construction, so he's like, when I go out in the city, he goes, I see nothing but beautiful black women. He was like, they're dressed really nice. He was like, they're pretty. He was like, they're friendly. Like, he was like, what are they talking about? Or even like where we live. Well, we don't see us like us women walking around with bad attitudes. Like, yeah, there's like, we're serious if we're in the middle of something, but like nobody's walking around, being nasty
That's what
to
my husband said. He said, baby, even if I didn't marry you, I would have married someone else. He said, I never saw black women or black girls as a problem. He was like, why they keep trying to make it seem like all black women is a problem? I'm like, I don't know, babe. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, shit. Like, when did we become such a problem? The thing is, I really feel like a lot of these men just don't want to don't want responsibility. My husband has responsibility because he is married. He is
hmm
a husband. He is a father. He is now a grandfather. We have responsibility.
Oh yeah, so is my husband. He just became a grandfather again.
What? Oh,
Yes.
Yeah, tell them
congratulations.
congratulations.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Mimi, that means you're a grandmother.
I know. It's
Mm-hmm.
weird.
Oh.
Congratulations.
Yeah, she is so beautiful. His older son, or I should say my son too, um he met his wife at college,
Uh-huh.
and we just knew that they would get married. Like I don't know, like they were together since college.
Wow.
Both graduated, got married. They got married a year later. She had another little girl. She's
Mm-hmm.
um she's gonna be 3 on Thanksgiving. And they got another little bundle of joy, 2 weeks old.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so for
2 weeks,
Thanksgiving we're gonna go to
girl, 2 weeks.
Boston.
Oh my God. 2 weeks.
Yeah,
Girl,
yeah.
look. And I was so mad with my son because he had the second baby and didn't let us know and shit. So I was so mad with him. But oh, let me tell you something. It's nothing like those. My grandson run my house. Y'all should listen. And so to find out that I have another grandson and he won, like I missed all of his weeks, all his months, all his, learning to walk. So I don't know. I just,
Mimi,
uh,
I was listening. I was going in
hmm
Walmart when you were talking about that. Because I'm always in the clouds, even if I don't drop down. A
You
lot of
see,
times.
it was like for my husband it's a big deal because like, biologically, you know, my daughters are in his, but he still looks at it like that. So for him to, and then he had boys. So I had the girls, 2 girls, and he had 2 boys. So I've always wanted boys and he's always wanted daughters. So it worked out.
oh,
But like
Yeah.
seeing this side of him with like when he's getting the pictures of his granddaughters and then like the smile on his face because he was very close with his mother, and his mother passed away, years before I met him. Um she had leukemia and he was very, very close to her. So when he's looking at that, he keeps saying, "Oh, man, I wish my mom was here. I wish my mom was here." And
Wow.
he would look at his granddaughters and he's like, "Yeah, they look like my mom. They look like my mom." Like, and you know what? Both of the little girls, they look like my husband and his son because like my husband and his older son, they're identical in every way. And the little girls look like them, so cute.
That's wonderful. Y'all, that baby's gonna be spoiled.
Thank you. She is.
She's going to be spoiled. Yep,
hmm
and that's
My
what
do-
grandparents do.
my daughters already are like, especially my youngest. My husband spoils my youngest like crazy, and I'm like, I don't say anything sometimes. There's sometimes I'm like, no, she has to earn things. but she does. She's a
Right,
good kid.
right.
She's a good kid, but she just has no limit. Like my oldest, she moved out like 2 months ago. She has her own place with her roommate. I was like, I'm still like nervous about that. I was a little depressed when that happened. But my oldest, she never liked to ask for anything. She was more like me growing up. We never really liked to ask for anything. We were just simple, but my youngest wants everything. I'm like, my goodness. Like today in the middle of the day, she calls me like around 11 or 12. She's like, "Oh, we're getting out early. Can I stop by and get money? I'm going out with my friends." I just feel I'm like, "Oh my God, girl, what are you doing with all this money?" Like just hanging out with her friends, or she likes to collect she's into spirituality, so she likes to order the crystals and all of that stuff,
Hmm.
the evil eye stuff. Like she's really, really into it.
Well, you know what?
And
If they're good
clothes.
kids,
Huh?
if they're a good kid, you have good kids. I mean, there's nothing wrong
Yeah, yeah, I can't
with.
complain.
Yeah, it's like it's
Even
nothing
their
wrong to me.
friends,
Yeah, there's nothing wrong
even
with
their friends
spoiling your kids.
are good kids. Like
Hmm.
my youngest, so she's 15, and her best friend happens to be a boy. So I remember when
Hmm.
she was, and she's known him for since like junior high school. So I remember like when she would talk to him on the phone and stuff like that, like she would never hide or be secretive. And I'm like, and I had to ask her, I was like, is that your boyfriend? She was like, no, that's my friend. That's my friend. But I've seen them interact with each other, and they're best friends. So I get it.
Yeah.
She's like, a lot of people don't get it. A lot of people think that we're
Hmm.
together. And she was like, and it's not like that.
Yeah,
So
I have a
when
friend
he,
like that too. Best friend. Yeah, since
mm-hmm,
kindergarten. Hmm.
yeah, yeah, it is possible, like for a man and a woman to just, be like really, really good friends.
It is. I'm looking for my puppy. Is this
Hey, Mule, I'm
dog
gonna
is?
go ahead and jump off, man. It's good talking. You know I'll be missing you. I love you. If,
You
oh, I
give
guess
the
Mule done
baby a
left.
big hug and kiss for us.
Well, she probably already asleep.
Nah.
Give her
All
a kiss.
right.
Oh.
Yeah,
All right.
I'm about to go back
Thank you
downstairs.
so
We finna
much.
watch a movie, so
Nice.
y'all have a good night, man.
Oh.
It's good talking to
All
y'all,
right.
man.
Good talking to you.
Good night. Good night. Yeah, I'm so glad he came up.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
a
Yeah,
but
good
he's
guy.
really nice. He is.
Yeah.
Yes, he
yeah.
is. Yeah.
And yeah, that's why I was like this lady, pro-black male leadership. I was like, her name freaked me out. I think when I first heard her, I was like so against her name. Like I thought it was like slavery shit or something. I'm gonna be honest. Y'all know I'm petty. I was like, oh, what? Did we have that during slavery? So I kind of was like, do I want her to come on the panel and other people come up to attack her? And then I thought about it. I was like, nah, I wouldn't want that. I wouldn't want that.
She
But
said
if
she
you
was coming
guys,
back.
she said she was coming back. Didn't she say
If
that?
she,
Yeah.
yeah, depending on how long your live was, she said she was coming back. Yeah.
No, but I don't want her to come back tonight. Tomorrow.
Yeah.
She
So
said
maybe she
that.
will.
Yeah. If
Yeah.
she's really serious, if she hit me up tomorrow, if she messaged me tomorrow, I will come live.
Well, I'm gonna have
And
to
and like
watch
I said,
it
I don't really
tomorrow
go
at work.
live like that when everybody else is going live because I really do like watching other people lives. You know what I'm saying? Just because they have more people and I like the interaction with a lot of people. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And
Yeah.
that's why I really be like I love when y'all over with me and stuff because it's the people to me that make it. I don't care what nobody say. Like it's the people. You know what I'm saying? You don't
Yeah,
make
I'm
this
a
shit by
yeah.
yourself.
If I get the notifications, I'm gonna definitely. even if I'm in the clouds, I'm on the support because I feel like it's a safe space and people can come up and they can talk and
Yeah, I want you to
you know
come
what I
up.
mean?
Yeah, I want you
Yeah.
to come up, talk, say what you have to say. If I feel like you're being too rude or negative, I'm just gonna drop you down. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like it's not me disrespecting you or anything. It's just me dropping your ass down
Yeah,
because you
your
shouldn't
house,
be
your
part of.
rules.
Yeah,
Right,
not
exactly. That's the
because
point.
everybody might can't share that same conversation. That's all I'm saying. That's all
Yeah.
I'm saying. Cause with this his sister girl, she's like the best of shit. And if that shit, girl, if y'all watch the video, I promise you, you would be like, Mule don't like this shit. And I did not like it, but she told no lies. Oh my God. I was looking for a way to argue with these people and I could not. I was like, this shit, this ain't real. This
Yeah,
can't be
Well,
real.
I gotta finish watching it.
Girl,
I'm
I
gonna
was
have to
so
watch it.
mad,
Like
Miss
I'm not
Mimi. I
against
was like,
anybody dating outside of their race. I don't care who you find love with. I don't. It could be a midget and I mean a little person.
okay,
I'm sorry. I
but just
apologize.
me. You know, I told y'all this story when I was young. They did this story or blah blah blah, and it said, "Oh, it's 2 million more black women than black men now."
Hmm.
Hmm.
And I said simply, "Okay, black women need to date out," but that does not mean that you showboat that shit. That don't mean,
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You don't. It's not like you down other your race or
yeah,
any other race. You just that's just
Exactly.
your preference. That's just your preference.
girl.
You know,
And
you
these
found love
white
in
men are
another
gonna come up in
race.
that panel and they start talking they shit. Girl, when these white men start talking, just watch it and you tell
I'm
me
gonna watch
what
it.
you
Yeah,
think.
I'm gonna watch it.
Girl, cause
I'm
when these
definitely gonna
white
watch it.
men start
Hmm.
talking, I'm like, what the hell? But they
I'm gonna
told
watch
no
it.
lies either. I was so like disgusted with myself. I'm like, I'm a mule, baby. I was supposed to be fucking these people up.
But Mule,
Oh my god,
I went on Jay Prince panel.
girl. Oh my
Girl, when I
god.
finished with Jay Prince, he gave me a wrench and everything. Mule,
Are you
I got
serious?
I got on his butt. Okay, it was like like I say, I try to just listen because this is like so. I just try to listen to everybody's perspective, and that man was talking so bad about black women that I was like, okay, this is too much. So I just told him I was like, you have daughters, like all I hear y'all talk about is our
He have
wigs, our
nothing but daughters. He have
eyelashes.
like 3 daughters,
He has
right?
three. He has three. I say,
Mm.
all I hear y'all talk about is weaves, wigs, eyelash, all of this feminine stuff. I said, I'm like, it was a Sunday, and I'm like, do you know what my husband is doing right now? He watching the game. Like he's watching the Cowboys game. It ain't no, like literally, I wanted to play Big J went off and it was hilarious. Like it wasn't too long ago, and I was cracking up laughing. And I was like, "You gotta hear this. You gotta hear this." He said, "I don't want to hear that mess. I don't want to hear." It. And I'm like, "Please listen." He's like, "No, nope, that's your thing. You do that." He has no interest in YouTube, and even more so, being on there complaining about anything. He's like, "No."
Yes.
And I said, "What's the solution? Is there any solution?" And I'm not talking about take your weaves off, take your wigs off. I say because my thing is if I don't trust you, I'm not gonna change like that. Like I have hair, but I like my variety. And my husband is like, okay, long as you don't come in here with your hair shaved bald, he good. He don't
Let me
care
tell
about
y'all
that
something.
stuff.
Right now, my hair is in a
Come on.
bun ponytail, right at the top of my head.
Mhm.
But my husband don't care if I wear a bun,
Yep, he don't care.
shade,
Yep.
a wig,
No,
a
he don't want his
weave,
shade. He don't want his shade.
a
My husband
net,
don't want his shade.
a net,
Yep.
whatever you call this shit. He don't
Hmm.
give a shit.
Nope. No.
He gonna
He
tell
don't.
me if I like that, or I like that, or I don't like
Hmm.
that, or I like that. Or
Hmm.
that's it.
Right. And I told him, I
But
said,
so far as
you really
telling
need to
me
be
what the hell to do, he don't
no,
care.
no. I told him, I said, you really need to be careful the way you speak around your daughters. I said, and if you feel that way, how do you treat your daughters? Like, you got to be very, very careful, because you're talking about black women, but your daughters are going to grow up to be black women. Girl, by the time I finished chewing, you know what else I said? I said, I watched, I think it was Fight Club or whatever. I said, and it was a woman of another race that came up. I said, y'all, I said, Jay Prince, y'all was so polite to her, mannerable. I said, I had never seen that panel as respectful and quiet. I said, but the first time a, a black woman just disagrees with y'all go in. I have literally heard y'all curse a woman who is probably old enough to be some of y'all's maybe grandmothers out. I said, it make sense. This woman was making little sly remarks, because I wanted to be like fair. She was making little sly remarks. I said, but y'all were just as polite. I said, and Jay Prince, you was just, it was like you were enamored. It was like you were, you know, it was like you was just smitten by this woman. But you won't even give us grace. What do you mean? What do you, I said, look, I'm not the type to clip and record and all that. I'm like, you know exactly what I'm talking about. I said she was from another country, but she was not a black woman. So he remembered then. I said, let me tell you, girl, I got on Jay Prince so much. You know that man fell asleep. He
You
fell
know who?
asleep on the
You know,
panel. He was snoring. Girl,
just
we were
me.
like,
You know who be over there by on Jay Prince?
oh,
Um, just me. Not just me. Wait, you just me.
yeah,
Who is the other just?
just Jay.
Just Jay. Yeah.
Oh, girl.
hmm
She be going off a lot of times. Oh, Lord.
I like her over there.
She goes off. Oh,
I don't
my
think she go
goodness.
off. I
No.
like her
Yes,
on the
she
panel. She
handles
was on a couple.
herself. She handles herself.
Yes.
She does.
Yes.
She does. Yeah. I talk to her, you know. I keep in
And I
contact with
saw
her. I
her
like her.
on a panel one day. Excuse me. And they had these guys coming after her.
Yep.
And you
They
know,
do.
I get protective, y'all, because I really like Just G.
I do too.
And I was like, oh no, motherfucker. You know, in my mind. And she was like, I don't care where you gonna go, but you gonna leave here. She was handling her business.
Yeah.
And I went in the chat and I said a few things. And, you know, now that I have this name, Mule University, people just know, I guess, you know, the persona. So I really don't like you getting in people chats no more. I'm gonna be honest with you. I can watch somebody program and never type anything in it because I don't really like the negative connotation that comes with.
Girl, I'm gonna troll. Girl, I'm gonna troll. But I know I be wanting to swing for her, but it's times I've swung for her, and I know she grown, and I be wanting to swing because they be attacking her. They come after her.
Yeah.
And she's a genuine person.
She
She
really
really is.
is.
She's a genuine person, and I hate to say that because it's the internet, but you know I can pick up on someone's. I feel I can pick up on someone's demeanor even in like they're like
And the thing
consistently.
is,
She's
I
the
feel
same
like
person
with Just
everywhere.
Jay, I feel like she's just a normal woman.
She is.
I'm gonna be honest. I feel like she's just like me. She's I think a single mother with 2 boys, right?
Yep.
Excuse me. I'm still getting over my cold, y'all. I feel like this is a okay, I'm married. Okay, but I think we are still two in the same. We're one in the same.
Mm-hmm.
Because she's just a normal black mother who love her kids.
Mm-hmm.
And I hate when they throw them kids against her.
They do.
You
Yep.
you know what I'm saying? I can't stand that
Mm-hmm.
shit.
Yep. Oh, they did it. What they did? They don't know this girl. She's been married. This girl's been married. It's a lot of marriages that fail. Why somebody gotta be like? I don't know. And it doesn't matter. A girl. It drives me nuts. It drives me nuts when I know someone is really a decent person,
No, it
a
drives
genuine
me
person,
nuts
and they're
because when they come at her with the single mother shit, I'm like, and I love the fact that she told him not to date. And what? You know what I'm saying?
yep.
And I'm saying to
But you
myself,
know
yeah,
what? I
you
had to
right.
talk to her. I said, don't read the chat. Leave the
Uh,
chat alone. And they know that's your soft spot. You love your boys. So they're gonna attack your motherhood. That's what
yeah.
gets them. Girl, ignore them. It tried as best as
It
possible. Try
drive me
to
though.
ignore
I ain't gonna lie
them.
to you. But when they come at her for that shit, cause I'm like, what if my husband would have died? What if he would have left me? What if he would have divorced me? You see what I'm saying? Listen, this any woman who had a baby can be put in that position. This is bullshit. It's absolutely to me bullshit to judge a single mother. I'm sorry. I don't agree with that.
Yeah. Yeah. She's so sweet. She's sweet. She's misunderstood. But I mean, a lot of us are. And it's just, like I said, yeah, she be handling her own. But you know what, Mule, Jay Prince, he has
He like
made
her.
some
He like her.
changes. He does because she be going in, and he,
I said
girl,
the same thing. I'm sorry. He
change.
like her.
He does. He does. He respects her, and she be trying her best to act right. She tries her best to act right. She be like, okay, but he's what do you call it? How someone has grown. You could tell he's grown. Um, he's not as negative about women. He's very passionate about certain things. Like he don't like jail. He don't care what a person did. He don't feel like they have to go to jail because he went to jail.
Wait, hold on. Girl, today he actually had me at work, girl. And I almost took a message just Jay some shit. Oh yeah, excuse me, y'all. My allergies. It's my
Hmm.
allergies and I'm still recovering. But girl, he was trying to go fight for the man who ran over all the people.
He did what?
Yeah, he was at the courthouse. And
Yes.
wherever
Okay,
he
that's
was
not funny.
at, girl, it
Yes.
was snowing on him. And Judge Jill was like, we got bigger things to fight for, girl, in the chat.
Yeah. Yes. He does not, because he's been incarcerated, he feels some kind of way about that system. He feels like there should be some other type of reform, something else, some other kind of punishment or something, whatever. And you know, that's where it's like you can lose him. It's not so much about black women anymore. Could lose him when you start talking about black women, but now it's more so the
But listen to the Judge Jill.
prison system.
Do you know what his story is? His biological story?
Yes, I heard you talking about it on your one time on a live about his mom and his stepdaddy. He done had like 5 stepdaddies, or um, and he said he loved his mama because you know
Girl, let me tell you, that nigga wrong. Let me
he said he loved his mama.
hold on. Let me tell y'all this. This is his true Jay Prince true origin story. Cause he used to come on Nala and Taz, yeah, I swear to God, and tell these crazy stories. Anybody who is used to them
Hmm.
know Jay Prince. Y'all might just call him James.
Hmm.
but James is G Prince. But let me just say, y'all, this man will come on. He hates his mom, and his mom died when he was 3 or 4 years old.
Mm-hmm.
His mom had 3 kids for his dad. His dad was living with a woman who he said was his wife, and he had 7 kids for her. So he felt like his mom was the outside woman.
Oh, okay.
Because Nala said, well, when your mom died, why your dad didn't take you in? He said, my dad couldn't take us in because he had a wife who he had 7 kids already with. Right?
Mm-hmm.
But later he said that wasn't his real wife either.
Wow.
So his dad just was out here making kids. But anyway,
Mm-hmm.
his mom's sister, who had 0 children, took him and his mom's other 2 kids in. The
Mm-hmm.
mom's sister had 0 kids, was living in a condo and driving a brand whatever year that was kind Cadillac. I mean, right before the mom died, she was doing her life, living high. Mom died. Now this young 20-year-old something girl got 3 kids. She done inherited.
Mm-hmm.
So that mean that run off her little boyfriend. She can't do what she wanna do. She
Right.
can't work
Made
like she wanna
sacrifices.
work.
Mm-hmm.
hmm So she get on food stamp and WIC and move into another house, right? He feel like because she living in another house that Section 8 is now paying for, she living off of him.
So Mule, the way he made it seem, he was like his mom was a good mother, but she may not have been a good woman. So
He
how
was
would he
three
know
when
that if
that
she
lady
died
died.
and she was 3? So do
He
you
don't have
think
no
that
idea.
he faults her for leaving him?
Let me
Like
tell
he
you
faults
something.
her for not being there
When
or
he was
dying?
10, let me tell you what his daddy did. The sister, the mom's sister, was struggling so bad trying to raise her sister's
Mm-hmm.
kids. She filed for child support. The
Mm-hmm.
daddy, who was a truck driver, took her Cadillac, which wasn't brand new no more, and
Mm-hmm.
rammed into it with his 18 wheeler truck, which made him lose his license, and he could never drive
Dog.
another truck again. He blames the auntie, and he says the daddy said, if I can't do what I want with my own kids or not pay for my kids,
Mm-hmm.
ain't nobody going to. He gonna kill all of them. He wanted to kill his own fucking kids, including James.
Mm.
And this ninja blame his auntie for it.
Yeah, he got some issues with his mother. He
His
needs some
mama been
therapy.
there, girl.
Yep, he needs therapy. He needs therapy. See, he probably at 3. Do you like some people may have a memory? Like I remember stuff when I was 5. I remember stuff probably even well, I would say 5 is probably my earliest memories. And so
Well, he
he
was
probably
7 when
remember
his
his
daddy
mama.
tried to kill him. So
Yeah,
he
but
definitely
he
remember
remember
that
that.
shit.
He remember that, but he don't remember his mom. And I bet you anything that just warped. He probably fought her for dying. That woman probably could. I don't know how she died,
He
but
really blamed that lady for dying. That's
he
what it
That's a
is.
had to
hound
because
dog.
he has an issue with women, and look at his baby mama Roro. That woman is pretty.
She been over
She and
backwards
I
for
even
him.
asked him. I
She
said,
fixed
Jay
his
Prince.
credit, y'all. She
Yes, I
bought him a
said,
brand new food truck. This
yep. I
woman
asked
spent
him.
all
She
her
seemed like
money
she was
on
the
buying him
perfect.
everything.
She seemed like she was the
And
perfect
he
pick.
shits on
She
her.
wasn't enough. She was not enough. That man has an issue with his mother, and that woman is gone. And he need therapy. Because I told him, I said she was natural. I didn't see any eyelashes. She helped you with your credit. She helped you with your food truck. If you don't get out of my kitchen, get. I'm sorry, my dog acting up because she know I'm on the phone. So what do you expect? Like out of a woman? Like, you know what I'm saying?
That's not the end
Man.
of the saga. Hey, y'all.
Hey, what's
Hey,
happening,
Hey,
Rochelle.
everybody?
Hey.
hey.
That's not the end of the James saga. It don't
I
stop
know one
there.
thing. What?
No, it don't
What?
stop there.
What do you
Because,
do? What do you do more than that?
well, I mean, of course, not only the fact that his dad tried to kill them, or I'm sorry, unalive them. But then after that, of course, the he used the excuse he couldn't take them because his wife had 7 kids, and so he couldn't take on the other kids. But then it was his mother's fault because his dad tried to unalive them, in which he lost his trucking license. So then he had to work at a car wash. So that was his mother's fault also, that his dad
Girl,
tried to
Even
yeah.
though
unalive
she
him.
was dead, even though she
Even
had been
though she
dead
was
for four
dead, girl, the
years.
daddy had to
No,
go and
no,
work at a
before
car
before
wash.
she passed, he tried to do that while the mother was still alive, and the
No, that
dad.
was when the auntie had custody.
No, no, that was before the auntie had him, because remember he said that there was a big commotion outside because the dad was making a huge commotion and the mom would not allow him to take the children. So he said, if I can't see the kids, nobody can see them, and he stuck them in the car and he drove into a pole.
Oh Lord.
But no, the
Mm.
aunt came in after, the mom passed, and then the aunt took on the responsibility of the children. Same thing that Mule said. But to make a long story short, the aunt, of course, had to get on, assistance and everything to take on the responsibility of those children. So he started disrespecting the aunt, doing all this crazy stuff, and
Mhm.
then got mad because the aunt said he had to go when he got a little of age. And so he hated the aunt because she got on welfare to take care of them. And he felt like she shouldn't have did that. Meanwhile, he was in the
That's
house disrespecting
crazy.
her. Then,
Yeah,
of course,
right.
his saga
Oh
continues
Lord.
now, fast track to him having his own children. Of course, he craps on the baby mama and a kiki keys about the fact that she's on Section 8 while he, meanwhile, owns a $200,000 food truck, but he talks crap about her because he can't help her even though she has his
Cause,
kids. He
but
can't
he
help
had
her.
Roro, who was a baby mama, who got him the food truck, who did all this shit for him, who helped him with his credit.
But it doesn't matter. It's not gonna
But
matter. It's
no,
not gonna matter.
it goes on from there. So again, he has his daughters. He gets on the panel talking about how it's suspected that one of his daughters have been M-worded,
Oh
and
yeah,
he
girl, and
doesn't
he
know
trying to
what
put
to
the
do
child
about it
on
because he
task.
doesn't want to take her to the
Taz said,
hospital or the
Taz said,
police
do
because
not
they're
put
gonna
that
think
little
he
girl
did it.
on him. Yeah,
So
I
he
remember he
basically
wanted.
just let his daughter be out here in the world, possibly M-worded.
Mm-hmm.
And he doesn't want to do
Yeah.
anything about it because he thinks that he's going to be blamed. And it's like, well, they're going to ask. And if she doesn't say you, then why are you so terrified unless it's you?
No, he said she right here. You want to talk to her? He said
Yeah, so he tried to
no.
put her on the
Don't put her
panel.
on here. Girl, he tried to put that little girl on the panel.
He tried to put
Oh
her on
my
the
God.
panel so she could
Taz said,
tell
oh
about
no.
how he was a good father because
Mm,
we stated that he wasn't a good father because he
uh-huh.
did not want to investigate the fact that his child had been M-worded.
And he said he think his daughter had been M-worded, y'all. And then
Really?
he said, told Taz, and Taz said, oh no, don't put her on here. Taz said,
Yeah,
oh
it's a time he was getting ready to put her on there. And they were like, wait. Like it's
no.
like they wanted to stop the stream. They were like, no,
Yeah, girl, they was
don't
about to
do
end the
that.
stream. They said, oh no, don't
He
put her up
tried to
here.
put her on there not once but twice.
Hmm.
It happened multiple times on separate panels. He did it
That's why I
multiple
say.
times trying to get his daughters to come forward and tell
Mm-mm.
how great of a father is, even though he doesn't want to do anything to help her if it was suspected that she was M-worded.
But he has always said that it does not matter. He does not feel like the police should be called. It does not matter. And
Yep.
they've even said, what if it was your grandmother
Yeah,
that got
yeah,
a
we
house
know.
Yeah.
broken
He said
into?
he don't care.
Yeah.
He said he don't care.
He
He
don't
is
care that his
not.
child
He
was
no.
N-worded, so he ain't gonna call the police for
Not
it.
just his child. It don't care if it was his mother. He don't believe people should go to jail, y'all.
Yo,
That's
That's
suspect
therapist.
to
what that
me
People
man have
need
because
said.
no,
therapists.
no, no,
People
no.
need therapists.
That's
They
No,
do.
he
suspect to
have
me.
said that honestly. He
That's
said that.
suspect to me because it sounds like somebody's doing something they shouldn't be doing, and they feel like if
Exactly.
somebody shouldn't call the police because they're a person that you should call the police on. Like for example, I don't know what it is when it comes to him versus the with the daughter and everything, but
Hmm.
for some reason he didn't want to get anybody involved with that, but he wanted to climb on a panel and tell people about it. So to me, and I'm gonna just say it, he made me feel like that he was doing it if something was
Well, I
happening.
just think
And now
okay.
you
I
come
just
with
think
this,
that
you
that's
don't want
the
the police
that
called
may be an
crap.
ignorance because I'm gonna tell you something. If I'm doing something
I'm
I
gonna be
shouldn't be
honest
doing, I'm
with you.
not gonna get on no
RM.
panel and talk
Out of
about
my ignorance, I feel like the same way. Because
it.
I
Yep.
feel
ain't
like
no
he
damn
did
way.
something to her.
No, listen, ain't no way I'ma think something happened to
Nope.
one of my kids and then not want to investigate it or not want to look into it. Yeah,
No.
I'ma feel like, yeah, you part of that shit. I'ma be
Yeah,
honest.
But why get online and talk? Why get on there and talk
because
about
that's what he
it?
does. Just like he got online and made it seem like his dad was a good dad, even though he ran the car into the pole with them in it.
Oh Lord.
But he said his dad was a good dad
Yeah, and tried to kill him and his siblings.
and his siblings, but he
But he
still
said
said he was a
his
good
dad
dad
was
and
a
said his
good dad.
mom basically wasn't shit.
That's probably what he thinks makes him a good dad.
Is what that he tried to kill the
Did he
kids?
try to kill him?
Yes.
Oh Lord.
You know they have
Oh
a
my.
disdain for themselves and women and their children, so he felt like his
Yeah,
daddy was doing them all a favor.
I really feel like that man he needs some no, because
He's
I
the,
can't imagine having daughters.
actually,
I love my sons, and I'm not gonna sit up here and be feeling that way, you know. Oh God.
Ladies, y'all don't know this, but we're having a dinner date over here. Y'all don't know. Y'all are all here with me, and we're having a dinner date.
Um, actually, he also is the same one that said that he had 200 black men, a militia that was going to
Mhm.
go out there and sacrifice and unalive black women. He's the same
I
exact one.
remember that.
Who's having a dinner date? Okay, one second. I'm sorry. I'm not.
We are. We all are. I'm eating crab and
What is that?
what
Oh
are them
my
little
goodness,
round
not
potatoes called?
crab.
Yeah, Ah, that sounds and so some crab good. cakes and some salad. And I'm drinking some cheap wine because cheap wine is the best wine.
The best.
$4
It is
and under.
absolutely the best.
So we're having a dinner
Drinking.
date, and y'all just don't know.
Ooh.
You pulling all the stops on a
I
Tuesday.
sure did, and for no
Mm.
goddamn reason, and
On
for
a
no reason
Tuesday.
at all. What's today?
A Tuesday.
Well,
Tuesday.
because it's Tuesday.
But let me tell you, I do remember him saying he had a militia of
Oh
200 men
yeah,
that was
no
coming to
militia. Oh,
kill,
he don't
not
even
just
have 200 people
well,
in the chat. Come on now.
girl, that man said he had
He said
a
he had a
militia
militia. He
of
said that we need to be
200 men.
sacrificed so
Wait a
they
minute,
Yeah.
who
so
said this?
He
Jay
said black
Prince.
women need to be
Oh God.
sacrificed.
He said we need to be
Yeah,
sacrificed so they can basically step over us and sit
Mm-hmm.
at the table with white men.
with white
That's what a
men.
lot of them
Yeah.
feel, though. He just said it out loud.
He
A
really
lot of them
does
feel
feel
we
like
should be
black women. He really
sacrificed.
feels like black women are just head over heels in love with white. I'm like, it's no prep. Like, where does he get that from? But I want him to get a CPAP machine. I told him you need a CPAP machine out my kitchen. Because that man got sleep apnea, so he might wanna be looking after his health while he. I'm like, dude, you need to be there for your daughters.
No, he needs to just go ahead and get what's
Oh
coming to him as
Lord,
far as his
no.
health.
Oh no. Oh Jesus. Oh Lord.
But no, I just wanted to come up and add to
But
the
let me just
saga
say this
because he has
here.
a long saga.
Y'all, on pro-black white male leadership, the white man who came up there, he mentions this man. and another white man mentions him. And when I tell you they both talking about Jay Prince, and when I tell y'all this nigga is, I know for a fact it's on FBI radar.
Ooh,
This shit so like just waiting to see what's gonna happen with him.
he
Like
done
this
said a
kid.
lot of stuff on
And
panels.
then
Like he,
listen, girl, today he is at the what you call it? Sheriff, the trial of what's the guy who ran over all them people?
Oh,
I don't
I know
remember
what you're
his
talking
name. I
about.
know who you talking about though.
No, I don't think y'all know. The man,
The
the
No,
dude
does
who
best
his
ran
name
over
start
the
with a
chick
D
with
or
the
something?
stroller and like two or three other people. The chick with the
girl,
stroller.
no. He
Oh,
killed all these people at a parade and shit. It was crazy.
the one
Yeah,
that drove through
them
the
people.
marching
I don't know.
band.
I don't understand
Yeah.
anybody supporting anybody that ran over people and killed people. I don't. I just don't get that.
Girl,
So
Jay Prince
right,
did a
and therefore Jay
wait.
Prince, I don't understand.
Jay
He
Prince
doesn't need to
did
be
a
supported.
40, 50-minute live stream supporting that man. And he's at the fucking um at the damn trial. Cause it
Mm,
he said
Oh
I'm
no,
nope,
live
nope,
at the
no.
I
trial.
would throw
Mm-mm.
my own family under the bus. You can't be running around rolling people
You
over
can't do stuff
and
like
just
that.
Oh
you
Exactly.
yeah,
yeah,
his
you
name
No.
cannot.
is Darrell Brooks.
Yeah, I thought it started with a D.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
from
Mm.
Wisconsin.
Yeah, I think that person name is Makisha or something. Waukesha or some crazy shit like that. But that's the
Would you stop? Stop it.
he showed the name of the damn
Mhm.
uh county sheriff's office on his live stream.
Yeah, he
Hmm.
killed 6 people, wounded dozens.
Yeah.
Represented, and he's representing
Jeez.
himself at court.
Yeah.
Acting
Is
a
that
fool
that
in the
clown with
courthouse.
the dreads?
Yep.
And he just there supporting it. Make just like just they just looking at him like this is what you support.
Oh
Oh
Nothing
yeah,
else.
and
man.
then
No
and then it
advocacy
says
for nothing. No nothing of any meaning. But you're supporting this degenerate that ran over people.
right, and then it
This
says
is what you
that
fight for.
2 weeks, 2 weeks before his incident, he was in a domestic abuse case on a $1,000 bail.
Uh,
Yep,
mm.
that sounds about right. That sounds like something he would support.
Well, the thing of it is if that man did what he did, he was going to. I mean, he was going to do it again. I mean, it's like he's going to do it again. He's going to murder.
Yeah,
If he did not get, if he didn't get locked up, he was going to do it again. And I guess even if it's my family, I look at it. It's an eye for an eye. It's an eye for an eye. You take someone's life. If it's not in self defense, it's like how can you justify 6 people? Like, what was his reason for doing that? Did his
I'm trying
brakes
to
go
figure out
out?
like what was his motive. Like,
Like, what was his motive? That's what I want to know. Did his
If his
brakes
brakes
go
went
These
out?
out, he
dudes
would say
always
it.
That's right. They
these
can
dudes
do. They
always
can
have
look at
no
that
reason.
vehicle and they can tell that the brakes went out. But to
yeah,
just mow over 6 people, that is inhumane.
Yeah, these dudes always have dumb reasons. That dude who killed like three of his kids in the backseat of his car and himself, he did it because the chick broke up with him. Another dude killed the chick and a child because of an electric bill. Another dude, it's always something
What?
dumb and selfish. It always.
Listen. Jay Prince said it don't matter if he did it or not. He said he said how many times white people done kill black people
Huh?
and they always get away with it.
When he say
I
He
that,
really
just
hate that
he
he tried to
said
use
he
that.
want us to start getting away with this shit.
yeah,
No, because if
Stop
we
it.
start getting away with it, you know who? who quote unquote we, the black men are the ones who are doing all the killing, so it ain't no fucking we. But I mean, if we start getting away with it, that just means there'll be more black women, black children, and black men that are gone because we tend to target ourselves more than anybody.
Well, I'm gonna tell you this: I'm not going up to the jailhouse. No, I've worked at the jailhouse before. I'm not going up there. Um,
It's unsanitary.
COVID. So, like Mule was saying, you know, women, we be putting our house up. I'm not mortgaging my house for nobody that's making bad decisions. You
Never,
get what I'm saying? They
never
should have
in
thought about that
life.
before they made their decisions. You get what
Yep.
I mean? I'm not enabling anyone, and maybe that's why my son is 20 years old today, and he has never disrespected me. He has never talked back to me, and or my husband or his father. And so, like, if he go out there and he do whatever, he's grown. He's a grown man, and I'm not supporting anyone being mistreated, deleted, great, any of that. I don't care if they're my blood or not. Right is right and wrong is wrong. It's
Yeah,
a,
you
it's just,
grape somebody.
I'm
If
not
you my
gonna do
blood,
it.
I'm sitting on the other side. I'm gonna
That's
sit
it. I'm
behind
not
the
doing
person.
it. I'm not gonna
When
do
I
it.
when I
You know.
heard you say that he said that nobody he feels like that nobody should go to jail, don't matter what it is. I just automatically just as soon as you said who said it, I automatically thought, yep, it's
I'm gonna
got
tell
something to
you.
do. I'm telling you, I
He want to
like
take
I'm
people
still
out.
stuck on that. I'm still stuck on his daughter situation. I feel like it's that.
And probably because he wants to commit genocide against all black women. That too. I mean, his
Well,
daughter
because I'm
will
gonna
be a
tell you,
black
I told him, I said, y'all were mighty nice to this woman. And I have never seen y'all be this cordial and nice to a black woman on the panel ever. Anytime I don't went in the chat or been in the clouds, I was like, I've never seen it. And I don't understand it. I don't get it.
They were
I don't
nice to
get
her
it.
whiteness. That's what they were nice to,
Did you
not
see
her
that? Did you see that?
femininity.
Did you see that live? Did you see it?
I didn't. Some of
Like
that shit disturbed me.
they were like, I mean, he don't even like, he said he don't believe in interracial, but he was just got giddy. And I'm like, dude, you were just giggling and all giddy with this woman, and you never, like, I've seen y'all let a man curse a woman, just curse her out on that
Mm,
panel, and nobody ever said, stop, wait a minute, drop them down, whatever. But this woman, it was like y'all was so mannerable and so polite.
No,
gross.
he was over on Taz's channel for hours. It was literally like, we was all on the panel and stuff. We got dropped from the panel
Is
to
that the
avoid
time he was
to
pretending to be
avoid
someone else?
contact with him basically. So Taz took us off the panel so we would not have to talk to him. Because ultimately he just comes around so he can argue and try to talk to women. Basically, that's what he does. So he spent once he saw that everybody was dropped, he spent all that time talking bad about black women the whole time.
You
He
know
never
what? I
stopped.
really feel like he has realized that that they, in a sense, brought him in that space to kind of make fun of him. Um, and I think that's why he's trying to do better, because he was really supposed to be the Pookie and Ray Ray, and they were gonna make fun of him. And
Well,
so,
he tried to come back, but he tried to come back under a different name. But we recognize his voice because not only did he do it one day, he came back multiple days, back to back, spending hours up there bashing black women, like back to back to back. So finally, he just kind of just got thrown off forever at that point. But he tried to sneak back after about a couple months or whatever, and he changed his name, he changed his picture, but we recognized his voice. So I went up on the panel, me and I think it was Queen. We went up on the panel to the back chat and told Taz, we said that's James. And then so when he asked him, he said, wait, hold on. He was like, are you James? And he told him no. And I was like, that is James, Taz. And then he admitted it.
so he like the Anna. What is her name? Anna. Well, this is before I came to YouTube. He really got into YouTube with the Anna of YouTube. What's her
His
name?
what?
The Anna is her name. Anna, the one that would come up and talk about black people. She's mixed. I don't know, but I've heard like she and everybody has banned her, and she tried to come up and tries to come up on a different name. So he didn't change his
Oh well,
name in his
yeah,
persona.
yeah. He's like that
Hmm.
because he tried it.
Yeah. Oh man,
He
I
tried
just
it.
want him to
He
get some
tried.
help.
No, as a matter of fact, he tried to come up there, and this is how you know he's manipulative as shit. He tried to come up there trying to say, "Oh, well, we need to protect these women and da 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 da." And I'm like, James, you're the same one that said we need to be sacrificed. We need to be. He said the M word like with his whole entire chest. Like he said he had a militia. He said all this stuff. Then he spent all this time talking crap in between telling all his stories about how horrible his mom was, how horrible his aunt was, but his dad was the king of the world and everything. Like he did all of this and then tried to come back and change it up so he could be let on the panel. And then when we told him who he was, he dropped him. He ain't been back since.
Oh, Melissa.
Mm, mm, mm.
Yeah, the militia.
YouTube is weird.
It really is. It
But
really
yeah,
is.
dude like that, I can never I can never trust him. Like as far as I'm concerned, he would never change. He just knows how to play the game probably a little. Just talking points a little bit, but no, he's not going to change.
Yeah, he was like I said, he was one of them. But and dude, I think I went off so much. Like I said, he wasn't listening. He fell asleep. We was
That
like,
that that was a sign of disrespect for James. I can guarantee it.
girl, he was knocked out, and I was like, dude, you just need to get you a CPAP machine, but you need to stop talking like that in front of those girls, because those girls, a lot of times his
No,
daughters be at that house.
yeah,
They be
and the
there.
hotel. Because one time he was in a hotel room, and they was in the same room with him, and he was. That was when
Mhm.
he was on the panel. One of the times he was on the panel for hours talking about black women, and they was right in the same room with him. And then when it was mentioned that your kids are there, why aren't you spending time with your kids? Why are you talking like this around your kids? He wanted his kids to come and say that he was a good dad.
Yo, mm-mm. Yeah.
That man's crazy. I'm glad he went away. But yeah, we could write a book about him. That's the story of James.
Oh Lord. Like, I feel like he's phasing out of the whole man. Like, I don't know what's going on, but I don't think the people that brought him in, they still cool and hanging tight with him. I don't think it's, you know, if you embarrass somebody enough, I think, they're not gonna want to fool with you, deal with you.
Yeah, for a while he didn't really care about being embarrassed.
He
He would be
didn't.
up there
Mm-mm.
just getting
Mm.
embarrassed, all this other stuff. He'd still be up there talking, and
Would
then
you
still talk talking about his baby mama, laughing at the fact that she's on Section 8 with his children. He was doing all that stuff.
And this is what funny is. Mule still there. This was messed up. I told you he fell asleep. He fell asleep on the panel, right? And everybody was like, just end the live. Somebody wake him up. Somebody need to wake him up. He was snoring. He was going at it. And I think one came and woke him up. Because she lives like across the street. He moved across the street from her. The one that came on the panel, she came over and it's like she still kind of like have his back and look out for him.
Well, hopefully she don't get hurt, cause that man got so much hate in his heart. Like Yeah, hopefully she don't get hurt because she putting way too much stock and that much care into somebody. And he I don't know if that's the same woman we saw. He cammed up and one time and there was a woman in the background, but she just was sitting there while he was saying all types of crazy shit. I'm like, is it really worth that?
He
Fool.
don't got a heart. He got constipation. All of that hate is stuck up his ass.
And it's probably because his food truck ain't doing numbers.
Right.
Because he was like, I
I
make
mean, 'cause
two
if it
hundred
was that
thousand
his
dollars a
children
year. I'm
would
like,
be
well,
in
Or
why is
Section
your
he's
8.
too
food?
lazy to make it work. He's too lazy to make that food truck work.
Yeah. He said
Well,
he
he's
make two
on
hundred
YouTube
thousand
too.
dollars a
He's
year.
on
Sit on his
YouTube
ass and
too
talk
long.
crazy.
I mean, be being on YouTube. That's why I say you on YouTube complain about eyelashes and hair weave and wigs. And real men, they don't care about stuff like that. What do you
Real
We
what do
men
didn't
you
complain
know.
about anything. We saw what he looked like. He just need to be happy he got a woman.
I mean, real men know that if they talking shit about their baby mama being on Section 8, that makes them look real bad.
Yeah,
Especially
that's what
when
I
they
was
spend
saying.
200, if he did, when they spend $200,000 on a food truck, like you
No,
can't even get your kids out of Section 8.
he said he make 200,000 a year with that food truck.
No, he
And
doesn't.
yeah, and then he was like, but then he went into talking about how she was on Section 8. And I'm like, well, why
Exactly.
does your children's mother have to be on Section 8 then if you make $200,000 on a food truck? And how do you claim that on your taxes and all that? And she still somehow lives on Section 8. Like, does she
Wait,
not
you
have you
asked
on
him that?
child
What he say?
support? Or like his stories was really confusing after a while.
well if he climbing a food truck, then that's like self-employed and he's not probably counting everything. I don't think it's up and running. She like invested a lot of money and I don't think it's up and running. And so it's kind of at a loss to her. Hey baby,
Another
good night, love you,
disappointment.
baby.
Yeah, another disappointment. Yeah.
He
Like,
probably can't cook, and his food
Yeah.
ain't better.
So yeah. So I don't think it's up. I don't think the food truck is running. It's like up and running. It's kind of like a wash. And so he probably counted all that on his taxes, and he probably got. You're welcome, baby. He probably got as a write off. But yeah,
mm.
she repaired his credit and stuff. I know that. Like that came from her. She
His
helped him with his
mother.
food truck. She repaired his. No, Roro did.
Mm,
Roro, his girl, his baby mama. Yeah.
mm.
She helped him with his food truck. She helped his credit, got his credit on. And yeah.
And he's still a
And
fuck
that's
up.
what I asked him. I said, she's natural. She I didn't see any lashes. She helped you with your like she financially helped you. She didn't cheat on you. You didn't say that's the reason why anything happened. What is good enough? Like what is a like it seemed like you had a wonderful woman and it still wasn't good enough.
Yeah, it sounds like he was abused beyond repair, and he's just out
Yeah.
for vengeance.
Yeah.
Some
Yeah.
people,
Nah, I doubt it. I
people.
mean, the
I'm
way
trying to
his
figure
aunt
out who
took
he was
care of
abused
him.
by. Because the way he talked about his mama, that would have been something he definitely spoke about. All he talked about was his mom supposedly not letting his nutbag dad see him. His dad was a Rolling Stone that had a whole nother family across town. His dad tried to unalive them, and his aunt went on food stamps. That's the only
Mm-mm.
thing he talked about his family.
My mother told me a long time ago, if you run across a man that you feel sorry for, he's not the man for you. A lot of these guys, they know there are women with low self-esteem that will fall for their sob stories, and they will stick by them. It's kind of like the Ike and Tina Turner thing. Um, Tina even admitted that
So you gonna leave me for all them suckers anime? Like all them other suckers
all
did?
the sob stories and guilt trips he put on her is what made her, ride it out until she couldn't take it no more. You know
But
what I'm
Mela,
saying?
it makes sense what you're saying because but they don't respect that. They I remember Mule, I remember Rue was telling Mule a grown man, he don't want a woman fighting his battles.
He don't,
Okay.
yeah.
And it's
Men don't
like they
respect
don't
women that
respect
save them.
women. Yes, they don't respect women that feel sorry for them. They don't respect women that fight their battles.
Exactly.
And I went that resonated with me because I'm gonna tell you something. I look at it like my son at the time is 19. If he's 19 or 91, I'm still his mother. I'm gonna always have his back. And when I heard that, it made sense. And I said, you know what? At a certain point, I have to let my son be a man. That don't mean that I can't still help him, but he still has to be a man. I don't ever want him to resent me because I done overstepped my boundaries and made him feel like a child,
Hmm.
or lose his dignity. And so I feel like women that we put ourselves in a situation like he didn't respect her for helping him. All that help she did for him, he didn't respect it.
Not at all. It's
Because
not
they're
his
entitled
nature.
and they feel like they deserve it. They any extra effort you put in, it's not seen as extra effort. Like at a job, when you do the most at a job, they start to expect that from you and stop seeing it as you doing the most. Black
Yep,
women have
they're
been doing the
grateful.
most so long that the most is now the minimum requirement. So he's just like a lot of black men. He just feels like he
Whenever,
deserves that, and she ain't doing nothing special.
whenever a
And I
man,
don't think he's been through trauma. I think his dad was a nut and it's genetics and now he a nut.
it's
Thank you.
genetic, right?
That's what it is. His dad was a nut job
It's in
that
the
had a bunch of
DNA.
kids.
It's in the DNA. Yeah, that's awful. That she putting herself through all that unnecessary trauma. That's terrible.
And
What
his
about
mama
does
died, and
And
he
a
do you
still.
man,
know
and a
anything
man,
about her mother? The woman that's sticking by him, does anybody know about her mother? Did he confess anything about her personal family history? Since he talking so goddamn much.
Oh God, I hope not.
No, he never really talks to. I
He
mean,
seemed like the
I don't
type
go to
of
his channel,
person, and
but
I
just
have
my
no idea who you all referring to based on what I'm listening to. It would seem that his profile is the type that is exploiting her as long as she's gonna put up with it, and eventually it's gonna filter into him exploiting her personal history. And so she gonna just sit there and let him talk about her personal family life, right? Do
if
you
it's
all
the
think
no,
that's
same
no,
gonna
this
woman,
uprise him?
woman, no, 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 this woman, she came on the panel and she kind of like was like swinging for herself, and they were like, "Wait a minute, is this the one that you've been dogging out and talking bad about?" And so light and very what everybody would say, like cooperative and feminine and friendly. And the men were like, wait a minute, something ain't adding up. Like, like, but she came up there and she defended herself. I don't know who this woman was that was in the video, like that was in video with him. But I don't know. I don't think this.
yeah, I was
I
about to say
think
it
this
must
woman
not
got.
it must not be the same one then, because
They're
the
not the
other
same.
one,
I don't feel like they're the same
she
one because the
sat
other one,
there
you could
and
tell
just
she was
let
fed up.
him do all that talking for hours,
Yeah.
and she was
No,
just
no.
sitting
This
on the
woman.
couch
Mm-mm. No, this
that looked
one was
like it
like.
didn't. It looked like it wasn't in a $200,000 house or anything. It didn't look like it was owned by anybody that make $200,000 a year. It looked like below average, basically. And she just sat there and didn't say nothing.
He was on a yard sale couch. He was on a Goodwill couch.
It was like a God. I'm trying to. I think it was like a plaid looking couch, one of them old ass couches. It probably was one of his old family
His
members'
grandma.
couches. It
He
looked like
must have
that.
convinced her, baby, this is how we make our money, so I need you to act accordingly. He must have convinced
What?
her of that, because
What?
for
That's
her
what
to
Mela.
listen to whatever it is whatever nonsense he's saying, for her to sit there and listen to that, and he's,
It's probably DV,
Well, she
But
honestly.
that's
was
what I'm
well.
saying.
oh
No,
yeah,
no,
I
Well,
no,
was
he
no,
I
was
was
in
no,
another
no.
surprised that
But
panel.
they were
He
But
hitting
wasn't
that's
on
what I
his
was
panel.
telling Mew. But that's what I was telling Mew. The like even with the other guy we were talking about. His wife is going along
Anton,
with all of this. Yes, that woman is going along with it. She looking at it like, we getting this money.
because he brainwashed her.
I don't even feel like, well, financially, because she look, I'm telling you, she done sold herself, because no real black woman gonna sit up there, because they would be like, what did you say? Jigger? Like,
Either
I
she's
know
a
you're not.
nanny or she's being abused in one way or another, whether it's financially,
Maybe it's
physically,
I think it's
etc.
financially. It's probably
I'll
financially,
say
because
this
you
right
know
here,
what?
right?
He
I'll
paying for
say this right
everything
here.
probably.
As soon as somebody hears their man tell another woman something as simple as shut up, she needs to watch her back, because that is his true
Hmm.
sentiment. That is his true character.
He was up on
And
that panel calling black women bitches. He was doing all
that,
types of stuff.
right.
Yeah.
So that, and the fact that she's sitting nearby, allowing herself to endure, like all the shit that I talk online, you trust and believe, no man is gonna tolerate sitting
Right.
next to me hearing that shit. Okay?
Exactly. That's right. Exactly. Yes. Like I would. Like I'm not. I don't even want. Like, yeah. Nobody. They. You don't want
I
your
said the
significant
most
other to hear
rambunctious,
that.
craziest shit about men. Okay? I did it for sport, goddammit. And I'm gonna tell you, there is no way that the real men in my life are gonna sit next to me and listen to that
Hmm.
without snatching the device out my hand. And like, they're not even gonna make their presence known. It's just like, I'm gonna be gone, and we're gonna have
Yeah.
a intimate conversation. Like, is that what you really think? We're gonna have that type of conversation. So I find Black YouTube a guilty pleasure, because there are things that I can demonstrate in a performative manner that I am, quite frankly, not allowed to display towards the real men in my life. I'm just not. I know better than that bullshit. And so when a woman is sitting next to a man that's talking all that BS about Black woman, knowing she's a Black woman for sure, he has convinced her of some incentive behind it. You know what I mean? I don't have an excuse. I don't have a channel. I'm not making money off of
Hmm.
whatever it is I say online. So I can't come up with the incentive argument. But he can come up with the incentive argument as popularity grows and the money rolls in. He can come up with that, baby. This is how we make our money. You just gotta cool out. Don't rock the boat. You know,
I
there
believe that's what
there
he
are fools
doing.
that will fall for that.
Yeah, I believe that, because this man
Yeah.
said this woman give him a pedicure every night. I done said this
I don't
for.
believe him.
Come on,
I don't, and
really?
that's not
You
even
know
just
that's
in their
a
feet.
damn
Their
That's
lie.
feet
not
are
even
far the
That's
fuck
a
off.
realistic.
damn lie.
Not even realistic. Come
Oh my
on.
God. That's not even
Every night she gives him a pedicure and a
that's
massage.
not
In one stream, he said every night she gives him a massage. How in the world she have time? My hands would be arthritic, carpal tunnel,
nah.
giving somebody a pedicure and a massage every night. I done
That's
He
been
about
to
as
walks around
Cabo
with
believable
feet
as
Cabo.
his
in.
$200,000 a year truck.
Oh,
He lying. No, I'm talking about Anton he lies. That's not the truth. That
And
woman
you
ain't
know what's
doing
a
that.
prime example of a celebrity where kids, was sticking up with a no good Negro gone wrong? Wendy Williams, right? Wendy Williams basically provided that man with a lifestyle he would have never had on his own, right?
what? Oh, her
And
husband.
and here she is, it took for that man to have a baby, right? During their marriage, for her to just say, I'm getting a divorce, but he's still tormenting her, you know, and she's falling down for it. I think it's the guilt of, how can I put this? The guilt of, when it comes to low self-esteem, deep down inside, Black women who are confronted with evidence of their low self-esteem experience a crash, because we as Black women are the most resilient on the planet. Facts, the most resilient. And so when we discover that we were played and we allowed ourselves to be played, it is a little bit more than traumatic. It is absolutely pulverizing to our spirit because we know better. We know better, but we didn't want to do better. And then there comes this rumination of why? And next thing you know, somebody's indulging in, activities that aren't good for them because they ruminating on why. I'll tell you why. You encountered low self-esteem, made a bad decision. It happens. Move the fuck on. You don't have to dwell
Miller,
in choosing a no good nigga. Just move
but
the
Miller,
fuck on.
do you think it's that Betty Wright syndrome? Like having a
Yeah,
piece of
and
man
all
is
those
better
Aretha
than not
Franklin, Betty,
having
and
no
I
man at
love those
all?
women. Don't get me wrong. I love those women. Those are catchy tunes, but it
Oh
does
yeah.
not encompass a higher sense of esteem for yourself. It does not. Like,
Mhm. Mhm.
you know, um, I mean, all those, stick over everything type of songs, that
Mhm.
were very prevalent, you know, no pain, no gain. What the fuck?
Yeah,
Are you
that's what it was
crazy?
Right.
for me.
Like,
When I
Right.
was
Like
at
you have to go through something in order to.
yeah.
Oh, hold on. She did say that you got to
exactly, that
go through
fucking
something in order to
brainwashing
get
ass
something.
music,
Yeah.
man.
hmm
Yeah.
That was me when I was in my black belt worship. That was definitely me. I was full fledged believing in black love, thinking everybody got it. I was like, oh well, you gotta struggle. Every married person says that it's not easy, compromise, and little did I know, piece by piece, eventually, there was nothing left of
And when
me.
they
Like,
tell you nothing's perfect, the comeback line is, that doesn't mean I have to suffer. Like these songs and all this fairy tale bullshit,
yep.
it was asking us to suffer.
And a
And
lot of the rhetoric in the black community will make you not even realize that you are suffering. That's the
I
saddest
guess
part.
you ain't woman enough, and all that kind of
Yeah.
crazy ass shit.
Yep. Yep.
It's self-sacrificing programming. And
Yeah.
there has to be, now I know that a lot of rap music is over the top, that is saying, get your lick, get your bag, and kick that nigga the fuck on. I know that's kind of extreme. But there has to be a balance where there is an opportunity to establish families and traditions that build legacies, as opposed to one extreme or the other. Because that's what I think is problematic with our culture. We go from one extreme to another. We went from let's stay together to, you know,
Mhm. That's
beat a
right.
bitch with a
Yep.
bottle. It's like, can we find the sunnier side of the street, please? You know?
A happy medium.
And then it's documented that there are frequencies intentional out there that cause agitation. Like some of our favorite songs are at a hertz I forgot what they call it.
I
A
know
hertz.
what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they've been intentionally altered to agitate. It just, there's this subconscious response of agitation that starts to vibrate through our spirit because we have, uh, by the gift of our melanin, we experience vibration more than people who don't have as much melanin, right? And so those vibrations that aren't natural, right? Like an instrument, like a string instrument, like a horn, a wind instrument, and like things that are natural instruments, we vibe well with that. However, here comes these electronic manipulations of frequencies and sounds that are, going along with music that's adverse to family making, and you got a fucking disaster.
Okay. Yeah, folks would
Hmm.
have listen to a song and a baby would be born. You know what I mean? Like nowadays, I'm not playing that mess. I'll just rather. But T will say, "Was Superwoman a song like that?" And I remember Superwoman.
And I don't even think it's just the music. You
That
ever
song
notice
was the
until
jam.
recently, a lot of the talking points, even before like social media got big, there were still talking points in the black community. And a lot of them were leaned on the shoulder of black women, all of them, or oh, have more babies so that the number in the community can grow, or um, what's it? Stay together. That's just telling the black woman
Hmm.
to bend more. Like every talking point sounds good and it sounds like a we, but it's fully dependent on she.
Exactly. We've always been burdened with the guilt trip of you have to do it. It's all
Yes,
on you.
yes.
I ain't
And
nothing without
anytime
you.
and
And it's like,
anytime they
well,
fail, it's a
yeah,
we. It's a we. Like anything that I don't know, anything that's a she is a she. Anything that's a we is a she. And anything that's a he is a we. It's
it's
never
all
he
on
is a
you.
he. Yes.
I ain't you know what I'm saying? And that is so outrageous. That's so outrageous because it distracts. And then we have these sensitive spirits as women. We do, and we feel sorry for people that don't mean us no damn good. What's up
Hmm.
with
Yeah.
that?
Yep.
Because
I
our mothers
honestly
and our mothers before our mothers were told, you gotta stick by him, girl. You
right.
gotta let him be a man, girl. You gotta, it'll work out. Just hang in there. But they telling that man, well, you know how women can be, you know.
Or
You know
just do
how
what you can do. Just do what you can do. I hate that shit.
do what you can. You all got
Mm.
each other.
I
Oh
actually think that
Lord.
black women take a bunch of responsibility and accountability that's not ours because I believe, as a collective, we genuinely want it to be our fault because then we can fix it. Because if it's not our fault, then there's a chance. If it's black men's fault, we know it's probably not going to get fixed. That's why we want it to be our fault because we'll fix it.
Like there's no control. You don't have control. There's no
Yeah,
control. There's nothing you can
yeah.
do.
I honestly think we take our resilience for granted. Um, being
Everybody
aware.
does. I feel like everybody does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're very resilient, and people look at it like it's expected now
Yep.
I
Yep.
was
in every
watching
situation.
I was watching a documentary. They called a woman called Moses with Cicely Tyson about Harriet Tubman. Right, it's the Harriet Tubman story basically, and it was made into I guess it was a made for TV movie. And I remember the scene. I had just been reminded in that moment where I had saw that where you know, of course she's resilient, and she convinced the plantation owner that she could transform the land that they just wrote off as not being cultivative. She said, "My father taught me how to turn something, turn nothing into something." And so he's like, "Look, if you could do something with it, you can have it." And sure enough, she made it the most amazing result that anybody could. And what did he do? He exploited her to show his so called dominance in the position of being a plantation owner by making her pull a cart a certain distance as a mule, right? And I'm not, and that's the shit that's what I'm saying is that our resilience is so profound that people seek to exploit it. They seek to do that. And when they find out that some are stupid enough to not know the value that is innately with them, they're going to continue to laugh and joke and bet on the game that they have against us. And it's something that needs to be said out loud that you deserve better. You always have. Black men have done nothing but disappoint you. They are due for proving that you deserve that they deserve you rather. That's their due. However, what's going to happen, they're going to continue to scratch and fight and claw to convince black women that we think too highly of ourselves. And thereby that continuous message is going to be like a bad song in our brain like, well, maybe they got a point. Maybe I'm not 100%. You know what I'm saying? Like placing doubt into a woman's mind because we are sensitive
Hmm.
and high vibrational. We are born high vibrational, and so we are susceptible to those messages of stigma that are continuously, you know, shot at us until we, know better. Those of us that know better, we're not falling for that. We're not, like, unless you're telling me something that attributes to my greatness and how much further I can go in my greatness, you're just trying to bring me down. And I really don't need to listen or observe what you're saying against me. And that's what people should tell their daughters. And a lot of daughters don't get a chance to hear that. And so the next, so here comes some slick talking, you know, sticking his hand nigga that's telling her things that she's never heard. And next thing you know, she's falling for it. She's falling for it, you know. Um, people in her family are talking crazy to her, telling her what's wrong with her instead of what's right with her. And then here comes some guy that can see right off the grip she has low self-esteem. And all he has to do is just say all the right things and she'll fall for it. And the time, that that has to stop. That has to stop. You know, we can actually program our children to have great minds and great expectations of themselves without cease. Let me stop this preaching. I apologize. Sorry about
Nah, you good.
You're good, Mela. I love hearing you speak.
that. I love you all. I'm glad you're here. I was feeling mighty bad because I'm trying to figure out whether or not I should start drinking aloe vera juice. It's like,
My
you
mom
know,
drinks that. She says it's good for you. I can't do it because there's shit floating around in there. I don't like
it looks weird, right? It's like I don't know if I want to do this, but it's supposed to heal you up really well on the inside, and we're not getting any younger, so I'm just trying to discover things that promote longevity. It's just that some of this stuff is weird. And did you all know that the FDA does not regulate supplements? They could be sweeping up the factory floor and put shit in those capsules. It's not
that.
regulated.
Mm-hmm.
I was
I
like,
also found out that the FDA, even though they do the regulations, there's a lot of shit that they allow in there. Like you actually, I opened the website and went to the thing and seen all of the stuff they allow. They allow a certain amount of bone, a certain amount of cigarettes, like miscellaneous. They allow a certain amount of hair. They allow a certain amount of
it could be cockroaches in them
rats
vitamins.
and cockroaches. The FDA allows a lot of this stuff in our food, like a certain percentage for each of these things. So that's already sus within
Yeah,
itself.
and that's really awful because you innocently go buy, a loved one some supplements because they don't have an appetite or they're healing from cancer. And you're like, okay, we gonna get you some vitamins.
and then you turn around and it says no yeast, no gluten, no this, no, it gives the impression that it's biodegradable and good for you, when in fact there's fillers in there that
Hmm.
make you feel worse than before you took them.
And even if you do get a good vitamin, they actually say the way in which the vitamins are formed or put together, or however you want to say it, it's not a good way for your body to digest the stuff it needs. Like, you'd be better off just eating it or drinking it as a smoothie, because the way vitamins are,
The
it
real
doesn't allow
food.
your body to take the vitamin and process it properly. I don't know how
Exactly.
to explain it. I'm
Like
not a doctor.
turmeric, for instance, everybody's breaking their neck to buy these. What do you call the? What's the? I'm trying to figure out what's the benefit. There's a particular element in turmeric that,
It's good for your guts.
no, not that. It's called something. Not capsaicin, because that's red pepper, that's cayenne pepper. But there's a certain element that is of turmeric, the root,
Mm.
and people are buying those capsules at health food stores. And as it turns out, people are just better off just buying the damn turmeric itself
Yeah.
and
Right.
putting it in a smoothie, as you say. Like, don't put your trust in these supplements unless you have a verified source, because they on some slick shit out here.
Yeah,
It's all
for
about
real.
money.
And yeah, you should just use turmeric. I mean, I use turmeric. You can't really taste it. Like, you can, but you can't. It's best in like noodle dishes. Like, if you eat chicken Alfredo, put turmeric on it, or like, it's just good in noodle dishes, because you don't. It doesn't change the flavor of your stuff.
You're better off with the spice than the supplement. You know, you're right.
Hmm. I found out flax seeds are good for you, so
Oh
I've been trying to
yeah.
Oh,
figure out
I'm
a way
glad
to
you
put them in
mentioned
my
that. It's
smoothie.
important, if you get the whole flax seeds, grind them as you go, as opposed to buying ground flax seeds, because apparently they don't last well, I guess you could freeze them, and use them as needed. But a
Yeah,
lot of I know myself, I was the type of person that would buy ground stuff, like stuff that I could just scoop out and just put it in a smoothie.
yeah.
When um I
When
had
you
to
didn't have
learn
time to
that
use a
those things
blender.
have to be refrigerated, or they maintain their freshness in the freezer or refrigerator for a period of time. It's
Wait,
important.
okay, so I be buying them baggies. Like, you know how they come, you like pay 10, 13, $14 for the bag of
Yes,
chai seeds or flax seeds. I should be putting them in the fridge.
if they're ground, if they're
Oh, okay.
already ground, yeah.
Okay.
Now the whole seed is preserved. It's good, but ground, like buying it ground, once you like, it's really disturbing. Like, the you know you're better off grounding it yourself. However, in the event that's not an available option, at least preserve it in the freezer if you can. And I wouldn't recommend just putting it in the cupboard, um, only because of what I've heard on videos from nutritional, dietary, and transformed doctors. There's a lot of doctors that are leaving the medical industry and they're pursuing their own holistic medicine uh solicitations. They're talking about they're these they treat the whole body. Not what, they talk
Alternative
about everything
medicine.
they were trained to do as
Hmm.
surgeons and physicians, and how their patients weren't getting any better. So now I'm I have this product available for you. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you can't really trust. You don't know who to trust, because a lot of them are just selling something. Very few of them are just distributing wholesome information that makes sense.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, it's even harder to know who to trust because the damn government lies to you. They're in bed with the food companies, and
Hmm.
they're in bed with the cancer associations and shit. Turns out that milk's not good for us. A lot of black people are allergic to milk, and it actually does nothing positive for your body. And I
Absolutely
mean
not.
that eggs are actually really bad for you, um, because they have everything needed for a little chicken to grow, and you're like eating that for breakfast every day. Like,
Yeah,
I don't know. It was this Netflix documentary that went through everything.
it's a difficult journey, and for people that are willing to turn their life around, expect 18 months of of dedication. It doesn't happen overnight because when you think about it, we've spent the majority of our lives, eating without knowledge, right? And so when you discover the knowledge and it's comprehensive for you, it takes a while before your body starts to show the results of benefit. And another thing for people that are interested in detoxing, let me warn you about this. There is a such thing called die off, right? Now, fortunately, I trust that you all are not extremists such as myself. I thought, you know, so I'm giving this formula, to purify my blood and just rid myself of everything I've eaten that was bad for me. So I did it triple the recommendation. Talk about die off. That shit that's some real shit. Okay. It's like it's like it gets worse before it gets better. Like now everything is flawless. But there was a period of time when I first started it, especially with that oregano, um, that wild oregano, that wild oregano therapy. I just had to overdo it. I just had to overdo it. I had, man, my mouth, like my jaw felt like it was dislocated because I had root canals back in the day, right? I had root canals from the military, and a lot of stuff like the okay, when I had the root canal in the military, I had apparently an abscess or something, and my jaw swelled up to the size of a golf ball. And, they gave me some antibiotics or whatever. Okay, I'm on my way, you know, and I got this that mercury filling or whatever they give you in the military. So here it is, 2 decades later. I'm finding out that those mercury fillings, they have heavy toxins, and they're suggesting that people get them removed. I don't think I was gonna go through that, so I was just like, let me figure out how to detoxify this mercury that is supposedly leaking in my body in little increments. So I go embark upon this heavy metal detox program that includes it includes wild oregano oil, and it just suggests one dropper, right? Really, like a a dropper divided by three times. No, I want to do a dropper 3 times a day. I had I had pus coming out of the gum areas where my fillings were. And then I remember I was coughing up, not cough. I told somebody I coughed up blood and I thought it was from my lung, but somebody said that I was probably, dehydrated and my nose was bleeding while I was asleep. But all I know is I woke up with a blood clot in my mouth. Okay. And
Oh
this
my
was all
God.
during the detox process. And that shit scared the hell out of me. And my mother,
Right.
she said, well, you probably overdid it knowing you. And and I was like, what do you mean? Aren't you concerned? And she was like, you probably overdid it. Like, what did the instructions say? And I was like, you right, I overdid it. Because the instructions say one dropper is a wash. What did I do? I did three droppers. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
so I'm just saying there's nothing wrong with purifying your blood and going on these health um and initiatives. Just follow the formula. Don't overdo it. Don't overdo it because it is scary. It's scary. It's like when you wake up with a blood clot in your mouth, it's like what the fuck?
No, my dumb
And then
ass
you
been
go
done
to the
choked on that
VA.
goddamn blood clot.
You go to the VA, you get an X-ray on your chest, convinced that you got blood clots in your lungs and shit. And it's like, there's nothing wrong with you. I'm like, well, why the fuck did I wake up with a blood clot in my you know, I'm snapping. And it was like, I don't know. And so I didn't think of the ear, nose, and throat thing. That's another thing. I used to get bad ear infections before I did that detox, right? I used to get ear infections on a regular basis and tinnitus, as it's called. And come to find out, it was a thiamine deficiency. And a thiamine deficiency came across because I was eating too many carbohydrates. And it took a lot of time for me to figure that out. Because I would lay down at night, everything's sublime. So I thought, and you lay down and there's this, you can hear your heartbeat through your ear. You can hear, it's like, don't, don't. You can hear your heartbeat, you know? And it's like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah,
So
I got
apparently,
Glimmer's ear a lot when I was a kid. So yeah, I know what you're talking about.
yeah, so that's a thiamine deficiency, which is otherwise known as B1. And what depletes it, carbs are not thiamine's best friend. Okay. Carbs are not thiamine's best friend. And there's a lot of other types of foods that have wheat and rice and stuff like that deplete certain minerals and vitamins in your body that you have to replenish. But if you don't know that, if you don't know to replenish them with, the proper food, then next thing you know, there's this depletion of nutrition happening, and you, there are these symptoms that come up, like stuffy nose, uh, you know, this sinuses all clogged up,
So this is
snoring
kind of
at night,
random.
or whatever the case may be. I just found that I'm much better now, but it took a while. It took a while for me to get to where I am. Cause I mean, it was, I tell you, I had one foot on the banana peel and I thought the other one was on the, headed for the grave because it was just, my stomach acid as I get older is not as plentiful as when I was younger. So I wasn't absorbing all the nutrients that I was supposed to because I didn't prepare my stomach for the proteins that I insisted on eating. I just had to have Chinese food. I just had to have Popeye's chicken. I just had to have, this, that, and the other. And that's fine and dandy. You can have all that. It's just that preparing your stomach with the acidic coating, and when I say acidic, I don't mean acid. I'm talking about ACEDIC, acidic. There's a certain coating that your stomach, not you all, but I mean for anybody that's listening that might be interested, there's a certain coating, mucosal lining that is very important for the stomach to have in order for it to sort out what your bloodstream needs versus what's going to sneak through. And if the stomach mucosal lining isn't strong, all types of crazy shit is going to sneak into the bloodstream and just wreak havoc, I should say. But anyway, I mean, I think nutrition is important. It's my passion because I want to outlive my haters. You know, um, you know what I'm saying? There's nothing more gratifying than just be like, yeah, uh, and I told someone who retired, who's been through a lot. She's a domestic violence survivor. She's been berated all her life with overbearing people, and she all she knew how to do was just work and work and work, and she got to the point where she just had to admit that it was time for her to retire. And as she was approaching, the fear of not knowing what to do with life after retirement, one of the messages that I encourage her with is that you outlived your haters, didn't you? Everybody that was harmful for you are no longer living. So, congratulate yourself with knowing that whatever you encounter in your retirement, it doesn't have to be a fearful journey because you already got it figured out how to keep it going. You already got to figure out how to keep it pushing. You outlived your haters. So, celebrate yourself about that. And so, so that's who I share my nutritional information with. And she's thriving. She's doing well. She's energetic and snappy, and she wants me to teach her how to get on YouTube, and I gotta warn her about that shit. You know, she was like, "So
This,
you still talk to those people on YouTube that you was telling me about?" I was like, "No, no, I don't know what you're talking about." Because I don't want to. I don't
this
want
might
to.
sound kind of morbid, but I don't want to outlive everybody. I'm not gonna lie. I don't want to watch
I don't
everybody
want to bring
die.
wholesome people into this environment. I just don't. It's like I don't know this. Like because a lot of it can be cutthroat and it can be addictive. And I would rather that she dwell on something that's more life giving. You know what I'm saying? I would rather that she develop um a
Well,
hobby or something
she
that's
could get
life
on
giving.
YouTube. She just shouldn't be in the black sector, and that's sad. That's pretty sad to
That's what
say.
I'm talking about, the black sector. I'm not talking about the see, she's interested in what I'm doing. And I'm like, oh no, you ain't gotta worry about that. I'm that's something you ain't gotta worry about that. You know what I mean? And that's because this is a toxic space. And I don't mean
Yeah,
anything at I promise you, I love everybody, don't get me wrong. What I'm
I don't
saying
love
is you
everybody.
got to be built for this shit, right? You got to
Yeah,
be built for it because when a person first encounters the shock and awe of audio brutality, it's a whole different it's like, whoa. Okay, let me get this straight. They can talk. Okay. Wait, what? You're gonna talk to me like that, and I can't put my hands on you. That is a tripped out situation. When
Yeah.
somebody just you join the panel, you all innocent and cheerful, and you're willing to just be happy, and then somebody cuss you smooth the fuck out for no reason in a low down, dirty, crazy way. That's a hell. You got a decision to make. Are you interested to stick around or not? It's not judgment. It's not about that. It's like everybody needs to be introduced early on what this toxicity entails. This toxicity entails that you are prepared for any type of confrontation, no matter what happens. Now, if you're not interested in that, then you're not interested in it. And that's no judgment. That's not a problem. You're not weak. You just don't that's just not your cup of tea. And that's all right. But you got some people that don't mind a little confrontation every now and then because it gives them a pep in their step. You know what I mean? It reminds them of how resilient they can be, because to be honest, my life is boring as fuck. I don't get a chance to encounter confrontation in my reality. I don't. I don't encounter confrontation in my reality. So I keep my skills sharpened by fucking with y'all. And that's the truth. But some people they don't need that. Their life is a little bit um their life has their own set of like some people's lives, they're dealing with domestic violence, they're dealing with rowdy children or relatives, so they have confrontation in their real life. They
Right.
have problems in their real life. I don't.
Mhm.
I don't have problems in my real life. So I'm sitting up here like, okay, um, I've been nice all day. Let me hear people who aren't nice and see what I think. And sometimes I listen and sometimes I involve myself. And that's pretty much it. It doesn't have to be a bad thing to talk about people that are presenting themselves to be talked about. It doesn't have to be a bad thing to admit that our lives are so structured, so accommodating, that sometimes we want a little pizzazz, otherwise known as confrontation. Like we don't mind eavesdropping in on conversation, or dare I say, even participating in it. Dare I say, even hosting a channel about it. Okay, like it's not anything wrong with being human. Now, as far as these low down niggas go, that's a different story because what they're perpetrating is that it's all right to exploit black women, the most resilient human beings on the face of this planet. And that I cannot allow. I just can't. And that's why I keep tuned in what's going on with these niggas.
Well, if you think about it though, it's almost a losing battle. I'm not saying don't fight it because I'll fight it tooth and nail
Listen
every
to
day, but
Kaya's listen
when
to
you
Kaya's rap song. Don't trust no nigga, no. No. Don't trust no nigga, no. Y'all heard of Kaya, the rap artist
Yeah.
Kaya?
mm-mm.
She got a new video and, and
Oh,
and
she
and
does?
yeah, her video was just released that was featuring "Don't Trust No Nigga." No, like, and and she go deep into it. She shame you into trusting, and like, she shame you. That rap song is just like, if you trust and when I say nigga, I'm not talking about black men. There's a difference between a black man and a nigga. I want to say that out loud, okay? I'm not putting everybody in the same boat. There's a difference between a nigga and a black man, okay? A black man establishes traditions and legacy for his family. That's what a black man does. A nigga is a skank with a dick, okay? And you don't trust them because they don't mean you no damn good. They never can, they never will because they ain't got the heart to do it. The only thing they got to offer is whether or not they can fool you into accepting their dick. That's all they got to fucking offer.
I
Don't
mean, if
trust
we're
no
gonna
nigga.
if we're gonna combat it, I think we actually have to, as black women, we actually have to go harder. Because if you actually step back and think about it, these dudes is fighting for their lives. Like black women are their resources. Like they're fighting for their food, for their shelter, and we're just fighting not to be used. Like I don't
Is
know how
that
to
our
explain it.
problem?
We're gonna
Is
have to
that our
come
problem
harder
that they can't
because they
survive?
fighting for their lives. Like they wholeheartedly fighting for their lives.
Yeah, them homosexual type motherfuckers. Yeah.
Yep.
Some people ain't meant to survive, okay?
On what though?
As soon as a man is cool with living off a woman, that's a clear indication that he wasn't meant to live on his own.
Yeah.
And what does that
Most of
mean?
these dudes is like that. I won't say most, but a lot of these dudes is like that. If they're not living off their mama, they living off their girlfriend or their fiance or their sister or their grandma. Even some of these dudes mad as hell at black women is probably fucking streaming from some chick's
Harriet
basement.
Tubman, the most people that gave her problems was the niggas, the black men, the black. That's in her. That's in her story. The black men were the ones that gave her problems. Okay, they were the ones that were panic stricken, ego driven. I don't believe it unless I can see it, even though you have a reputation of being Moses, and I know that when you came to get us, when you came to get us, I called you Moses because I already knew your reputation was about knowing where you was going to get us up north, but I'm still gonna give you some fucking hell because I'm a man. You know what I'm saying? And that is a problem. No matter what you do for a man that can't help himself, he is not going to cultivate it. He's going to exploit it until it dies. That's what those losers do. I'm only saying it because I happen to be related to one or two of them, okay? And I've seen their work.
Me too.
I've seen their work, okay? Yeah,
Yeah.
me, you. I mean, I'm not. Look, that's and
My grandmother had 10 kids.
oh,
So it was a big family. You gotta think about the cousins, second cousins.
all they want to do is smoke weed and see who they can talk into fucking them and
Hmm.
what they can get out of it. They don't care about the future. They care about taking you down with them. And when they confess that to you as a relative, like, I don't give a fuck about no bitch. Shit. When you hear that from your own relatives who are supposedly want to be addressed as men, that is disheartening. It's like, but at
Or
least
when you
they
have an
do care.
uncle,
Go
or
ahead,
like
baby.
when you're a teenager and you have an uncle asking to borrow some money. It's like, what? It should be coming to you.
Man, they
It
know
should be
better
coming to
than
you for a few dollars.
ask me that. They can't even. They no, they can't get nothing from me. No, that 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 time there was a time that my heart played that tune, right? Oh, he just trying to make it. He just on hard times. He just in between blessings. No, no. They men such as that are playing games, and they don't respect anybody that helps them. They don't. They only respect what they earn. Those are that's what type of men they are. They respect what they earn. If they haven't earned it, they don't respect it. And it's just as simple as that. If they haven't earned it, they don't respect it. And when I say earn, I'm not talking about they paid for it. I'm talking about they have demonstrated manhood that is beyond doubt. You
Hmm.
know what I mean? And you know, it's and they tend to be jealous hearted about the so-called accommodations that women get. See, y'all, this is their sentiment that we as black women are accommodated by the government and they're not. And so that plants a seed of envy in their spirit. So they already got a couple of cards of resentment set aside for us as black women, even if they're your relatives. You got it. You got it. I know you got your uh I guess they call it welfare check or what. I know you got your welfare check. Come on,
Yeah.
I'm hungry. You ain't gonna fix me no nothing to eat, you know, that type of shit. It's like, as you said, like I'm supposed to be looking to you for that. If you're depending on me and you consider women to be weak, as you say, then that's confusion. How is it that you consider women to be weak, but you want to depend on us? That's confusion, which means they're not in their right minds, and that's why they talk crazy about it. Because they're not in their right mind.
No.
They're distracting themselves from what their true mission is to be. You know. Now I can't speak on. I saw the video that Mule was talking about in her previous live stream before she struck this one up, right?
Hmm.
And I did not hear one lie told about his perceptions, about how um he suggests that black women think more of themselves and don't be obligated by guilt to accept mistreatment ever. Once you discover that someone brings you um, a sense of hurt, that's that's a got a goal signal. Like, okay, okay,
Yeah.
you wanna hurt me, and I'm here for you. That means I'm not for you. You can go find somebody else to hurt. I'm not gonna stick around and be hurt. No, you can't. You know, you can't entitle yourself to my provision. The provision of my good loving, and think because I'm giving you good loving that means you can hurt me. In any way. So that's not cool. Because the shoe on the other foot, in the event I was some evil bitch that was just looking to hurt somebody, because you wouldn't accept that from me, or maybe you would. It depends on what type of person. Some people find that a challenge, but that's because they have low self esteem. People that like to be hurt have low self esteem. You're not born for that. That's not that's not your destiny. Your destiny is dignity. Anything less than dignity is will bring disgrace on you if you accept it. You don't have to accept it. You have a choice. You don't have to accept anything that is not dignified for you. And young girls growing up need to be that message needs to be imparted upon them without ceasing.
Mhm.
Don't accept anything that's not dignified for you. And make sure they are established in what the details of dignity is for them. As I've said before, we can program our children to understand what excellence ought to mean for them, because they're just a little sponge when they're children. They're just a little sponge. They're going to absorb whatever they see, whatever they hear, whatever their surroundings are, and it's the parents' responsibility to make sure that the path is clear for them to have an excellent journey. And when we falter in that, hopefully we can correct it soon. Because I know no one's perfect. It's just that communication, just not, just I think it's important that we understand that children aren't stupid, and they pick up a
Mhm.
lot more than we think they do. And
Mhm.
when we communicate an understanding to them, they can get past um, a disappointment. They're capable of getting past, minor disappointment, not intentional harmful disappointment. I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about the extremes. I'm talking about just, I forgot to make you a lunch for school today because, or whatever. I'm talking about like stuff like that. I'm not talking about parents who are monsters. That's a whole nother. I'm not. That's above my pay grade. I don't know what it is as to why there's no licensing test for parents. If I had it my way, people would have to people would have to be licensed to be parents. Because some of these jackasses are producing children, and they are influencing them in a way that's irreversible. Um, and it doesn't have anything to do with money. It's about the influence. You could take somebody like Bobby and Whitney.
right? They
Mhm.
got lots of money, but they were too toxic to raise a child, you know, and they didn't want anybody else to raise her because they were selfish, because they were substance abusers. So, as I've said, if I had it my way, people would have to be licensed before they have children. But, that's kind of extreme, you know. But maybe it's headed toward that, they're changing all these laws and stuff. Maybe it's just a matter of time before they institute some type of regulation about procreation. I don't know. I mean, who knew that marijuana was going to be legal? So
Right?
anything's possible.
Yeah.
So marijuana is legal, but a woman can't choose whether or not she's going to carry a child. Yeah, and I'm not advocating for ending a pregnancy uh for no reason. What I'm saying is that it's clear to me that censorship is going, like the tactics of intruding upon people's personal decisions are are most likely going to go beyond what we might think. You know, I think it's really going to be kind of communist esque around these parts in the next 15 years or so. It's like it's like if you're not useful, you can't be a part of this society type of thing. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
You um, I love the liberty of this country. It's just that we've allowed these lobbyists uh full reign to buy politicians, and politicians are gonna do what politicians do, and so our freedoms are being um eroded, and because everybody is bombarded with worry and panic about how they're going to sustain themselves and their health conditions, and like there was a time people thought they had life figured out in America, and now things are so unsure. Even well off people are unsure, and so being obsessed with how unsure the present is, a lot of people don't have the time to um, forecast and prepare and intervene about future things. They're just living in the now, you know. Oh, it's a pandemic. Okay, I gotta wear a mask. They're not asking any questions about, okay, what exactly is in this vaccine? What are the after effects? Why did it go back so fast? And people that do ask those questions, they get shut down. They're censored. There are many doctors who are given the real raw deal of information, and they've been forced to be quiet, you know.
Yeah, that's messed up.
Yeah, there's so many, so
Yeah,
it's
'cause
just
a
it's a
lot of people
social
had.
experiment,
Mhm.
testing our resolve, and it's going to continue because subjugation is on the table. Like,
Yep.
subjugation is on the table. That's what they want every citizen that is not an elitist to experience, is subjugation. And it's the writing's on the wall. Is just that when you're trying to make it, all you can do is hope that it'll work out, and hope is not really going to do anything. You know, hope is the subjugation. To be honest with you, like, yeah, all they can do is sit in a corner and hope. You know, when there was a time when we actually knew, um,
the strategies that it took to make things turn around for society's benefit. And now a lot of us are too occupied with just making it to do anything, you know. It's called fear. Like they're bombarding us with fear. You know,
Mm-hmm.
they're bombarding. They're programming us to be fearful about things that we could actually overtake as a collective we could actually overtake things. It's just that we're being convinced that we're all out. We're not gonna get together and do anything. We're being convinced that it's each person for themselves, and so that's why this divisiveness amongst the genders in these Black YouTube spaces is, it goes against our best interests collectively. and and I just like to keep up with it to find out what's, just how far people are taking these messages. And I hear every day something worse. And now the brothers that are in the manosphere, they're starting to turn on each other. I don't know if you all are familiar with, there's these two guys that were, manosphere bros. They are biting each other's heads off and exposing private information about each other, you
Really?
know, for retaliation's sake. It's not even for money. It's just because their ego and pride just won't allow them to have a personal conversation on the phone. Like, bro, why did you do that? Why would you say we supposed to stick together? No, they can't do that. They're gonna make a live stream about how ugly his woman is, and he's gonna make a live stream about how trashy his woman is on purpose.
And it's gonna
Now,
escalate from there.
yeah, it's gonna get, you know, um, and I refuse to believe that they're smart enough to have collaborated those tactics. I think it's from the heart. I think someone was offended by something someone said, and they
Mm-hmm.
retaliated, and it made the manosphere look like it's falling apart, and it's on its last thread. So black men don't even know how to keep that straight. You know, they don't even know how to stay unified with that. They just had one job: promote themselves and the hell with everybody else. But they couldn't even do that right. Now they're at each other's throats because they're stupid. All they had to do was just talk in private, like, okay, man, this is uh this is not looking good according to what we claim we're trying to do here. So what kind of agreement can we come to? No. And I guarantee you that eventually word's gonna get back to that that's what they should do. But we've already heard it. We've already heard the dissension between them two. So
Right.
anything else is gonna be phony. You know what I'm saying? And they're gonna lose subscribers. They're gonna People are gonna discontinue their Patreon and all that good shit because now it comes across like you're insulting people's intelligence. And who's gonna go for that? You know what I'm saying? Like I said, this is nobody's first rodeo if you've been involved with Black YouTube for a number of years and you've seen how it goes. It takes about 2 years to figure out how it goes.
Yeah. Do you
But
think
people who are newly introduced to it, you got a decision to make. Either you gonna stick around or you gonna get the fuck on. Cause it's a hell of a roller coaster, baby.
like somebody explained to me one time, a content creator. She said, you don't understand YouTube because I was just noticing, like, I mentioned this content creator, on Bomb's channel, the racist woman.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I had been observing her for like a couple of months. And Remember I told you, I was telling you guys that I told my my teachers that I wanted to do a case study on this woman because I saw all her tactics. She was trying to use a Marxist tactic, to get what she wanted. She was basically trying to infiltrate our spaces, and she was using the men to do it. And then trying to befriend, um, some black women to do her dirty work. And then either way, she would have crossed them. So the woman that she works closely with now knows that she's a racist, but then things were going too far. Like what this woman did, like she made a young woman's life a living hell over a disagreement in a chat room, to the point where she was making stream after stream after stream about this poor girl,
Right.
calling her kids bastards, um, having the men come on the panel, picking this girl apart from her teeth to the fact that she has children out of wedlock. Exploited the fact that this girl was actually in a car accident. Oh, she must be dumb. And to have like a bunch of like men, I don't know, it was just like too much for me. So I
And
remember
they
having,
laugh. Yeah, right. When people are being humiliated, they
yeah,
laugh
but it
at the
was the way it
person.
was done. Yeah, because you see how like, okay, so you see how like when Bama roasts somebody, she'll roast them, but then she doesn't take their children or their husband or family members and put them up on the screen. You know what I mean? And be like, oh, this woman must be abusing her child. What do you think, men? You know what I mean? Like, it was just like a nastiness to what this woman was doing. But it's like, when you make over 200 streams about somebody, like something is wrong with you. And I
Yeah.
was explaining this to
She was
her.
obsessed.
Yeah, I was explaining this to her black partner who has a YouTube channel. And I was just like, don't you think this is going too far? She was like, girl, you don't get YouTube. I was like, she was like, it's content. And then she got in on the fun. Then she participated in it when she didn't have to. And then when this poor girl is coming back at them, all of a sudden it's a problem. So I was just like, so this is YouTube, like the back and forth, like we just go like really, really low to the point where we're talking about kids. I'm hearing, these two women talk about this girl's father, saying that, oh yeah, she slept with her father to have those kids. It just got really disgusting after a while.
Yeah, they get low down with it. When I first
Yeah,
um encountered, let's just call it a mission, right?
yeah,
For those, I encountered a mission where I made a decision. Um, a guy has a son who was accused of being gay, and in my mind, his son was just starting to embark upon a career, and I believe that a reputation, a false, there was no proof of it. There was only speculation, and it was used as a, a tactic to distract from the fact that the guy was clobbering them in every other argument. So they decided to go for his son. And when they used that tactic, the thing that came to my mind is that that boy is just starting to try, just starting out on his future endeavors, and they want to clobber his future with a false accusation. I found that to be abysmal. And
mhm,
I embarked upon a mission to assist him in making sure that people who do stuff like that, when they start going for people's children and falsely accusing people's children, like hindering their child's prospect of having a clean online reputation, like, that, because when you really think about it, that's kind of wicked, right? It's like, just because you pissed me off,
not you specifically, but I'm saying as
No,
an
I know what you
example,
mean.
just because that person was clobbering them in an argument, they're going to result to hinder a child's clean slate online, right? I just found that um, to be a desperate move and abysmal. And I didn't have a problem with joining the mission in his humiliation tactics to make sure that people think twice before they think it's cool to hinder a child's future by establishing a false reputation online. And so once the mission was completed, that's all there was to it. You know, however, it took a long time. It took a while. And what actually occurred was that people started making decisions, I should say, as to what my character is as a person because I did involve myself in um co-signing his humiliation tactics.
Okay.
And so I got associated with that.
Right.
And so then, you know, the mission is over. I'm moving on. I'm doing other things, but people still didn't want to let go of what they've seen and heard
Right.
regarding me. And next thing you know, I'm going through a whole lot of beratement, you know, just a bombardment of beratement. And, just because you were there, that means you're this type of person. And it took some time for people to understand that I'm an individual with my own autonomous thoughts. I just believed in a mission. Okay, that's what it is. That was my mission. It is wrong for people to hinder whether or not a child has a clean slate to embark upon their future by virtue of establishing some fake ass reputation or accusation when that child had nothing to do with the argument that you're involved with their parent about. To me, that shit was wrong. And so
Mhm.
that's all it was. But
Right.
like I said, that was several years ago, and it took a few years thereafter for people to hear me as an individual outside of those incidents. You know, um, some people may or may not still have a bitter taste in their mouth about it, but the mission was accomplished because y- it's not cool to talk about other people's children. You know, but you still got people in this world that will still do that. And that's when I realized they still, people still gonna talk about people's children, you know?
Yeah.
And that's so it's not like I didn't think I was changing the world. I just thought that situation was worth my time. Okay. I just thought that
Mhm.
mission was worth my time. I was newly introduced to Black YouTube and we were singing songs and talking about nutrition. And then this situation comes up, and next thing you know, I'm involved with something that I dedicated a lot of time to because I believed in the mission. Right. And as it turns out, it's just like war. People are still going to have war. It like
Yeah.
like you could fight for you know, you could fight World War I, World War II, Vietnam, the Korean War, you could fight Afghanistan. There will always be war. There will always be war. And it's up to any of us to decide whether or not we want to be involved in it. So when people
Right.
start talking about other people's children and we find that unforgivable, just ask yourself whether or not you got the time to do something about it. Because it's not guaranteed that anything's gonna stop just because you intervened or call yourself just because you call yourself getting in the middle of something because you believe in the cause, that doesn't mean it's gonna stop.
Right.
And people need to remember that before they call themselves, sticking their neck out for somebody. I've seen it um time and time again. People are sticking their neck out for other people,
And ironically, they're at each other's necks today. You know what I'm saying? So so
Mm-hmm.
so those people, they go out of their way to quote unquote defend somebody that they're cool with in that moment, just to turn around and be enemies with them a year or two later. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yes.
don't be online thinking that you're on a crusade that will end. It'll never end. There will always be toxicity and conflict and confrontation in this thing called Black YouTube, always. And if you are ready to experience that, God bless you. If you're not, God bless you. Either way, it's your choice. It's not a problem either way. Do what you feel like doing, but don't
Yeah.
say nobody told you what the deal is. Because nobody told me. I had to figure that shit out. I was like, damn, these niggas ain't gonna stop. They ain't gonna stop humiliating each other. They're not gonna stop bickering. They're not gonna stop arguing. They're not gonna stop backstabbing. They're not gonna stop talking about each other's children. They're not gonna
Yeah.
stop doxing. They're not gonna stop doing any of this shit that I find deplorable. They're not going to stop.
Yeah, the thing about me is it's if like, like you for instance, like, I've been on the panel, like I don't know you personally, but I know enough about you, like I know like there's just like even when you get mad and you get into an argument with somebody, there's just places that I know you won't go. Do you understand what I'm saying? And just like
I
and
would
just
like to
observing,
believe, yeah, I would like to believe that I have um
like
no, I'm
when you
serious. I would,
when you
cause it
when you get
depends,
mad,
right?
huh?
It depends because like when somebody had said something about my son that's totally a lie about him being arrested, and it was a lie, and they made up that lie because apparently I was hurting their feelings a little too much for them. So they had to figure out a way to hurt my feelings. You know what I mean? And so they resorted to making up a lie about my own son. And had it not been for the fact that I had already experienced the trials and tribulations of this too shall pass,
Right.
I guess I would have got caught up in being infuriated about it. But praise be to God, that previous experience of that man's child being lied on, I remember I was like, that's what desperate people do. Desperate people, they go for your children because they have no other recourse to spare their hurt feelings. That's what people do. And when I recalled that, I was just like, you know what? That's like water off a duck's back, nigga. That's all you got. That lie,
Hmm.
you know, no proof, just making up shit because you lose. Okay, go suck your dick somewhere. Talk to you later.
Yeah, that's the most frustrating part. Like when somebody makes something up about you, and it's like for me, it doesn't have to necessarily be about me, but it would have to do with like my kids or my husband, or even like somebody I really really care about. That would, that stuff like that gets to me,
And
and
another
it's just
guy,
frustrating when like it's like this is so not true, and then other
we
people
have a
hear it,
mutual enemy, you and I.
huh?
We have a mutual enemy whose name begins with the letter C. A guy who's online name begins with the letter C, or that's what his trifling ass is known for, beginning with the letter C. I don't want to say
Yeah.
his name,
Oh
but
yeah, yeah, yeah.
he'll go around saying hang this person and R
Mhm.
word that person and just make up all types of stuff, and including that somebody's a prostitute who could never be a prostitute, and then just all types of desperate insults, just as a manipulation tactic, and even going so far as to say, well, if in order to prove something about myself, I got to cam up, and then he went just trying to make up something about me being disfigured and all
He's
kinds
an
of crazy
idiot.
shit, because I was like, do you think I can't see through your fucking effort to try to get me to cam up, nigga? Like, that's all you trying to do. You just trying to make up shit to. It's kind of like a like people will tell you to prove something when you don't really
Mhm.
have to prove anything in an
Yeah.
effort to find out whether or not they have the power to manipulate you into doing,
Mhm.
what they telling you to do. And that shit don't work. That's like so 2016. That shit don't work with anybody. Okay. And I really found it distressing when people took him seriously enough to, I guess, yeah, that's atrocious. And if you can press charges against it, so I don't mind. Yeah, I don't mind them embarking upon finding out how they could press charges against him, find his ass, get his ass handled, and make him disappear. I don't have a problem with that. What my disturbance was is that he clearly is emotionally disturbed because something happened to that child while he was in jail. Okay, something happened
Yeah.
to him because he's emotionally disturbed. I don't care how much money he claims he has. He's emotionally disturbed. And for him to do the things that he does,
Oh, Mela, I don't mean to cut you off. Big J's in the back chat. I guess he's trying to get on the panel.
Mule would have to let him up.
I
This
think he
isn't
was.
Zoom. So, Big J, this isn't
Oh
Zoom.
yeah, that's right.
Yeah, this
That's
isn't Zoom.
StreamYard.
This is
Um,
StreamYard. So, Mule is the only one that could let people on the panel.
I think
And
she
that's
fell
just the
asleep.
way it is. Like once I drop, like say I get a signal interruption, I can't come back on this panel unless she lets me in, and she might have dozed off because it's been quite the day. So that's the difference between Zoom and StreamYard. You don't. I don't know if they have that co-host feature, but she hasn't assigned anybody a co-host feature if that is available on StreamYard. So don't take it personally if anybody's backstage waiting. You all notice she hasn't spoken in a while, so she's
Yeah, I'm
probably
like, she
dozed
fell
off.
asleep. Yeah.
We all got to get up in the morning and do something. I'm planning on leaving in about 5 or 10 minutes myself. Um, you know, and just chillax. And I like dialoguing and talking to you, Miss Mimi, and really, everybody that I've encountered and exchanged pleasantries with. It it's it's a joy to me to find out that we share the same sentiment about who is doing what that is unkind, evil, and wrong toward other people. It's like, is it just
Yeah.
me? Am I the only one that thinks this motherfucker is evil? And then we find out that other people think the same thing, and so there's a camaraderie with that. Um, we're discovering what is more like-minded about each other the more we talk. So I do appreciate these types of conversations um, that way because we're discovering what we have in common more so than not. And I really like
Yeah.
that. It's really nice when you discover things that you have in common with people, even if it's the most outrageous things, you still find out what you have in common with people. And I like that. You know, it builds a familiarity that could lead to networking and trust and building something greater for society. Who knows? I'm just a daydreamer, but I'm just saying it is refreshing when you find like-minded people, no matter where you are, even on Black YouTube. So these guys
Yeah.
that have something in common as far as hating Black women, I think that might be what they get a kick. Like I refuse to believe that every guy that's saying all this crap about Black women actually believe everything that they're saying. I think they're going with the flow. I
Yeah.
don't think they have the courage to be their authentic selves. I think they have found something that they belong to
and they are just giving lip service to stick around. There couldn't possibly be all these guys that hate their mother. Okay, it's like when I hear of people talking about how they hate their mother, I'm like, it's funny how you didn't hate her on Christmas. It's funny how you didn't hate her on payday. It's funny how you didn't hate her, when, she provided something as a gift that you wasn't expected that you enjoyed. You know what I'm saying? All these good memories, somehow you conveniently forget about that. But you get online with a couple of brothers that's, talking about unliving black women and you with it.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I think, you know, some people they just find the wrong spaces to um belong to, because they don't know why they're doing. If they know why they're doing it, that's different than I don't know why I'm here. I'm just used to y'all. You know what I'm saying? You got people that do that. They just used to being there. I'm just listening. Nah, bro, I ain't got nothing to say. Y'all got it. Y'all got it. No, y'all got it. That useless shit.
Yeah.
Fuck you on the panel for if you ain't got nothing to say. You know? At least tell us you think we full of shit. At least do that. I would respect that more than, like you get introduced to, hey, how you doing, Mela? I'm all right. Yeah, so what you got to say on the topic? Oh, no, no, I'm just listening. Y'all got it. Y'all got it. What the fuck? You could have did that. You could have did that just listening shit without joining. And I know that sounds harsh. I know that sounds harsh. I think it's more appropriate to just admit that you want to be a backup in case you're needed, or you're gonna wait until something stimulates your curiosity. But I don't know, like maybe I sound prejudiced against slang because I know it's slang. Like when people do that, it's really just it's just how like our vernacular as black people, sometimes we give each other the short end of the stick, even in communication. Like, just announce what you really doing instead of leaving it up to, nah, I'm just listening. Y'all got it. Y'all got it. The fuck? This is a panel. Like, so what are you really here for? If you're not
Yeah.
here to contribute to either the topic at hand or what's on your mind. And any event that you're here as a backup or you're here waiting for a more stimulating part of the conversation, just say that. Because I was, I'm kind of extreme when it comes to those things, right? Those nuances. There's this one person, and I haven't talked to her in a while. Every time I ask her what she's doing, she would say nothing. And that's insulting my intelligence. It's like, you're not going to have me sit up here and believe that you're not doing, as you say, nothing. It's not, I'm not even trying to be intrusive. I'm just
Yeah.
saying, why is it that when I call you, you're not doing nothing, and then you want to dump all your feel sorry for me victimhood bullshit in my ear? What you're doing is no, what you're doing is you're preparing yourself to take advantage of my compassion. That's what the fuck you doing. Okay? She didn't like hearing that, but that's what it is. And she was like, well, tell me what's on your mind. Like, well, what you saying? No, the time for that has passed. Like, the fact that you don't have the brain capacity or the heart to where your self-centeredness escapes you, we're not gonna be close anymore. I don't hate you. It's just that I'm just not gonna entertain the possibility that we could ever be truly close as sisters, you know? But we have some wonderful things in common. I appreciate that, but you don't want to understand your lack of reciprocal. Like, and then again, sometimes I blame myself and me because I didn't tell her, like, I believe in reciprocation. I tell you
Yeah,
something, you tell me something. I never
yeah,
told her that. I just assumed that she has that type of personality. As it turns out, she doesn't. And the fact that she has to be prompted, it doesn't, that means she wasn't born knowing it. And so I can't really be into, establishing a long-term friendship with people that I gotta tell them how to treat me. You should already, not you should already know, but I'm saying you you just wasn't meant to be in my life other than in in re, other than when we all get together as a group and we're sitting down at a holiday party. Like, I'm gonna always be happy to see you, but we're not gonna have any of these. You call me whenever you feel like it with your sob stories, and then when I call you, and I'm not gonna tell you my sob stories, but I am gonna ask, what are you doing? Because you told me these sob stories that would indicate that there's something that you do when you're not talking to somebody. And for you to tell me that you're not doing nothing, it just comes off as a lie. You know what I mean? It's like, why are you calling me like, you getting ready to jump off a cliff, and when you tell me you're not doing nothing, I'm supposed to believe that when I know you're depressed. I know you're depressed because you've been telling me you're depressed. I want
yeah.
to follow. And when you tell me you're doing nothing, that means that the suggestions that you asked me for and the links of self help information that you asked me for, apparently you're not interested in it because you're telling me you're doing nothing. And so if you want to be stuck on stupid, you can be stuck on stupid by yourself. I don't want to be pulled into that. Do you think I'm mean for that? I
No,
don't want to be pulled into no stuck on stupid mentality. I'm saving myself. Shit. I'm not a professional therapist. She won't even go to a therapist. I'm like, am I supposed to be your therapist? You didn't love. No, I haven't been trained in, you know, I haven't, there are people, they have an education in that field for a reason. They know how to absorb that and let it go. When you tell me all the things that are so worrisome about you, and I just blow it off like, okay, you needed to vent. That's good. You needed to vent. And that's the way I've been playing it, right? Okay, it's good that you got a chance to vent. That's good. And then you ask me what you should do about it. I give you suggestions. I go out of my way to find things that are customizable for you. And you tell me you're not doing nothing. And then I said, well, did you read the the information I sent you? Oh no, no, I'll get to it. Bitch, I thought you was gonna jump off a fucking ledge. Why the fuck are you telling me you not doing nothing then? So you just wasting my fucking time, right? And that I find to be disrespectful. I do. I do. Because don't tell me you gonna jump off the ledge and I find some way to assist you, and you tell me I'll get to it later. Am I supposed to say, oh, Poe, baby, you must be really sad today? No, I'm not gonna feel sorry for you. I'm not. People who want help will help themselves. And people who don't want help will drag you down with them. And I'm not gonna let her do that. Now this is the third fucking time I done said this shit
for the last past several days. It's really bothering me because I want to return her calls. Um, and I'm sure she's all right because she does text me, and it's like she's trying to make up. She acts like I'm mad at her. I'm not mad at her. I'm just not interested in anything other than improvement. If you're
Right.
not talking about improvement, then you're stagnant. And I'm not gonna let that stuck on stupid shit rub off on me.
Right.
It's about self-preservation. And she doesn't understand what real friendship is if she thinks that I'm being, she wants to accuse me of not caring about her. Because that's not it. I care about her. But I'm not gonna be stuck on stupid as a self-sacrifice. I'm not gonna be no fucking man, please. I don't wanna hear that. I wanna hear improvement. I don't wanna hear sob stories. I wanna hear improvement. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
No. No, because we already go through our own stuff, right?
Right.
So like once in a while I don't mind it, but if it becomes like an everyday thing, I can't deal with it.
Habitual child.
Yeah, I just and there's some people there's just I'm just convinced that there is just some people like that. Like I knew this guy years ago. Like we used to do some writing together. He was very very smart guy. And then it was like when we would talk, it would be like he was always down about something,
Always.
always down about something. I'm like, now you damn. And then it's like afterwards, you just don't know what to say. Like you give as much advice as you can,
It's
but then
uncomfortable.
it is uncomfortable because it's like you don't want to say the wrong thing.
Exactly.
You don't want to come off like you're telling them what to do. But then it's like if you don't say anything or you try to like direct the conversation somewhere else, it's like, oh, are you
And they
ignoring
act
me?
like they're the only person in the world with problems.
Yeah.
The self-centeredness of it all, it just it gets to be too much. Tell me more about him. I want to hear about him. He was just a walking doom and gloom poster, wasn't he?
Yes. In his music, like things that he listened to, I was like, okay, like I'm not gonna lie, there's some doom and gloom music that I listen to, but all day, and he seriously believed that nothing would get better, and he would always talk about his childhood, his mother, this, that, but yet he would go see his mother to then come back and complain about it. Then he would complain about an ex-girlfriend that he was like that he after a while he didn't want to have sex with her. It hurt him to have sex with her. I was like, what? Like, why are you thinking about that now? Yeah,
Because
he
he
was.
thought you wanted to hear it. What is it about people like us that people think we want to hear that? That's my question.
I
Like,
don't
because
know, but I don't
I
know. My
think
my kids tell me they're like everywhere I go, it could be like if I'm at the supermarket or if I'm at a doctor's office or just waiting on something. Somebody always walks up to me, they say hello, I say hello back, and they start telling me their problems. And, and this has happened to me
oh my
since I was a
God.
teenager.
Oh my
I'm like riding the train, minding my business, and you get somebody, hello, you say hello back, and then, you try not to, and I would try so hard not to engage because I'm like, I'm really not in the mood. I have my headphones in and all, and then you see the person's mouth moving, you're like, huh? And then they just start talking to you like about what they went through and stuff like that. And it's like sometimes it's sad, but it's like I don't have all the answers.
You know who you can force to listen to you? Uber drivers, Lyft drivers. Like that's because I was trying because she doesn't want to go to therapy at all. I said, you know what? Um, You want someone that is gonna listen to you, and they don't have a choice. Get in a Lyft, get in an Uber that's gonna drive enough distance for you to just spill your guts, and they have to listen to you. I mean, that maybe. I mean, what is the Lyft driver gonna do? Like, get the fuck out, bitch! I ain't gotta listen. I ain't gotta. I mean, what are they gonna do? They want the money, right? They want to complete the ride, and 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 that's what I left her with. I was like, look, uh,
So why doesn't she want to see a therapist?
she doesn't trust them.
Well,
She thinks
you
because
don't
it's
trust
something
them right
about people.
away.
It's something about people like when they write down those notes and stuff. Because she's been to one before, and they were just writing down all these notes, and it's something about that bothers her. Like just watching them write down notes about everything that she's saying bothers her. And I said not all of them do that. I would imagine maybe you could find the right one. And I gave her different resources, and and she just doesn't want therapy. She just doesn't want it.
Yeah,
Now, I
not
just keep in mind, now
she
this
can
isn't.
tell them she doesn't, you can ask. Like, I remember, like, when I started going to therapy, I didn't like that either. So I asked, I
Oh,
said,
so that is a thing, because it didn't
yeah,
make
like,
sense to me.
what are you writing
I
down? And
want them
then,
to write it down. If I go to therapy, I want them to write down so that they can read it back. It's like, okay, because sometimes I just talk and talk and talk. And when I'm reminded of what I said and we can examine it, I would appreciate that. But yeah, so she was the first person I ever heard that she doesn't like when they write down what she says. She was the
yeah,
first person I ever heard say that.
they just write down like key things. That's what I learned, like, from the classes I was taking. They just write down key things that you say, so that way, on your next visit they can follow up. They'll go, oh, okay, well, when I saw you last time, you were feeling this way and this happened, that happened. And then also they do a plan with you, like, what are your goals, like, what do you want to accomplish. It could be something
And
as
that's
simple
the
as, like, just you.
professionalism about, like, I can't do
Yeah.
that. I can't make a plan for her. I wasn't educated in therapy. I like I don't know what I don't know. I love her, don't get me when I say I love her, I mean I want the absolute greatest things of enjoyment for her life. That's what I mean by I love her. It's just that I'm not gonna allow myself to absorb her sorrow. I'm not gonna allow myself to do that, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Cause I absorb stuff. Like I'm like, oh shit, that's messed up. You know what I mean? Like I take it seriously. And I have learned that there's just, it's like if I'm listening to your doom and gloom on a regular basis, it's going to affect my sunny outlook. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Because I know that that's the type of person I am. I just still think it's kind of mean, but I mean, you know, I didn't leave her hanging. It's just that, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. We
Yeah,
got an
you just have
event
to
coming up
you just got to
in
be blunt with
December.
her.
Say what? We
you
got an
you
event
just
coming up in December, so I know I'll see her there. So
you got to be blunt with her, like,
no,
I
I'm not
care
gonna be
about.
mean to her. No, I'm
No,
not gonna
just
be
be
mean.
blunt. Like, you know what? Like, I care about you, but you have to let her know I don't have the tools to help you. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I
I
told her
don't
that.
have the answers for you. I don't have the tools for you. And if she's uncomfortable with seeing a therapist, she can always see a peer counselor, which is different. Like, I see both, and then the peer counseling was the classes that I was taking, where you're just like the middleman between the psychiatrist and the therapist, where you're just there, like, you speak to the person once a week. It could be over the phone, or it can be in person. and you have their phone number. It's up to the peer counselor. Like if you're having a crisis, after 5 o'clock, some peer counselors answer, some don't. They tell you, hey, like, so they come up with a plan, like a crisis plan, and
I'm
they
glad
do
you
talk
told
to
me that.
you
I'm
and they're
glad you're
relatable.
telling me that because it'll give me something to say to her in case I decide to speak with her before December.
Yeah, I'll put the agency in the back chat. And they always have these class. I gotta finish taking those classes. It was really
Mhm.
good.
I even
Um,
yeah, I mentioned pursuing education in psychotherapy so she can analyze herself. She laughed.
you know what I liked about the classes? It was like it's online, it's free, and you just go. It was like twice a week. It was on Tuesdays and Thursdays for 2 hours, and you get like two breaks in between. You do have to like be on camera and stuff like that, but you just wear whatever you want to wear, and you're just talking throughout the whole class, and you're just learning different things, different stuff in the mental health field, where it's just like um protocols, what to do with certain, like they give you different scenarios,
Mhm.
and then every other week, I think it's like on a Wednesday, they have a support group class, which is optional for an hour, where everybody that's in your class, and it's a small class, so you guys can get together
Oh, that'll
and
be
then
good.
you talk about, whatever's going on. And then you meet, and you just build a community that way. And it's pretty cool.
Yeah, that'll be good because you know, sometimes she sounds like she doesn't want to wake up tomorrow and stuff like.
Yeah,
It's
that's
just
not
like
good.
whoa, do I need to call somebody to come? Like you know what I'm saying? Like you can't just tell me stuff like that and it turns out you're just being expressive. You don't really mean it. You know what I mean? You need some
Yeah,
a professional to be able to address that in a way that they know how to do, as opposed to me hitting the panic button, thinking that you're gonna jump off the ledge or some shit. And it turns out you just going through a mood swing or something. Like you can't play with me like that.
yeah. Yeah, it sounds like, she has depression. I mean, I suffer with depression too. So there would be times where I think I could be like my husband gets it, but there would be times that I would be like depressed and he'd be like, "Oh, come on, let's go leave the house." And I'd be a brat about it. I'm like, "No, I don't feel like going. I don't feel like going." But
I
then once
saw
I
the
got up
back
and
chat,
went,
so yeah, I'm gonna text that to myself. I'm listening, Mimi. Go ahead.
no, and then once I did it, once I got up and left the house, I would always feel better.
Yeah, yeah. And then those times when, a person doesn't want to get any air, they can, like, they feel better when they
Yeah.
get air, like, get some air.
Yeah, because when you're in the moment, you don't feel, it doesn't feel like it's gonna get better at all.
Hmm. Yeah.
And then you do take it out on people you love the most. So it's tough. And
Yeah.
also my email is in the back chat. You can see it.
All right.
If you scroll up a little bit, my email is there. But that's a great place. Like I know that agency they have, I think they have it all over the United States if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
But they help out with a lot of stuff. Like if a person is having trouble with housing, your peer counselor would get on it right away. They'll look into different places. for you for housing. They'll get you on a special list. They will help you with your resume. If you say, "Oh, you know what? I'm looking for a job," they'll help you. Um, they'll share links with you. Like they're really nice. Like it's good to have them. Like for me, like is a like a backup support.
Okay, I see your email. All right. I had to scroll up. All right. Yeah. Yeah. I I I would tell her what my grandma always told me, keep your chin up. And that doesn't work for everybody, you know?
Yeah, yeah, it's tough,
Yeah.
but I guess the good thing if she tries it and she gets like a peer counselor, they can slowly talk her into getting a therapist. But at least she'll get an idea. Like they'll explain like what a therapist does is what they do, and then she'll be talking to a regular person that most likely has had either firsthand experience with substance abuse or mental illness, like whether it's depression, anxiety, PTSD, stuff like that. So they'll be able to speak with somebody and on how they recovered and how how they're dealing with it.
Well, hopefully she's not mixing her meds with anything, hopefully. Um, you know, hopefully, because that would be messed up.
And whoever's giving her the meds, if they pick up on that, two things could probably happen. Like depending on what it is, like if it's an antidepressant, they won't take it away, but they'll be put in a position where they're like, all right, you're gonna have to go to like a detox or something. There's something bigger going on here.
Yeah, she's never been a substance user. Like
Mhm.
she's never been in. That's one of the things I liked about her. You know, her stance on indulging is that's just not her thing, and that's why I can't understand where she's coming from. So I'm not a doctor. I know that there's a such thing as a chemical imbalance when it comes to neurotransmitters,
Mhm.
and so I don't know what to tell her, and that's exactly what I'm gonna tell her in the event I talk to her anytime soon before December, that I don't know what to do for you. And that's pretty much it. Like, I'm gonna keep it simple, like I don't know what to do for you. Um, and that, just listen to me stuff is not it's not working for me. I just need you to listen. I appreciate that you listen. Thank you for listening. It's like that's not working for me anymore. It makes me sad, and I don't want to be sad. I don't want to be sad knowing that you just listening, me just listening is not helping you. You understand?
Yeah.
It's like, okay, you want me to just listen, but even that's not helping because it's the same thing. And I look forward to your improvement. And I'm starting to think that I'm enabling you to stay stuck by just letting you just talk about the same thing all the time when you can climb out of it. So
Mhm.
yeah,
And then what you can do is you can just if you wanted to make it a little easier for her, just look up, that agency where in her town or where you live, and maybe you can just like explain, like what's going on, so that way, maybe they can contact her.
I'm glad you
Or
mentioned that. That they have extensive services because they could probably map out something that I haven't thought of. So, I'm grateful for that.
I'm serious, Mela, like you would love it. Um, the peer counselor that I met, she actually had to stop being my peer counselor because we got too close. I met her when I was going through the court stuff with my mom, and we got really, really close. And then she started telling me about the classes, and I remember I kept putting it off, like, nah, I don't think that's something for me. So every time it would come up, she would be like, the classes are coming up, like she was on me. And then like I was like, you know what? Last year I was like, you know what? Let me give this a shot. Let me do it. And I liked it. I really enjoyed it. Like, and I saw myself, working there. And what's really nice is that a lot of the time you get to work from home, and you just call up your participants, and then you just check in the office once a week. So I thought that was pretty cool. And just having a peer counselor was really nice, because it's somebody that like they match you with somebody who has had like the same experience. Like for you, for instance, like you were in the service, so I'm guessing like they would find somebody that was also in the service,
Is it
so
like
that
a
way
Big Brothers Big Sisters program for adults?
it kind of feels like it.
I'm
It's like
trying to figure this out.
it's like
Okay.
it's like put it this way, they're like your cheerleader. It's like it's almost like they're your cheerleader, and they're there to back you up on anything that you want to do in your life. But it's
Okay.
in the mental,
Okay.
but they're in the mental health field. So like for you, like if you mentioned, I was in the service, I'm pretty sure that they
Well,
would match you
Grace,
with somebody who's in the service, and then you have an option, like you want your peer counselor to be a male or female. They'll ask you those things ahead of time, and it's really, it's confidential, everything, obviously. And it's nice, like when the holidays come around, Mela, they give you presents.
that does sound like the Big Brothers Big Sisters.
They give you presents. I remember one Christmas, I opened my door, and I had a huge fruit basket, and they bought all this stuff for my kids. I was like, I kind of felt bad. I was like, I didn't need this. They're like, no, it's through the agency. And I was like, oh, this is pretty cool.
I
Yeah.
had to wrap presents for Moody Bible Institute. Um, um, I was assisting somebody that actually does it, and yeah. So a lot of those organizations, they do give out gifts for the holidays for people. They do stuff like that. I worked for the vet center, not the vet center. It was called something else, but it's regarding veterans. And you know, you just do nice things for them and stuff. And you don't have to be a full-fledged obligated volunteer. See, I don't. I like to volunteer, but that obligation crap, I'm not with that. I've tried that once, and it's very annoying to be instilled with a sense of obligation when you're just showing up to be helpful. Like, I'm here to be helpful. I'm not here to be obligated. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
That's a clear distinction for my type of character. I'm not interested. I would like to believe in being obligated. However, I like to be helpful.
Yeah.
I like to be helpful, but don't.
impose a sense of obligation. That's once I start sensing it, I back off.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna be anybody's fucking puppet if I can help it. You know what I'm saying? Like I save that for my son.
Mhm.
And I'm fortunate that he doesn't take advantage of it. Um, very fortunate. There are some sons that take advantage of their mothers. Uh, open invitation, like like, hey, whatever you want, you got it. I'm here for you. You know what I'm saying? And some sons actually put their mothers through that test.
Right.
That hasn't been my occurrence yet. So, um, so I'm fortunate for the time being in that way. But yeah, he's pretty much the only person that gets that carte blanche. Like you know, and everything else is like I said, I like to help, but I'm not going to allow myself to be imposed an obligation. You're not gonna.
Yeah.
I get real resistant when I start sensing that someone is obligating me to something. Like I've come too fucking far.
Right.
I've come too far, for someone outside of myself to guilt trip me that way. That's not gonna.
And
Being
people,
retired is a hell of a thing. It gives you a whole new sense of awareness. Like I ain't gotta do shit for nobody, for real.
oh my gosh, this would be so great for you, Mela.
What?
To to get a peer counselor, or you can possibly be one and do it part-time.
No, I already got the VA. If I want to do all that kind of stuff, I'm talking about a retired woman, a newly retired
So
woman.
you just want to chill.
She's an elder, and
Okay.
that's why I'm not mean to her because she's an elder. At the same time, like she grew up in that generation that just is pessimistic. Like she's got everything to look forward to, but and she's never told me that she's on meds. I just think that because of the job she had, she has access to health care. But she's the type of person that she, I guess, anyway, like I said, we're supposed to see each other in December, and that'll be fine. But as far as me, I'm attached to the greatest health care system on the planet, like for
Yeah.
real. Like I could call 1-800 uh help a vet or whatever the fuck that number. I could call the fucking crisis hotline and just
No,
run
but
my mouth.
wouldn't it
I
be
can make an
better if you were
appointment.
familiar, if you got familiar with the person that like got to know you?
Say what?
I said, wouldn't it be better if you got familiar with somebody that like got to know you instead
No.
of calling? Oh, you
No,
wouldn't
no,
like
no,
that.
no. I'm just saying that my options as a veteran are vast. She is not a veteran. So, they're that's why it's hard for me to suggest things to her because we don't have access to the same
Mm,
system
I
of
see what you're
care.
saying.
So
Yeah.
what you put in the back chat is perfect because a civilian can easily, you
Mm-hmm.
know, go through something like that. Um, but with the veterans healthcare, like I could just really, I'm straight. I'm straight, you know.
Yeah.
And as a matter of fact, it makes me kind of cocky because no, it does because when you have unlimited access to like that type of healthcare system,
It's incredible. It gives you an incredible sense of confidence. You know, like God forbid they find my body dead on the street somewhere and they look inside my bag and find out I'm a veteran. They just ship me over to the VA and they got my records and everything will be handled from there. Like it's that serious, as opposed to somebody that's not affiliated with it. If they were in the same situation, there's going to
Right.
be a lot of different maneuvers, you
Mhm.
know, that have to be done before things are set straight for them. So it's just a different feel with her because she's not a veteran, you know.
Yeah.
It's a different feel. And I know people, they say a friend and all this other kind of stuff, and people think that somebody's referring to themselves. That's not the case. I didn't know if I came across as if I'm just like I'm a straightforward person. In the event that I was
Mhm.
referring to myself, I would hope that I would um I don't mind being vulnerable about things. It's just that I'm not going to be vulnerable about everything because in essence this is being recorded, and that's why I have to be mindful about people that,
Oh yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
like for instance, um if I said anything that was disturbing me personally, I have to be mindful that I'm not necessarily everybody's best friend. You know what I'm saying? And you just never know when someone might try to undercut somebody. And when a person is confronted with that, it's very there are two choices to make: to react or not. And I've
Mhm.
learned that. Now I've learned that. Um just because someone delivers something that is um shocking, you've got two choices. You can react or not. I
Right.
had to learn that over a period of time when it came to these spaces. Um, there were people that there are people. I don't want to talk past this. There are people that I have an affinity for that I really enjoy. Knowing that they're all right and hearing them and listening to, the different facets of their personality and just finding things wonderful about their intelligence or their vulnerabilities. It's just that I have to I have to advise people, if you want something to come back to you, be careful what you say about yourself personally.
Right.
Now, as far as me, I will say that everything is true. I am actually legally married. I've never been arrested. I am actually a veteran, well decorated veteran that worked on the flight line in the Air Force, all that good shit. I've
That is
been,
so cool.
I have a first husband, um, that, there's no domestic violence there, but he started demonstrating signs that eventually there would be. So I got the
Right.
hell out of that marriage because the writing was
Good for
on the
you.
wall, you know. I was
Yeah.
and when I went back home to Chicago, I was very sad. And had it not been for the VA, I would not have been in my right mind to meet who would be my future husband and the father of my child. And that's all I really wanted. I only wanted a a baby. That's what I wanted. Like because in my first marriage I had a miscarriage. And that was kind of devastating
Yeah.
for me thinking that Like, what's up with this? Like, am I
Mhm.
not supposed to have children or some shit? It was really, really disturbing because, you do everything you're supposed to do, and then next thing you know, you're in the emergency room and they have to perform a DNC, and then you're with this guy that is potentially that's demonstrating a propensity of violence that could eventually filter off to you. It's like, well, shit, I'm not gonna have a baby with him anyway, so fuck it, you know. And I didn't get married to get divorced, so I was really depressed, and so the VA was
Mhm.
it helped me make the transition into wellness that was necessary so I could be introduced to the perfect specimen. I hit the genetic lottery with that guy, even though he's not everything that life was cracked up to be. We made a heck of a baby time. And we're
Aw.
still legally married to this day. It's just that I don't know why I'm not going to divorce him, and I don't know why he won't divorce me. Out from what I know, he's all right. He's not living with anybody. He's just getting his life together. And that's
Mhm.
all well and good. And he knows better than to, uh, uh, how can I put this? Well, see, there goes that temptation to spill the beans, right? To say anything further than that is not necessary. I'm glad he's
Right. I
getting his life
understand.
together, and I'm peaceful, and I'm not fucking around because I I have a I have this sense of consciousness at this point in my life that I think I would be haunted with guilt and shame because for whatever reason, you know, there's something that tells me that everything's going to be all right once we get over our midlife crisis. You know, I know that sounds kind of corny, but we are both going through a midlife crisis and we just don't want to deal with each other. We just don't. We still love each
Yeah.
other, but when you go through a midlife crisis, you can hurt somebody. you know, and
Right.
so you know, there's only so much a bond can do. There's only so much vows can do. There's only so much it can do. So um I just I do entertain the idea uh of that because believe it or not, older people get remarried all the time. So that's not the deal. Everything's working. I got the best healthcare system on the planet. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Better than fine. Better. And I, I'm just picky. You know what I mean? I
Mhm.
am. I'm under the impression that somebody has to be perfect for me to change my life with them. And
Right.
because I know there's no such thing as perfect, I'm probably just making an excuse to get over the hump of the midlife crisis we're both experiencing. And when I say midlife crisis, I mean like our selfish period. We're both very selfish right now. That's pretty much what it is.
Yeah, that's understandable.
Yeah. And two selfish people living together is not a good idea. You know,
Yeah.
it's
As long as, you're content and you're happy,
yeah.
most of
Like
the time rather than not,
I get to talk to people I'll never meet and talk about anything. That's absolute. That is like that's incredible because the friends that you sit around with, and go places with, you're stuck with them. You're stuck. You're like
It's like I don't even feel like being bothered with this. And then there are consequences when you just get up and leave because you don't want to be bothered. There are consequences for that. But when it's online, you know, you just press the leave button.
Mm-hmm.
That's a beautiful thing. I get to develop an affinity for all of you, and I get to come and go as I please. That's some cool shit. If you ever thought about it that way.
Mm-hmm. No, it is cool.
Now I know if I press the leave button right now, Mule might be asleep, so she ain't gonna. I can't come on the panel. I just have to be like. As a matter of fact, I gotta go to the restroom, so I'm gonna go to the restroom real quick, and I'll be back. But I didn't want to leave you up here by yourself. And I'm not taking this device into the restroom with me. That's not my style, you know. But I've been holding my bladder, and
Go ahead, my love.
okay, give me 5 minutes, child, because
All
I
right.
gotta walk. Okay, I
Okay.
gotta, yeah, it's in the bathroom away from this room, and then you gotta go through the process of wash your hands and all that. So it'll be hopefully no more than 5 minutes. If I
Yeah,
don't
go
come
ahead.
back, then that means that maybe I had some problems. I don't know, but I anticipate only 5 minutes and I'll return. Okay, start. So I want to promise that I'll come back, but I don't know. I'm not feeling good. I don't have the bubble gut, but it's kind of like I don't know. I'm just gonna relieve my bladder. I'll be back, BB. I'll be back. Hello, hello. Oh, she left me. Well, anyway, y'all, it's been great.
I'm still here.
Oh, cool. I was thinking, right on the way back, I was thinking that
there's proof of my whereabouts when I'm on these panels, right? So
Mm-hmm.
whenever somebody accuses me of fucking around, well, you know she got a boyfriend. Well, you know she probably doing this, and she probably, whenever those, any event that I'm confronted with these rumors of fucking around, all I gotta do is prove that I've been on the live stream way too fucking long for me to be fucking around. That's a beautiful aspect of it too. You know,
Yeah.
um, no, I'm serious, and you know, because I'm not arrogant enough to think that I'm actually helping people. I mean, who am I? I'm just saying it is it's a record of my whereabouts that is indisputable. Think about it.
It sure is.
How you gonna accuse me of fucking somebody when I've been on a live 12-hour live stream? Okay? Maybe I wasn't talking for 12 hours, but periodically, intermittently, you can clearly hear that I ain't in it like that. I mean, people are human. I'm not gonna sit here and act like I'm an angel and I'm innocent. What I'm saying is people would be hard pressed to do anything other than just guess. Like, okay, here's the evidence against what you're accusing me of. You tell me what it means. And then they'll have to be quiet, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So that's another benefit of being recorded somewhere. That's another benefit. You can, your whereabouts are explained without contest. That's cool. That's why I don't have a problem with getting friendly and flirtatious online because it's not actual in person exchange. You know what I mean? I like that's nothing harmful about that. You know?
Yeah, because you don't see the person. You
Yeah.
don't have to see the person the next day either.
Not only that, these people are all over the country. Somebody that's living in North Carolina doesn't have access to the Midwest.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Like, okay, so that guy that you heard me flirting with, you think that he's around the corner? No, that's somebody across the country. Like, stop tripping. It's just talk, you know. Oh man. Anyway, let me get off that subject because that's a trip too. But some new movie is coming out. I guess Friday. It's around Thanksgiving. It's about cannibals. What the
Oh,
hell is?
Hannibal Lecter?
No, no. It's about it's like people that eat people. It's called Bones and All. That's the name
Oh
of the
my
movie.
gosh, I don't know if I could see that.
Bones and All. And in the trailer, apparently the way I recall the trailer, because it was a minute ago. The way I recall, and at first I thought it was some movie that was like an old movie because I watch a lot of first time watching movie reactions, and I get to see a lot of different couples and how they, you know, have collaborated on effort to, make money for the family by just reviewing movies together. So I like to see, people getting along who plan to have a lifelong partnership. And plus, I like movies, so it was a good fit for me, right? So that's what I'm
Mm-hmm.
into for the moment because I've learned just I've learned a lot about nutrition, so I've ventured off into some other interests, and that's one of them. And while somebody has ads on their channel, there was this movie that came up called Bones and All, and they were displaying you know, the advertisement was the trailer of the movie, and it started off with a girl laying in bed with uh like a sleepover party, right? She's laying in bed with another girl,
Apparently, it was a sleepover party, and it was something about it. For some reason, the girl's finger ended up in the girl's mouth, and she bit her finger off and chewed on it.
Ew.
I know, right? And so the trailer went on to explain that there are other people like her that crave eating people, and they can smell each other. And the rule is that you don't eat people who eat people. It was crazy. And some of the narrative in the trailer was like, I know you did it. I know you ate those people. Shit like that. I was like, what? Are they running out of ideas? That shit sound crazy. And then it's coming out in on Thanksgiving. Like, okay, that sounds appetizing now, doesn't it?
Wait, bones. It's called Bones and All.
Bones and all.
Yeah, I see a couple here.
Just watch that. I'll
Uh,
be quiet. Just watch that trailer real quick and tell me what you think. Because you know they're not going to show anything too graphic in a trailer. So
all right.
but you'll get the gist
Let me
of
go
it
on
and tell
mute.
me if I'm lying, child. That shit crazy.
Okay, let me go on mute.
Oh man, yeah, that kind of blew. That was a blow for me. I was like, do they not? Do these screenwriters have no new ideas? Like, why would they release that on Thanksgiving of all holidays? Okay, I'll wait. I'll wait. Y'all hang on, and we'll get back with you. We're still here. Mingle amongst yourselves.
Okay, Mela, I'm gonna be watching that movie. I don't know. It looks good.
Wasn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Did you see? She was laying in bed like it was a sleepover. Next thing you know, the girl's finger was in her mouth, and there was this shriek and screaming, and then it went off into, I know you ate those people. And she was like, I don't know why I'm sorry. I don't want to be like this. And he's like, you can't help it. You were born that way.
Yeah,
So
that's what father was telling her, yup.
I was like, God damn.
And then she met
Bones
that
and
other
all.
guy that's just like her.
It's just people wandering the earth eating people. For real. That's like, damn. So I guess what that tells me is that there's a cast for every situation. The girl that they have cast for that lead role is really adorable,
Yeah.
but she's a fucking people eater. Like, what the hell is really going on? Now, when they showed the ugly man, I'm like, okay, yeah, I wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw him. And then you got some other guy that look, he got tattoos all over the place. He look kind of, grungy. It's like, there are certain, how can I put this? Images that you pause before you trust them. That girl that they got in that movie, you would never think that she was like that. I
You
don't
know
know if
what?
I
I
know.
liked grungy guys when I was a teenager.
Yeah, man, they can be the sweetest something. Sometimes they can be the sweetest. But a lot of times they have substance abuse problems, and
Yeah,
it's hard to get over
it
the
wouldn't
hump
work
of
relationship
that.
wise. It
Yeah,
never worked out.
yeah, that's a difficult hump to get over.
Mhm.
You know, and and then you got guys that just won't allow themselves to heal whatever they're ruminating about. And until they allow themselves to do that, no relationship will be successful, you know? Because they have to develop what they call self-soothing. It's
Mhm.
I know the VA told me about it. It's something about self-soothing, right? Um like I remember I had this habit of brushing my hair whenever I was anxious because it
Mhm.
stimulated. Like, I had this special brush that had the ball tips on it. It was
Yeah.
made out of some type of wood, and it had the ball tips on it. It was all and when I wasn't really brushing my hair, more so I was massaging my scalp, and it felt so fucking good. And all I can remember is how good it is for my scalp to be massaged. The problem is I don't want just anybody's hands in my hair. So I'm not gonna, you know, just ask somebody, like, just rub my scalp, just massage my scalp, because you know, the skin, right? When it's very, when you've gone through so much to make it pristine and clean, you want only a professional to handle your hair. You know what I'm saying? So when you're at the salon and they're washing your hair and they're rubbing your scalp, it just feels so wonderful. And that's back when I wanted to transition into wellness after getting divorced. I was asked, you know, other than sex, what was what did I find most pleasing about our marriage? And I talked about the travel. I talked
Mhm.
about our travel, things that involve travel, even if it went to restaurants and clubs, just things that we did outside of the home. I was talking about that. And then she was like, "What did you do inside the home that you enjoyed?" I said, "I like that he enjoyed my food. I like the way he made love to me. I like that he told me his stories overseas."
Mhm.
And she was like, "No, what did he do just for you?" And I was like, "Well, I told you I like the way he made love to me." She was like, "No, like what did he do that was soothing besides something that he would get out of it?" That shit
Right.
was a deep ass question for me at the time, right?
Mhm.
Like, I never thought about it like that. I was like, well, um, the way he would massage my scalp was very caring. And she was like, "Did he brush your hair or did he massage your scalp?"
I said, yeah, he brushed my hair and then I would ask him to massage my scalp. And so when he massaged your scalp, that's what you preferred. And that might be the key to your sense of soothing, how you can soothe yourself. So, that's when, she was talking about how scalp massage is probably something that like releases anxiety for me. And it did. It helped a lot. I liked it. I liked that I transferred the the nervousness into something that I can touch and perform for myself, other than the
Yeah.
usual maintenance habits, you know. Um, because I'm just used to just brushing my hair, putting it in a style, and going about my business at that time. And what I discovered is that what I really enjoy is the sensation of the scalp, you know, massage. And what I found out years later, Mimi, is that apparently because I have a gluten sensitivity and I was
Mhm.
really into pasta. I was into chimichangas and tacos and just everything that was full of stuff that doesn't digest well for me. And I didn't know this until years later. I had a lot of brain inflammation.
Oh wow.
Right. And that's why those scalp massages felt good because I had you know, I had brain. I had brain, okay? And now that I'm not really into grains anymore, I feel the difference. I don't need to do that. I don't like there is no pressure, like no knotted pressure in different areas of my head at all. When years prior, I always felt like I was on the verge of having a headache. Like always. I was always on the verge of having a headache. So I would take, you know, NSAIDs like what do you call it? It used to be my favorite too. I can't believe it. Um Elite. Yeah, my favorite of all time, right? I used to
Mhm.
take that preemptively. I used to take Motrin preemptively. I used to take these things preemptively because I mean I had a little knee bang when I was, a couple of years ago, but you know, nothing really made me more anxious than anticipating a headache. Because when I get a headache, I get a real, back then, not so much now.
Yeah.
Back then, when I got a headache, it was scary. And they didn't classify it as, a migraine. That was tripped out too. It's like, well, it's not a migraine. I was like, it's just a headache, but it feels like something is just swollen and pounding, and it just felt intrusive. And so it was discovered that there's brain inflammation, and it wasn't a tumor. It's nothing like that. It's just that sometimes the toxins that a person can't digest migrates elsewhere in the body. And
Right.
my particular path was my my brain. And so I had, that's why when it was massage, it just felt so good because it was just redistributing all the goop or whatever the fuck those grains, got in them and shit. And that's why I'm saying when I went on a real serious detox, that's why I overdid it because I remember the whole grain brain assertion that like you are just the type of person that just can't have any. And there's more to gluten than just staying away from wheat, barley, and rye. Like there are certain chemicals in other
aspects of rice and and other things that just don't really sit well with me. Now it does, but I'm so used to not having it, it doesn't really matter anymore. But back
Mhm.
then, when my stomach was torn up from taking Motrin and Aleve all the fucking time, like Tic Tac, my stomach was so tore up that all of that things just transferred themselves to inflame my brain, and I couldn't understand why I was getting these headaches, and I just thought it was stress. I blamed it on stress, but it was the food. You know what I'm saying? And anyway, I said all that to say that what the VA did help me understand, even though I don't give them credit for much else because they drug dealers as far as I'm concerned. But what I will say is that someone was kind enough to explain to me that self-soothing aspect, and and that's something that's transferable for people to benefit from in case they're interested. Like some people like their feet massaged, some people like their ass and thighs and breast massage. Who knows? Some people just like a full body massage. For me, it was my scalp. And I found out that why I enjoyed that the most, why I just felt so, it felt damn near better than the orgasm. I'm not gonna go that far, but it was close. It's
Yeah.
because of the pressure. Like I had all this built up fluid pressure from the the grains that weren't being able to that weren't digestible, that leaked through my gut and traveled throughout my body and just found a place to nest and rest. And it wasn't until I detoxed that stuff just started, you know, uh, I started relieving it through my bowels, through my urine, my ear, you know. I remember I was tearing up a lot, um, you know, those detox months, like my eyes would just get watery and I'm not even crying.
Mhm.
Everything was just detoxing for me. So, um, it's been a long time coming, but I am convinced that we are not what we eat. We are what we digest. We are what the what that was just one doctor. He said something that was so cute to me. He said, "We are what we ate had eaten." That's what he said. We are what we ate had eaten. And that was so cute to me because the inference is that, you know, if a cow is eating corn and you have an allergy to corn, then the meat that you're eating, the commercial meat that you're eating, is not going to fare well with your digestive system because you're allergic to the corn that the cow ate.
Mhm.
And so, when you start putting the pieces of the puzzle together about how uh, traceable uh, sources of food actually makes a difference for those of us who are sensitive enough to look into that. Now, some people have an iron stomach, because it's not for everybody. Keep in mind, I just said that I used to take Motrin and Aleve like Tic Tac. So I'm a particular case where I practically tore my stomach up. There was a time I couldn't keep food down, and that's when I knew something was wrong. I was like,
Yeah.
I was like, you know, I'm fucked up in the game, and I was scared to go to the VA because I have had friends, God rest their soul, who have died, right? They went
Wow.
in, they had an ailment, they went in and they put them on pills, okay? And here it is a year or two later, they got liver cancer, they got brain cancer, you know what I'm saying? And shit like that. The next thing you know, they all fucked up and dead, you know? And so I was just, because I mean, prior to them being ill and needing to go in for help with an ailment, they had heartburn, for God's sake, or they had a headache, and now they're dead. And so I was like, what's the correlation? Them fucking pills.
Yeah.
Okay? The motherfucking prescription pills. And I was like, so when that started happening to me, when I couldn't keep food down, and I was like, well, goddamn, I'm not drunk, I'm not doing anything but just eating. Why the fuck am I not being able to keep food? Like, now I know I had some GERD, heartburn. Is it the heartburn medicine? So I stopped taking the heartburn medicine, right? And okay, I'ma just go through it. I'ma go through it. Fuck it, baking soda. Here I come. Fuck it. You know what I'm saying? I'm pulling out the medieval remedies, and nothing was able to allow me to enjoy a meal. And I was like, this is some bullshit. We as human beings are supposed to be able to eat. We're supposed to be able to eat with no problem. If we can't eat, and there's a problem, there's something fucking wrong, right? And I got really agitated because I believed that I was being forced into going into hospitalization to submit myself to whatever eventual prescriptions they were going to give me. And I wasn't having it. Now, I'm not going to say that I would rather die than go to the hospital. I'm just saying I had to give my intelligence a chance. And so I just started coming to me to just put together all this information of everybody that has had problems before me and turn it around and think, what if it's preventable? And so I started doing search engine, I started doing word searches on a search engine in that mentality, under
Mhm.
the mentality of what if this is preventable? Like, how to prevent this, how to prevent that, as opposed to what is this and what is that. No, I'm looking for curative words in my search engine. Okay, curative words. And eventually that led me to things. It opened up a whole new world when my mindset was about curativeness as opposed to woe is me-ness. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, instead of typing in, I got heartburn. You know, like, why the fuck would I type in what I already know? What I'm looking for is curative, curative entries. And
Mhm.
so when I started doing that, uh, you know, increase appetite, avoid regurgitation, all that kind of shit. Um, strengthen, advance strength or whatever, that's curative. I changed my mindset because I went into the what if the role, what if it can be changed? What if, because for the longest time I thought people were regulated to be doomed by their family history of illness. And that's not the case. You are not your DNA. You can you're born with an individual body just like you're born with individual fingerprints. You can make a fucking difference in your life. You just have to be determined to look for solutions instead of dwelling on the problem. And that's what helped me. And I did that because I was frightened crapless of the drug slingers of the healthcare system. Because that's what they're trained to see. It's not like they intentionally are trying to hurt people. That's what they're trained to do in medical school. They're trained to listen to what you tell them or observe what your ailment is
and they write a prescription according to your ailment. That's what they're trained to do. And so I don't blame them. It's just that I am aware that there are other options too. And I think about the people that have passed on. Had they known what I'm aware of now, they may still be around today. They didn't have to take those pills, you know, because a
Which
lot
turn
of
into
those
other
pills.
pills.
Say what?
I say which turn into other pills. Like they'll prescribe you a pill and then
A pill on top of a pill to cover the other pill
yeah,
that wouldn't do,
yes.
and it just doesn't make sense. It's a revolving door of BS. And the body is designed to heal itself. You just got to give it a chance,
Mhm.
you know? And that chance is natural curative measures instead of, oh, doctor, woe is me. Save a doctor is a human being just like you. A doctor is a human being just like you. Yeah, they're charismatic, they're personable, they are impressive. Nonetheless, they're a human being just like you. You have the strength and wherewithal to discover information to benefit your life on an individual basis. They don't know you from a can of paint. They're only doing what they're trained to do. They are trained to write prescriptions. That's what they're trained to do. They're trained to examine, assess, and transcribe. That's it. And once you understand that, you be like, okay, that motherfucker over there, he got a job to do, or she got a job to do. And it has nothing to do with knowing me personally. Okay? Only you know yourself personally.
Mhm.
And when you are able to think for yourself and actually enter into this wonderful thing called the internet and use it for the genie in the lamp that it is, you can fucking heal anything you got going. I promise you that. And you better use it while you can before they shut this shit down. Because they don't really appreciate everyday people knowing how to skirt around these industries that they have so carefully, constructed to keep us under their thumb. Once we
Yep.
start learning to think for ourselves, believe me, they are eventually going to enforce more and more censorship because they don't want everyday people knowing too much because it threatens their sense of power. It threatens their position in life, and they can't have that. So I
Yep.
suggest you utilize this unlimited knowledge while you can. Transcribe that shit, write it down, shit, record your voice in a goddamn tape recorder, old fashioned style, because it's just a matter of time before they realize that too many people know too much. Okay. As a matter of fact, I was watching a documentary that was talking about Wilmington, North Carolina in like 1894
Mhm.
when there were black legislators in full effect. But now, yeah, we're talking landowners, business owners, everything was all copacetic and growing. But no, it got a little too enviable to where the propaganda started spreading that this is a white man's country and we ought not allow anybody other than white men to rule it. Okay? So for them, it was just a little too many black men that were becoming legislators over there in North Carolina back in the late 1800s, huh?
Hmm.
Too many prosperous black folks, too many prosperous black faces around. So eventually there was um this third party that was developed. This was back in the days when there was like the Republican Party was doing things that were progressive for black people.
Okay, because people always wonder what was the transition. Like, why is it that black people, and the Lincoln, he was a Republican. Like, why the switch to Democrat? Well, let me tell you, there was a situation in that time where a third party started coming up. I'm trying to remember the name of the motherfucker. Anyway, a third party of people who were just agitated about black legislators being increasingly welcomed into positions of power.
Right.
And so the propaganda started. So there was this guy that had a printing press. He's a black man, had a printing press, and he was just sending out information, enriching people's knowledge and sense of forward thinking, and all is well, and everybody's growing and being prosperous. Next thing you know, they started. When I say they, I mean people that hated black people and felt threatened by their growing presence of power. Put out just assertions of falsehoods that black men are going they want to rape they want to R word Caucasian women, sexually all they want to do is sexually assault our women. All they want to do is, just all types of horrible things about the nature of black men being horrible. And
Mhm.
so then you have the man who owns the black printing press. He would counteract that, saying, well, as a matter of fact, white women are choosing to find black men attractive. So then they would get pissed off and they would print something else. And then it went back and forth, kind of like a beef, a YouTube beef. You know what I'm saying? Reaction, reaction, reaction. And eventually the elections were coming up and there was this third party that convinced the Democrats that they should be on their side because the black man is prone to sexually assault our women and you should be really concerned about that. And so they fell for the rhetoric, and that eventually that's how no, I said the Republicans. I said the Republicans. So that's how the Republicans eventually started with this third party that came up. And so that, things grew, but not before they committed a massacre, a straight up freaking massacre. Like they just went into the areas where black people were conducting business and just started shooting them straight on the street, you know. So then you know, the papers were reporting that the black men started it when in fact the it was the white men that started it. There are witness accounts. And so do you know, anyway, as time goes on, there are there's limited evidence of that incident happening. Limited evidence. Like you gotta dig so fucking deep to actually find books, like actual books that detail the incident. It's ridiculous. The books that are available in libraries across America demonstrate that the man who pronounced that even if we got to flood the river with black bodies, we will not have them lead our nation. And that's a quote that he actually said. That is like nowhere to be found in the book because they censored it. That's what I'm saying. The censorship thing, right?
Yeah.
When
And the
when
stuff that they
when
don't
you
teach
have
us
the
in school.
power to take authentic, accurate information and access to it away from people, that's when you running shit, baby.
Mhm.
Because you will convince people to believe whatever you tell them is true as opposed to the truth. And so, no, how many of us talk about Wilmington, North Carolina of 1894 today? None of us, because it has been stricken from books. And the printer press that black man owned, they went in there and shot his ass damn near. He was one of the first people they killed and burned his place down.
because he was transcribing everything and printing that shit out, and he had to go because he was empowering the minds of those who want
Mhm.
to advance their lives. So that little uh uh historical poster that shows like a bunch of black men at the bottom being legislators, that's the time when it changed over to no more black men because they massacred people. They made sure that they followed through with their threat that this is a white man's country and no black man will rule it, okay, or have power in it, or however the quote went. But you get the gist. And they didn't.
Yeah.
And also, it included the threat that um some Caucasian woman, she was saying, if a black man has to, if somebody black got to hang every day to get them out of office, let them hang. And then another man was saying, if we got to fill the river with black bodies until we get them out of office, so be it. They was just straight gangster with the shit, man. And everybody that ran out of there, that left under threat. I mean, people hid in swamps, afraid for their lives because it was like dead on sight for being black. They was they were on a mission. So, it's a real threat uh in both directions. The threat of knowing what a black person can do when they have their mind focused on equity and the opportunity of the equitable opportunity,
Mhm.
you know when they have their mind focused on making that productive, there's a great focus that can demonstrate itself. However, on the other side of the coin, when there is fear installed into a man's spirit, it can vibrate through generations, where like they teach their children to be afraid when there's nothing to be afraid of. You just have to move wisely. That's
Yeah.
all. Learn from the past and move wiser. Don't be afraid of being assassinated or no crazy ass shit like that when you have it within you to be smart enough to know how to feed them shit and call it chocolate cake. Miss Minnie's chocolate pie type shit. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
and I don't mean that. I'm not trying to say anything bad about any of ethnicities. I'm talking about black people that are stagnant in by fear, stagnated by fear. I've heard these. You know, I've heard can't too much. Well, we can't do that. Can't, 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 can't. Oh, really? Who says you can't? Fear told you can't. The fear that was passed on generation after from those massacres, that's what told you can't. It's not that you can't, it's just a different way to do it that you haven't even discovered because somebody has convinced you that there's something to be afraid of. You know,
Mhm.
what happened to the saying of I mean, you just gotta stand on your feet. You just gotta stand on your feet. It's just, I mean, what choice do you have? You have to stand on your feet. You know, and being obsessed with how many women you can convince to feel sorry for you where you're having sex and making illegitimate children by the bushel load is not the business. That that doesn't establish anything but a burden on the child, that has to figure out how to navigate the confusion of their origin.
Yeah.
However, when you establish a traditions, where traditions are established, like every week we do this, every quarter we do that, every year we do, just establish some traditions and then get things formulated to where those traditions network off into other communities of people that and you all get together and build shit up and keep it going. The children observe it, and that's just how they figure life is supposed to go. We're supposed to be productive. That's what we've been doing for years. We're supposed to be excellent. That's what we've been doing for years. It's tradition for us to be excellent. That's what we've been doing for years. But when a child has to figure out why the fuck is my mother and father crazy? And why am I burdened with trying to figure that out? That's not gonna work. Okay? Because that child is too distracted trying to figure their parents out instead of looking forward and marching ahead in excellence. So I don't know what's going to happen in the future. I'm just talking because I've had some caffeine, you know.
Oh, you too? I'm drinking coffee too.
Yeah, that's how I get my kick. That's my guilty pleasure, caffeine. That's my guilty pleasure.
Me
Without caffeine,
too.
I sound like I'm just exhausted, you
Oh
know.
my gosh, I think it was like a month ago. Like I was in a rush. Like we ran out of coffee and we were next to a
Oh,
local
no.
CVS. So I run in there with my daughter and then I didn't see the brand that I normally get. So I'm like, let me just grab Folgers. I'm not really crazy about it, but let me grab it. So we get in the house. My husband looks at it. He goes, it's decaf, right? I was like,
No, you
no.
didn't.
I was like, nah, we have to run back out. I'm not drinking decaf coffee. I'm not doing it.
Exactly. Like, what's the point? Exactly. We know what it's for. It's
I'm like,
stimulation.
mm-mm.
Like, we don't even want to play with ourselves like that. Like, like, I mean, there are people that drink decaf because they find themselves to be caffeine sensitive, which I understand because I am too caffeine sensitive, but I like it. I like being caffeine sensitive. I like that it gives me that pep, you know. There are things that there's an aspect of creativity that befalls me when I'm on caffeine and I love it. So if I have a vice that I'm just not going to let go, that would be it. Now, I would have to do it carefully. I'm not going to drink coffee. I'm going to have other things that are more agreeable for me that also a you know operates the same way because it's still essentially caffeine, but it's just not coffee. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I get it, John. I get it, and that's what I'm on. You know, and I promise you, when I'm tired and I'm fussing and cussing and tripping, it could be a combination of I'm coming down from caffeine. It could be that,
Yeah.
like I haven't really bothered to examine. Some people say, "Oh, when you tired, you be tripping." Some people say, "Yeah, other things." It's just that that's not it. It depends on who the fuck pisses me off. Why I gotta be something other than somebody pissed me off, and that's what it is. And if I'm wide awake from having caffeine, then god damn it, you just might get the full fucking throttle. If I'm tired,
maybe I'll let that shit slide. Who knows? Or maybe I won't go so hard. But I mean, I can't really, and I've heard people's criticisms regarding, some outrageous behavior that I conducted, and they're trying to examine, you know, it for some strange reason. And it's like, don't make excuses for me. I'm just myself, I'm just
Yeah.
myself. Whether I've had caffeine or whether I'm sleepy, I am myself. I'm multifaceted. Who knows what the hell you're gonna get? Okay, just please understand that I care about humanity. I would not have harm come to people unnecessarily, and that's pretty much what I'm on. If I'm on anything, I'm on that. I would, but I do understand that I've said some really cruel things. I've
Well,
made some
you're
really cruel
human.
statements, some real cruel statements, and it's
Well, you're
nothing to laugh
human.
at. It's just sometimes I can't. I'm like, who says that? You know, I guess I said it. You know, it's quite challenging sometimes to realize that depending on who it is and how much I've gotten upset about it, I could really snap the fuck out. And that's not.
I mean, I could snap when you see, like, I don't react to things right away. It's like a build up for me with people. Like, it's like it's somebody that I'm not crazy about, and I find them to be annoying. I'm like, all right, I could put up with this, and then it goes on for days, right? You're like, I'm like, I don't know how much longer I can put up with it, and it could just be one day they say one thing, and I just go off from that
Okay,
build up.
the simmer to a boil, to an
Yeah,
eruption. Yeah, I've been there. I tend to be impulsive. Um, yeah, I tend to be impulsive. So you know, I've just accepted that about myself. I have the propensity to be impulsive. I actually do. I would like to think that I can control it. Sometimes it's unavoidable
yeah.
to for me to conduct the impulse of retribution when someone has insulted me, you know, it's um it's up in the air whether or not I'm gonna impulsively do something about it. And when I say do something about it, I mean cuss out. Because really, what can you do other than just respond? I mean, we're talking. That's pretty much it. I remember somebody upset me so much. What I said, if we were in a conference room, I throw a chair at your ass, and because I could just envision, I could just see it. I could just see them sitting across the table from me, saying the same stuff they were saying to me, and I could just envision myself just clobbering them with a chair. You know how you break a chair over somebody's back? I was just like envisioning that. It was crazy. And I was like, I know damn well they're not in my presence. I can't break a chair over their back. I need to stop tripping. So I don't do that for performative effect. I really be feeling that shit. I
I
am
mean,
actually in the mode when I'm doing that. It's
I'm
not.
banned from a bar because of that situation I told you about.
Oh no. Okay. Yeah, I
So
remember the situation. I didn't know they banned you from a
yeah,
bar.
I was
From
banned
the bar
from
that you were talking about.
I was banned from the bar.
You hurt her
Um,
pretty bad though.
Yeah, she had it coming for a while anyway. I never liked her, this girl. So yeah, just the hands in the face thing. I really don't like.
Yeah.
That's just a huge trigger. And then she was taller than me too. It was like, mm-mm.
Do you think that had you okay, if you had it, and I don't like to use the word if, just walk with me for a minute. And you know
Mm,
what I'm about to say. If you had it to do all over again, would you have done it?
yes,
Okay, there you go. Be honest with yourself, girl. There you go. Because
yeah, but that's why
I,
I didn't fight it.
I don't want to believe that about you, but I can understand because you did what you did because it was in you to do it, as opposed to saying, I don't know what's come over me. Because that would not be authentic. You know what I'm saying? Like you
Okay,
did
can
what
I
you
tell you what
did
was
because it
even
was in you to do it. Say
can I
what?
tell you what was even worse about that situation too?
What?
So I was dating her brother at the
Uh-huh.
time, and he
Was
was
it still?
there when it happened.
Oh, yeah.
So it was like stuff that I knew about her based on like what like her
He
mother
told
was like the sweetest woman ever. She just had issues growing up. Like she saw her father murder her mother right in front of her eyes, and she spent most of her life in foster care. Met their dad, got married, had 4 kids, and then she was an at-home mom, and then he started cheating on her and basically left her for another woman. So she sunk into like a deep depression. So the only person that lived with her was, the guy that I was dating. So, when she would just tell me these stories, how like she's like, yeah, my daughter never comes to see me. And then when she would come, she would make her mom feel like shit. And I'm just like, wow. So like that was another trigger for me too.
right because you saw her treat her mother crap like crap.
Yeah, like a mom who definitely didn't deserve it, you
Right.
know?
Yeah. So the coals were like heating up.
Yeah.
Like you were. Yeah. I totally get it. I do. I understand that there comes a time when people who are fucking with other people make the mistake of fucking with you, and you gonna give it to them like they deserve to get it. I understand that.
Ooh, Mello, she got it again for me, but like I didn't hit her. But like I remember like once that restraining order was up, I would still go over there even when the relationship was like over
You
between.
violated the restraining order.
Oh no, I didn't violate it. No, I didn't
Oh,
I
okay,
didn't
okay.
I didn't like, and her mother was so sweet. Like I still went to go see her. Like even after the breakup and stuff like that, I always checked up on her. Like I would bring her food because like when she got into her depression, sometimes she wouldn't shower or she wouldn't eat. So I
Oh
would go over
wow.
there as much as I can to make sure she was all right.
Yeah, that's a bad depression when you just like that sounds like the type of person that don't like. Well, I won't equate her to Grace. Oh shit, I said her name. What up? Okay, Jackie. What? Okay, look. I what I will say is that there are people that don't care whether or not they wake up the next day, and that's when they start conducting those types of neglectful
Mhm.
self care actions. You know.
Mhm. And it was like at least if she had, her daughter there, like who she loved, like she would sit there and knit things for her daughter, like hats, scarves. Like she was into sewing and all of that stuff, like when she was in the mood for it. And then it was just like the way this bitch would come through, like the way she would talk to her mother, like you can't even pick up the phone and see how she's doing.
What types of things did she say to her mother that you know of?
what
Did she
types
call
of
her a
things
bitch?
did she say? Like there was one time, she had
Did she
signed up
call her
for.
mother a bitch?
She has called her a crazy bitch. Yeah.
Okay, that's not cool. Yeah, should that, yeah,
Yeah, that pissed me
yeah,
off.
she needed
Or
some
when she learned, when I taught her how to use Facebook, I felt like that'll be something worthwhile for her,
right.
something to do.
That's
And she
right.
came across her daughter's thing, and her daughter sends her a private message. Oh, um you embarrass me. I can't have you as a friend on Facebook. And I'm just like, what? Like, this woman did nothing wrong other than she has a severe depression issue.
Yeah,
That's
that's whack.
which is not her fault. Um, so I just thought it was
Right.
like really, I thought it was like really fucked up. So I remember like the summer, like it was like a year later over the summer, I went to go see her,
Uh-huh.
and I saw her daughter downstairs in the lobby, and she had her head down. She didn't say anything, but I was
Uh-huh.
with my younger sister, and my younger sister was like, huh. So she waits until we get in the elevator and she starts talking shit. And I was just like, oh my God, this girl's like has a death wish. So she goes into her mom's apartment and she tells her mom that how, like, just lying. She said that how me and my sister tried to jump her in the lobby where there's cameras. And I was just like, so I just opened the door and I was like, are you lying to my mother? Like,
Wow.
because I was like, because I'm more of a daughter to her than you are. You don't do shit for her. And I said, and the only reason why you started coming around again is because you knew that I was coming around. It was like she was doing like this competition shit.
Right.
And then her mother was telling her to like be quiet. Her mother knew she was lying. And I was like, why are you even here? Like just get out. You don't give a shit about your mother. And I started asking her questions. Do you know what your mother likes to do? Do you know what her favorite show is? Do you even know what her favorite color is? What does she enjoy? Things like that. And she couldn't answer. And I don't know what came over me, Mela. I just spit in her face.
Yeah.
I spit right, like I was just like disgusted. I just spit right in her face.
Did you? Okay, what did she do after you spit in her face?
She started
Because you said
screaming.
she's taller than you. What did she do?
Nothing. She did nothing.
So after you spit in her face, did you say, "Bitch, I will fuck you up"?
No.
Okay.
Mm-mm.
You didn't
I
follow
think
that
maybe
up
she
with
was
a
scared.
threat.
I
You
think
just spit
maybe
in
she
her
was
face.
scared. She probably could have been scared also, like, 'cause my sister was there, but my sister wouldn't have jumped in or anything like that. But I was like ready to fight her again, all over again.
Was she high?
Was she high?
Like,
Like,
I
what do you
don't
mean?
understand why she didn't fight you back.
Because of what happened the first time.
Okay.
Bro, because of that.
Yeah. Yeah, that
I
would
mean,
do
she
it.
wasn't that much taller than me anyways. Not like she was like
Oh,
towering over
you
me or
made, yeah,
anything like that.
you made it seem like she was much taller.
But she was taller, but not so tall, not that much taller.
She wasn't basketball player height. Okay.
Oh no. Mm-mm.
Like Pearly or whatever her name is. She wasn't that
Oh
tall.
no.
Have you ever beat like somebody that you thought like have you ever been in a fight and you thought to yourself, this a big bitch,
Oh yeah.
and you beat her ass and you're like, thank God.
Yeah, and that was
it,
because I was luck that and I think that was just like pure luck.
it
Um
was
because
for me too. It was
let me
like
tell you, I went I
I
went
don't
to
know how I did that move, but that shit worked, man.
I mean, the girl was like, let me tell you something. The girl was big. I was like, I tried to talk it down a little bit, but she didn't. It was a situation with my friends
Like
because
a
we would go and
gorilla.
look at
It's like, God damn, this bitch a gorilla. Shit.
well, we were
That's
not in our
okay.
neighborhood.
I'm gonna work it out.
Yeah, we were not in our neighborhood. We went like a bunch of us, we just went out. We went to go look at this. We went to go watch a band. It was like a cover band. They did different songs, and I liked it because it was a mixed crowd. And there was some underground band that was there, and the lead singer, for whatever reason, the girls liked him. I just thought he was trash, and he had groupies. One of the girls, my going out friends, was one of his groupies, and he had other groupies, and that's how the fight happened. So this big bitch came out of nowhere and she tackles my friend to the floor like a football player.
Oh
I was like,
no.
"Oh shit." And then they had more girls than we did. So I was like, "Oh shit." So then the crowd was there. So when the girl got up, I didn't give her a chance to do anything. I just punched her in the face, and then she like tackled me to the ground and I'm kicking her. We were like on the floor rolling. And I was like, once I was on the floor, I was like, oh my God, she's going to win. She's gonna win. I don't even know how I maneuvered out of that one.
Yeah. I haven't been in many altercations. It's it's just fortunate that it's just fortunate to be unscathed in so many ways. It, a lot of people that don't believe in the Most High, I just
Yeah.
beg to differ. There's something out there that looks out sometimes, like some things are just unexplainable. That it's just outside of fighting. I put myself in harm's way many a day, and of my own self, I put myself in harm's way. I won't say that. How can I put this? I knew there were consequences for what I was doing, but I didn't think about the consequences in the moment. And for whatever reason, I got away with it. And to this
Yeah.
day, I'm still puzzled. Like, you know, there are people that don't get away with certain things. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And when I compare my circumstance, well, I'm going to be careful how I speak. When I
Yeah.
compare the circumstance to others of the same circumstance where they have experienced the consequences and I have not, I can only think to myself that is, there's something to that. There's more to it than perfect timing. I'll put it that way,
Mhm.
you know. And I've experienced a lot of so-called perfect timing circumstances that are unexplainable. The odds are stacked against those circumstances for it to just be chalked up to perfect timing. So,
Yeah.
what I have learned is not to take the that type of providence for granted. There's only so far you can push the envelope, and so obviously, that woman that got your bid, who you gave the business to. I don't know whether or not you know how she's doing now. Is is she still fucked up? Do you know?
I don't know. It was pretty okay, so it was pretty unfortunate like what happened. This is maybe like I'm gonna say like a year or two before the pandemic. He committed suicide, and then a month
Your
later,
ex-boyfriend?
yeah,
Okay.
and then yeah, he jumped off a building. Um, and when I found out about it, it was because I know like he also suffered with some depression, but also he took a rap for somebody. Like he had already did like time before, nothing long or anything like that, like a couple of months, and then he was doing good. But he was one of those ride or die friends, and he became friends with the guy, and he took a rap for this guy, and the guy basically like abandoned him, kind of thing. And I just think he was going through a lot of stuff around that time. And
Instead
from
of
what I
going back to
understood,
jail, he decided to end his life.
I think it was more than that too. I think it was like a series of things that he might have been going through. Maybe for him that was the icing on the cake, I don't know. But when I spoke to his mother, like when I found out like what happened, because I was in shock, she said that he came in and she had like an argument with him, and he pushed her, and he had never done that before. So I think he had guilt about that. It was like a combination of things. Yeah,
Oh
he just
yeah, that'll do it.
yeah, he jumped off the like I guess because he really loved his mother a lot. Um, yeah, he jumped off a building, and his mother was like in shock. She was like, he like when the police showed up at her door, she was like, but he was just here. Like, what do you mean? And then a month later, she passed away in her sleep.
Yeah, yeah, she was grieving hard, no doubt.
Yeah,
That's wow. I don't even know what to say about that because she was grieving hard. I'm in a different room, so you might hear some background noise. I play
yeah.
um I play a radio sometimes. I'm looking at I'm looking for something to snack on and I don't know what I have a taste for. I hate that. I got a taste for something but I'm not sure what I'm looking for. That's crazy. Maybe that means I shouldn't snack. You know how you just want to crunch?
Yeah, I buy these nutri I think it's called nutri no, they call Nature Valley. These bars. It's like whole grain.
Yeah, I heard
I
in Nature
usually
Valley. Mhm.
yeah, I'll have that like with a snack because like when I get up in the morning, I don't get hungry right away. So I kind of like I have to have something. I got to put something in my stomach or else my stomach will start hurting because I'll get like gas and all this BS. So I usually have one of those bars with a cup of coffee just to get something in my stomach.
Yeah. In the morning, I started having celery juice. Um, because I heard bile salt. What they call it? Bile salt. Now I haven't gone to the nutrition store to buy any bile salts, and so because they just kept saying it. Like when I say they, I mean this particular doctor online. He was talking about um sometimes there's a sluggishness in the digestive system that can be relieved through bowel salts. And first I was thinking, is he talking about salt? Is he talking about bile? Like, so I did further deep diving, and apparently there's something in celery
that gets uh that that breaks down um whatever is sluggish, interrupting digesting oils. Like, you know how, like, you might have like an omelet,
Mm-hmm.
or just something that just has some type of oil in it, right?
Yeah.
Apparently that oil gets stored in the liver, and it takes a while for the liver to process the oil, and so it gets sluggish. And in order to help the liver out, it requires a certain combination, a certain formula, to help those oils break down, to pass through into the gallbladder, and then the gallbladder does its job, and everything, just starts, flowing in a, synchronistic way. And so I found out that celery is a source of bile salts, you know.
Mm.
And I found this out through this really crazy, goofy. I don't mean to call him goofy because he's just a eccentric personality, and his name is Anthony William, and he's known as the medical medium. And he is so eccentric in the way he expresses his message about, you know, health from head to toe. He's extremely eccentric. Like, if you don't have the tolerance for zaniness, it'll turn you off. However, the if you can separate his zaniness from the value of information that he imparts eventually, it really serves you well to listen to him. It's just that a lot of people can't get past the zaniness, you know what I mean? Because he starts doing he's a sarcastic impressionist. That's the best way I can describe it. He's a
Is he also
sarcastic.
the actor, or is he somebody?
No, he's not an actor. In any
Anthony. Wait, what's his
Anthony
name?
Will. No, no, Anthony William, not with an S. William, just plain.
Oh, Anthony
And
William.
he's
Okay.
known as the medical medium. He's wrote several books about, improving how the body works. And, it's just brilliant. When you listen to the essence of it, it's just that you got to get past his zaniness. His zaniness is so distracting that, the stuff that he's saying is. And then also, the reason why he's called the medical medium is because he's asserting that it is the Most High that is providing him these insights ever since he was a child.
Hmm.
It would just, these insights would just come to him. So it sounds off the mark
Mm-hmm.
as a logical thinker. However, there's information that he imparts that just makes sense as well. And so he's known as the celery juice guy, but a lot of people don't give him credit for it because they think he's a quack. They think he's a straight up quack. And I can understand that, having observed how he communicates. I can understand that. However, there are some people that, if I can if I can just make a comparison with something that all black people can understand, for those who are listening. A movie reference, right? In the movie
Mm-hmm.
2012, there was this guy that was in a Winnebago or whatever, and he was eating pickles and talking crazy, and it was really hard to decipher what he was saying. In the end, he turned out to be right, you know, and you just have to know, or rather, there comes a period of time of open mindedness that allows you to hear as Cody would say, spit out the bones. It's
Mhm.
like just eat the meat, spit out the bones. And so with a good ear, with a keen sense of understanding, a person can see past the zaniness and his sarcastic impressionism and satire, and just pick up some of the things that make a lot of sense. And so when I started having celery juice, not all the time, because it can be overwhelming if because the way he recommends 16 ounces every morning. I was like, ain't nobody you be on the toilet all fucking day. People got stuff to do. But an occasional exercise of maybe 4 ounces, in the morning, occasionally, I have noticed that there's no bloating. I welcome food better. And
Mhm.
also then he talks about, and then after that you have some lemon water. And so those are protocols for people like myself who had experienced a toe up from the flow up stomach. I'm not talking about people that just, it's like, oh yeah, I'm interested in a healthier lifestyle. Oh yeah, that's a curious thing for me. I'm not talking about people like that. I'm talking about, like, I was in a situation where I was tore up from the floor up, baby. Like, trying to figure out, like, am I gonna be able to eat food again? Like, what the fuck is going on? You know?
Mhm.
So, I was listening to everybody and anybody that had a reputation of publishing renowned work. And he was one of those people. As zany as he is, he has renowned published work. And so, I took that seriously, and occasionally to entertain myself, I still watch him. His live streams are so fucking crazy. It's like, how in
I
the
just
hell?
subscribed.
Yeah, he's crazy, man. And when you listen to his personality and the way he conveys a message, he's just as sarcastic as he wants to be, man. He's just hilarious. Depending on your taste for humor, he's not for
Yeah,
everybody.
I love
He's
subtle
zany. He's
or
zany.
sarcastic.
Hmm. He's zany as hell,
Yeah.
and he's not a yeah, he's not the usual cup of tea, that's for sure. However, I don't know, it's something appealing about his sense of expertise, and there are enough people that take him seriously to where I won't count him as a quack at all. I just think he just has um a sense. He's just zany. He's just zany. Um, I won't
Yeah, I
refer
want
to
to
him.
get back to taking better care of myself. I fell off.
Yeah,
Like I s-
you might enjoy him. You might enjoy him because there's something about him that just brings a smile to your face whenever he's just over the top. And then you catch some pearls, some gems. Some gems of
Mhm.
information in between. So it's in, it's his props. He has these props, and he uses the props to make his point, and it's just so ridiculous. I'm just laughing thinking about him. You know what? I think I'm gonna watch him again. Cause I he put up something recently that I didn't catch. I said I'll get to it later. You know, cause hopefully he's always around.
I
Yeah,
haven't get a
but
chance
other than
to review.
nutrition, I've been looking for other stuff. I was all nutrition all the time, and I'm trying to break away from that habit. I'm like, I think 3 years is probably enough education. Okay. Like, if there's something I don't, as a matter of fact, no, let me stop lying. There is something I learned today. I wish I could recall it, but I know I wrote it down or at least texted to myself. There was something I learned today that I didn't know. I don't want to leave you hanging, so I'm going to try to
Shit, if I close this, I might get dropped off. Let me see. I gotta be careful so I don't accidentally drop myself off. Um, damn. Okay, okay. Um, because sometimes I'll text keynotes before I transcribe them in my journal, or I send a link to myself so I don't forget. And then I decide whether or not I'm going to share it with loved ones, right? Um, damn.
Oh, guess who he met?
Who?
Kim Kardashian.
That's right. That's right. And
I
she's
seen
not
it
even,
come. Yeah, it
yeah,
came up when you typed
she
in his
helped,
name.
he helped her. Because too many people are getting too sick.
Oh, you
But
think
what?
you were on mute or you cut off?
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know what you last heard. I'm sorry.
Um,
I was just talking.
we were talking about the no, we were talking about the medical medium. It was like that. It came up in his when you put in his name, and
Yeah, I
then
wish we
I
could
mentioned
share it
Kim.
a little bit to give an idea of what we're
I
talking about.
know.
Maybe people can look it up for themselves and maybe it'll help people. You just got to get past the zaniness. But if you love to laugh, he's your guy. If Because some of these doctors, they're boring as hell, and sitting through their lecture videos and stuff, it can get really tedious. But he's a riot. He's a riot. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you a lot better.
Okay, good. Yeah, he's a riot. He's
Does he
one of
make?
those few people I wouldn't, I just I wouldn't take a bullet for him or nothing, but I mean, I just think he's just a valuable human being. I just really
Yeah.
do.
So he makes different smoothies.
Oh yeah, he does cooking demonstrations and smoothie demonstrations, and there's another guy called Dr. Mike Hansen. He just recently brought up three different smoothie health optimizing recipes. He demonstrated them, and he was so goofy, which is unusual to see because Dr. Mike Hansen is very, he comes across as a young conservative doctor. He worked in the emergency room during the pandemic and all this other kind of stuff. He was really going hard in on the pandemic and what people have to watch out for. And then he does this smoothie recipe demonstration and he's so silly. He's like, these doctors are a trip. They got people thinking that they're just, stoic.
Yeah.
Like when I think of doctors, I think of someone that's stoic and, not easily impressed and they don't really have much of a personality. These guys are silly. They are craving to be silly. And they really are. They're just craving to be. They're not obnoxious though. I give them credit for that. They're not obnoxious. It's
Yeah.
just that they will be willingly silly. They will do that. Yeah, I love those. I love all the names that I've acquired over a period of time of knowing different doctors uh live stream, different channels
Mhm.
by heart. Like I've watched a few choice ones so many times. It's like if I saw them in a grocery store, I would know their face. Like Dr.
Mhm.
Berg! You know what I'm saying? Anthony Williams. It's like I just how and that's why I am changing course. It's like, okay, I've learned all that I'm interested in so far, and I'm just gonna find something more interesting. Something that I'm gonna find a new interest on YouTube now. Something else to be obsessed with searching. And what I have become really into now is something as mindless as movie reviews. Like first time it's not just regular movie reviews, it's the first time watch reaction. I love to see, and I don't know if they're pretending or not, because it's hard for me to believe that some of these movies that people have never seen. Like, are you trying to tell me you've never seen Carrie? Are you trying to tell me you've never seen Jumanji? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, I guess
there's
it'll depend on the generation.
yeah, and there's a couple of them that are millennials that say that feature uh certain days of the week where they emphasize I'm a millennial, so I don't know nothing about this, you know. And she reviewed Blues Brothers, and she was really pissed off, like this movie 2 hours long, and she was ashamed in her commentary afterwards that she didn't recognize Aretha Franklin. She was like, I know y'all gonna beat me up. She didn't recognize some other famous recording artist. And she was like, the voice sounds familiar, but I don't know who that is, you know? But she knows the people like James Earl Jones. Like she reviewed a movie called Sneakers, and James Earl Jones was in the movie, and she was like, that's Mufasa. you know, she's like, that's Mufasa. He's like, that's what he looked like. You know what I'm saying? So she's young, and it's just so enchanting to see young people reviewing for the first time movies I'm already aware of and watching their first time reaction to it. Because some of them, they're so young, they're fascinated by the fact that there was no cell phones back then. They're fascinated by like the fact that there were no flat screen televisions.
Mhm.
They're fascinated that
cars look funny. You know, they just they just go into stuff like, what is that? A fax machine? What's that? You know what I'm saying? That should be cracking me up. I swear. I swear. Like when you see two people, two young people reviewing a first time watch reaction, and they say a fax machine. What's that? That shit is hilarious. I'm like, I'm so fucking old. It just makes me feel old. But it makes you feel old in a laughable way, I guess. It's like,
Yeah.
damn. It's like now I know what it must have felt like for my elders when I was just walking around not knowing shit. You know, it was
I
so
remember
funny.
when I first got the internet, um, it was like dial up, the AOL dial up, right? So back then, I don't know if you remember this, right? But back then, when you had dial up and somebody called your house, you would just get a busy signal.
Uh huh.
My grandmother used to be pissed. And she has like my grandmother has a thick Caribbean accent. So she'd be like, "What is going on?" She's like, "I'm me calling over and over again. And they're on the internet." She didn't know how to say internet. I'm like, Granny, it's internet.
Antoinette.
She's thinking they on the internet all day long. Oh my God. My grandmother used to be pissed.
Yes. Yes. That was, yeah. It was a different experience communicating back then.
Hmm.
Phones had cords.
Hmm. Damn.
I know my son would trip. Like the concept of phones having cords is like that was a trip to him. Like cords.
And then the
Yeah,
cell phones that first came out, how big they were.
yeah,
This,
the big ones. The first time I saw one, I was fascinated. I was like, wow, there's some guy trying to show off to me. I didn't give him none. Though. I could have, but I didn't. He was going all out. He was really trying to impress me, but I just wasn't with it. I was like, man, something tells me that this ain't your stuff. He had nice things beyond his age, if you know what I'm saying.
hmm.
Okay. Oh
Yeah, I
man.
miss those days though.
Mhm. I think the '80s, like the mid '80s, was some of the best years of my life because I was too young to know any better, but old enough to have fun.
Hmm.
I used to hang around sexually promiscuous people in high school, and I wasn't sexually promiscuous, but I found them exciting to hang around. One day I was invited to, I guess you could call it a house party, but apparently there was fraternities and sororities there. Now, knowing what I know now about my high school friend, you know, she was always a social climber. So, looking back on it would make sense that, she would basically put herself in that situation, and because I was spending the weekend at her house, you know, I had to tag along. But I'm too young to understand the group dynamic
that's going on. I have
Mm.
a child's mind. I mean, we're talking about somebody that's still fascinated with spit bubbles. You know what I'm saying? But I look the part, you know. I look like a pretty young thing, you know what I'm saying? But I'm not experienced like the rest of them are. So all I did was just, just sit on the couch because, there was no sophisticated theater televisions and cable or nothing. So, I'm looking through magazines and I'm just sitting there. And what I recall now that I think about it, they were all getting drunk and freaky with each other. So I'm just sitting there on the couch in the living room by myself because everybody's elsewhere, just reading magazines, waiting for her to figure out whether or not she's gonna hook up with some fraternity guy in college, knowing damn well we in high school. That shit was a trip. Now that I look back on it, because I didn't understand it at the time, because I'm too young to really know what's going on. That shit was a trip. But she was a social climber. She definitely was always fascinated with being in the know. And that was her priority. She always knew what she wanted. I'll give her credit for that. She always knew what she wanted. She wanted to graduate from a specific university with a specific degree and marry a specific type of man. And she did that shit. Okay? As much as she threw herself around, she did that shit. And she has a great, big old, beautiful house. Her and a honorably discharged Air Force husband. You
Oh
know, they
wow.
they they are upstanding, contributing members of their community, and they're influential in many spaces of that are of, I won't say they're elite, but I'm sure they're working on it. Sure they're working on it. The thing about her husband, he went to high school with us too. He he's a veteran of war, sir. Like he actually saw, you know, he, I don't know. When he was in high school, he was a sweet boy. And I remember when I used to do Facebook, I saw a photo of him and I could tell that look in his eye that he's seen combat. Like he's experienced something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Mhm.
So I remember a couple of entries that she would make, and she was always, talking about what her mama told her about being a patient wife. So it was like she was pseudo complaining about her marriage, but she was careful with how she did it.
Mhm.
And then she would update, upload photos of herself with the sorority that she's affiliated with or she's with, and all the events and that they do. But yeah, I'm glad she's all right. I'm glad she's all right. I haven't been on Facebook in years.
Yeah,
That
me
was my
too.
first introduction to social media, so I was expecting more out of it than what I should have. And when I saw how treacherous it was, I just left it, and I'm just not in the habit of participating in Facebook again. I don't really want anything to do with Facebook because I remember some experiences where I saw people threaten each other's lives, and what they're doing online now with doxing and all that other kind of stuff that was going on Facebook. So I come to YouTube, I'm thinking it's going to be different, and it's not. Social media in general is I was on Twitter. Even now on Twitter, celebrities get involved.
I've
Okay,
never been on
celebrities start
Twitter.
going after people. I'm like, well, goddamn.
I've never been on Twitter ever.
Yeah, Twitter can be vicious.
I can't say which is worse. I used to think Twitter was worse than Facebook, but I think all social media has the ability to be a problem. It's just, yeah, it's gotta.
I mean, I keep up with the like that, what goes on in the entertainment world, like on Twitter. Um, there's a YouTuber. Her name is Milagro Grams, and the name of her channel is Mob Radio.
Mhm.
So, like, what she does with her content is she goes through like Instagram posts, Twitter posts, or she'll break down like why these two people are beefing, and a lot of the time it's Cardi B and somebody, and she doesn't like Cardi B. So
That's funny.
she breaks it, and she also broke down something really interesting during the pandemic. Do you remember what happened with Megan the Stallion and Tory Lanez?
I think so. Now I
Where
know
where
I've heard of Megan Thee Stallion, but I don't know what happened.
so what happened, I think this
Oh,
happened during the year where
she
she was
got
shot in
shot.
the foot or
Uh huh.
something like that. Yeah. And Tory Lanez is saying that he didn't do it. And then for like in the beginning, Megan Thee Stallion kept saying she was shot. She was definitely shot, but she wasn't naming him in the beginning.
Mhm.
So what this YouTuber did, Mob Radio, is she also does like investigative stuff too. She got like the street view map of where they were, broke down their statements, and she was really pushing back on Megan Thee Stallion. She was like, I think she's lying, blah blah blah. This doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. It's like a really good break that you should watch it. I think you'd
Was
find
she?
it
Wait a
interesting.
minute. Was she lying?
I don't know.
Oh,
But based on like what this girl broke down, I was like, it made me question a lot of things.
I remember the scandalous news, but I didn't care enough about rap or any of that to really be following it.
Yeah,
I do remember the headliners though.
I like her. That this girl, she's from Texas, so I love that accent, the accent that she has. And what I also like about her is she gives great commentary.
Okay,
She gives
cool.
she gives really good commentary. She does different things, or like if there's an award show, she'll break down like what happened at the award show. She'll show us what everybody was wearing. She's I like her. It's pretty good.
Mhm.
Or
It's
she'll break down what's happening, like she breaks down stories that happen, like God forbid if something happened to a black woman, if a black woman is missing, she'll post stories like that, and she brings awareness to stuff that goes on in the black community as well.
all right. Cool. Um, I think I think damn, what was I trying to say? I think the the personalities, be they celebrity or not, are invaluable. Like
Mhm.
it just just any YouTube channel that is engaging enough for me, I really appreciate it.
Mhm.
And I can't think, I don't know, it took me a while to realize that I don't have to hate watch. You know what I'm saying? If there is a channel that is is conducting things and that I'm feeling poisoned by, like if I find it to be
Mhm.
spiritually poisoning,
Right.
I really don't have to stick and stay. Like
but you got channel holders that think you're supposed to be listening to them just because they're live. They actually believe that. It's like, no, there are options. And it's there are options. It's but some of these channel holders with all their arrogance, if I didn't know any better, I think their feelings are hurt because somebody is not listening to the entire fucking live stream. And you can't, so that's when that whole word narcissistic started coming into the picture. And we're talking about 2 years ago. These are my opinions from 2 years ago when, there was this guy whose panel I used to appear on, and he just made it seem like it was a crime to not listen to his entire live stream.
Oh
And
wow.
I started hearing, at first I loved the humor, what I thought was humor, but in fact, it's just a tactic to keep the engagement going, right?
Mhm.
And, you know, it's just some real tripped out ass people that they think that like I don't even know how to describe it. Like they just think that every subscriber that they have is supposed to be fully attended when they go live. It's like that's not an obligation of a subscriber. Just because somebody subscribed to your channel, they're not obligated to check you out every time you live. And not only that, then in any event they do check you out, they're not obligated to stick around. These people gonna have to drop their egos, Mimi.
Mhm.
Some of their egos are just fucking out of control. What don't they understand about being a fellow human being? The fuck makes you think you special? Like, for real? You know? So, a lot of people, they want little robots and shit, fans. It's like just because somebody subscribed to you and, you know, they always say hi in the chat room, you know, maybe they were just passing through, you know?
Mhm.
Maybe they were just passing through. I've I've heard tell of one particular guy. He thought because I said hi in the chat room, he thought I was there listening to the entire live stream, and he would say things progressively insulting about me for not hitting the link to join the panel, like I guess he was accustomed to. That shit was profound to me. I was like, people really think that somebody is their property.
Mhm.
And then another thing, I saw you over there at such and such channel. you know, you know how they feel about me. Why are you over there? I was like, what in the holy we ain't took no marriage vows fuck is going on around here? You know? Like they talk to you like you cheating on them. I think it's
That's
psychotic,
weird.
man. I think it's psychotic.
It is.
It is.
Like, do you know how many YouTube channels are out there? Like, who do you think you are that I have to listen to yours?
I remember one uh particular YouTuber, she was like, hey Melon. I was like, hey, how you doing? Well, it's been a while. I was like, hold on. Do you really think we're gonna have a pleasant conversation after you pulled that fucking card? I ain't been over there since. I ain't got no hate on. I'm not hating on her. It's just like you must be out your fucking mind talking to me like I'm supposed to tune into you. The fuck on, and you can hear it. It's been a while.
Yeah, and some,
I was
and
like,
some channels
yeah, okay.
are boring. So like, you tend to move on because it's like especially like when they stick to like one thing, they have a theme, and there's only so much you can like absorb from that and contribute, so then you move on. I think that's why like I like Bomb's channel so much because like we talk about different things, there's different topics, and different people can come up and talk and stuff like that.
Yeah, and really within 12 hours, there is so much to, that can go on. The
Mhm.
12-hour live streams consecutively, back to back, especially over the summer, that's an opportunity from for anybody on the face of the planet to just hit the link and express themselves. I thought that was a beautiful innovation. I'm very impressed by that because it developed organically. It wasn't like it was planned out where um four veterans, you know, including the channel holder herself, the channel owner, I should say herself, you know, there's this sense of stick to itiveness that some veterans just they just vibe off of. It's like, you sense the you sense that the availability for others may be important for them. And
Mhm.
if you have time on your hands, you don't mind donating some time and being consistent
Exactly.
with it. And it just evolved into the point where it became 24/7. The whole freaking summer. That shit was so, it was, I use the word innovative. It was because no one had used Zoom like that, at least in these black spaces. And, you know, I had mentioned the idea, not to Bomb specifically, but someone that was using Zoom, because Bomb had first introduced, it's all her credit, right? Bomb had first introduced the concept of there's a co-host feature. I was like, oh, okay, that's interesting. I didn't know anything, I wasn't able to conceptualize it because I didn't know anything about Zoom or how it works or how it's going. I just knew how to join in. But all these features that she was discovering was available because she had Zoom, it just became an evolving process. It just evolved. And to watch that demonstrate itself was something I just wasn't interested in abandoning. I wanted to hear where this was gonna go next. And so, in the event that I had time on my hands and being retired, I do, I was gonna just, stick around and see where this goes because there could be somebody from Zimbabwe. That's what I was waiting for. I was waiting for some exotic place. It's like, because that's happened before. That's happened where, and I don't know if it's a specific setting where it's open, but there are times for people who have had Zoom, not just Bomb, but for people that have had Zoom, they've wandered on to a live stream saying, "Oh, I just saw that you all were live."
Mhm.
And, you know, and it was like, wait a minute, you don't know anything about this channel? And no, it just, and they tried to describe it. It's something about the homepage, and it's an option where you press who's
Live.
live, and
Yes.
then you find out who's live, and then so that's how
Mhm.
they did it. And I was like, I think it was somebody from Denmark, and it was another,
Yeah, I think
people that just
we got
wander
somebody
on
from
and
Australia one time. I think
right,
you were on the panel.
they
I
just
was like, oh, this is
wander.
cool.
They just wander
Yeah.
on from all over the world. I was like, I want to hear where this shit is going. You know, are we gonna hear somebody from Alaska? And talk about some salmon? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I just found it fascinating that anyone worldwide, 24 hours a day, could access the channel and talk to somebody. I just thought that, you know. I was just looking forward to picking the brains of people that were from different lands all over the world. What it turned out to be was that it was more, it not all the time, but sometimes there was a lot of bickering going on, and that became engaging. You know, there was some real drawn out things that came through with those bickering. We remember a school teacher who might not want her name mentioned.
Mhm.
She was the most unforgettable personality. She still
Oh
is.
yeah,
She
yeah.
is an unforgettable person. I don't care if we never hear from her again. We will not ever forget her presence. You know, I'm 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 dismayed that she didn't find her experience pleasurable. Um, however, um, you know, it doesn't discount the fact that she is, a staple in our memories, and not all in a bad way. Like there's some really
I was shocked, Mela. I'm not gonna lie. When that happened, because what
her
happened
opinion
was,
of how she, yeah, her opinion of things. Yeah,
yes, I was
yeah,
just like,
she was shocking. That was shocking. I was like, I can't
I
co-sign
was
on that.
shocked, and I was like, okay, because like what happened was, I think it happened on a Friday, the original conversation. So what happened was when I got up that Saturday morning, um, I got up at 4. I got up at 4. I saw that you guys were live, and I was like, oh, let me go and say hello. But then when I was on the panel, she was going back and forth with Bomb, and then was dropped from the panel, and then came back up again. I was like, what the hell is going on? And then later on that day, Mr. Kev replayed it
He did.
so we can hear it. So I was just like, I
The
honestly
stuff
didn't
that she
know.
said
When
about
I
children.
was just shocked
Yeah, the
because
stuff she said about children, that's unforgettable. It really
yes,
is.
yeah, I was shocked. I was
There are
like,
more things. There are other things about her that are unforgettable, but not quite as shocking as that. That is something I never thought I would hear a teacher confess, and she just happened to be that teacher that confessed it. Like that's how she get down with those children. You know, and but nonetheless, her personality had many other prongs to it. And whatever she's doing, I hope all is well. And who else was unforgettable? There was this one guy from New York. He had a nose ring. He got tired of people teasing him about his nose ring. He said the reason he got a nose ring was because Tupac had a nose ring.
hmm,
He was an interesting character. Um, but eventually, Gotti appeared on the panel one too many times for him, and he just didn't come back. There was another woman. She confessed that she wished that her boyfriend's baby mama was dead.
oh my god.
I know. It's like, all she wanted to do was just have him to herself, and you know, she just wish she didn't have to deal with his baggage per se. You know, that shit was expressive. Who else? We're not gonna talk about some dude. Lord have mercy. He's unforgettable too. Um, not
Yeah.
necessarily in a good way, but he's unforgettable nonetheless. Uh, and many others whose names will come to me, I'm sure, at some point. But just some that's this summer was a trip, and
Yeah.
praise be the Dev. He just kept that rolling. He's like, we gonna keep it rocking. We gonna keep it rocking.
y'all in? Yeah, y'all in. Bring your ass on it. You know, he was really, really holding it together, man. It was wonderful to find, and we're not gonna forget about Mr. Cass. He's definitely a heartfelt, like he's just somebody that has just like he's embraceable. You know what I'm saying? He's an embraceable
Yeah.
man, and many others, of course. We're not gonna forget about Silent. God bless Silent and his
Mm-hmm.
search for bow-legged hoes. And
Silent is funny.
he is funny,
There
when
was
he does
times
his
I
outbursts.
would be so nervous going up there. So he would ask me like, like a general question, and then I would just like answer it quickly. But there was times that he would throw sarcasm in there, and I'd be like,
Yeah.
wait a minute, did he just
Hmm.
I
And
was
if
like, all
you
right, I
if
got
you
you,
wasn't
Silent.
listening clearly, it would slip right by you.
Yes. I'm like, oh, he just
It's like, wait a minute,
okay.
did I just hear what I think I heard?
Yeah.
He would just blurt out something, right? And it
Hmm.
was kind of like, wait a minute, what did he just say? What I think he said? Funny. And he insists on people hearing him snore, which is
Oh
kind of
yeah, he used to
understandable.
fall asleep on the panels all the time. Yeah, because I used to listen to it and I used to go, I don't know, but it sounds like somebody's snoring, but I couldn't make out, because I'm in the chat.
The
So I'm
thing
like,
is, when you mute, you want him to rest peacefully, so you mute him. He would unmute himself. Like, wait a minute, are you really sleeping? Like, to hear yourself being muted on a like you could still hear everybody on the panel. Being muted doesn't mean you can't hear the panel. So it's like, what's up with that? Why are you unmuting yourself so you can intentionally have us listen to you snore? Which is, I mean, he has his reasons. I ain't tripping. It was just unusual. Most people, when they fall asleep on the panel, they would hope that you mute them so people don't hear any strange sounds. But not him. He was with it. He would be snoring to the God, and you know, you mute him, and then next thing you know, he unmutes himself and go back to snoring again. And it's like, come on, man, what are you doing?
yeah,
And he
Silent
has,
was funny. Like
yes.
even on his channel, we did that. We did the She-Hulk review, and I told him I was like,
Oh yeah,
I didn't watch the
he
show
wanted to do
yet.
that.
I was like, I didn't watch the show yet, so we went over there, and I know Tequila came on the panel, and I was in the chat. I know you were there too, but then you ended up going back to Bomb's channel, because I think Deb was over there by himself. So I'm telling Deb, I was like, I mean, not Deb, Silent. I was like, oh, I'll be right back or whatever, because I didn't watch the show. He goes, no, come on the panel. So I end up going on the panel, and then Tequila's up there. So they talk a little bit about the show, and then we just like had a conversation. So he ended his live stream, but the StreamYard was still up, and we were all talking. 5 minutes later, Silent was fast asleep. I was like,
Yeah,
he was just up laughing and talking to us. He went to sleep that fast.
yeah, it happens. It happens to the best of them.
Yeah.
It and you know, some people have it more pronounced than others. But that is a real thing, especially when you know, like that's it's a real thing. As a matter of fact, I was looking at a live stream from one of these physicians about that condition. Um, but it doesn't have to be a big deal. It just I just could never understand why he would unmute himself so we could hear him snore.
Maybe
I
he
would.
thought that he would wake up and just like fell out again. Like that happened to me one time. Like I think it was like the first week that I was like pulling all nighters
Hmm.
with you guys, and then I
Those
don't know. I just
mighty
got like
all nighters.
yeah. So I was like, oh. So I was like, all right. I'm like talking, and I remember Deb was there. You were talking, and I went to lay down. I was like, let me lay down and just listen. And I'm talking or whatever. And then once I realized I was about to fall asleep, I hit the mute button. And then I remember I heard you talk. I didn't even realize that I fell asleep. And I remember you were talking. I was like half and half. You guys probably didn't even hear it, but I unmuted myself. And I was like, yeah, Mela, I'm sleeping. I hope that was never picked up on the live stream
Yeah,
because I didn't know what the hell was going on.
those all nighters, and like people are prone to fall asleep out of nowhere. Um, that's the thing. It's not orchestrated. It just happens. It just happens, and it was just so authentic that it was irresistible. It was irresistible to be interactive in real time. That was so intriguing. And whatever I could do to assist in that, I was with it. Um, I mean, it beats looking for trouble. You know, because sometimes like people confuse peace with being bored, and that's a dangerous mindset to have when
Mhm.
people convince themselves that they're bored. That means that they might look for trouble. You know what I'm saying? And they're just better off understanding that you're at peace. You're not bored, you're at peace. And there's a difference. Um, but some people convince themselves they're bored, and because that has a negative connotation, they begin to search for negativity. You know what I'm saying? And then it becomes a habit. Searching for negativity and toxic engagements of conversation becomes a habit. And next thing
Oh,
they're.
the last okay, so I just put something in the back chat, so I don't want to say the name out loud.
Oh, okay. Let me see. I don't even remember who that is.
Okay, hold on, let me refresh my memory.
Yeah, I don't recall that name at all. Is that a woman or a man?
A woman.
Okay. I don't remember that particular woman's uh avatar name. Okay.
Yeah, that
Okay.
was yeah, that was the one I was saying. Like, I think I mentioned it to you a while ago. It was like in a late night stream when I was just like,
During the
have you ever met
summertime?
somebody that tried to yeah toward the well was it I would say yeah like around August.
Okay. It must have been somebody that didn't appear very often for me not to remember.
Yeah.
Did I
So
engage her? Do you recall me having a conversation with her?
yeah.
Well, damn, I don't. What was the conversation about?
Damn, we talked about
Did I argue
I
with her?
can't remember. Okay, hold on a second.
Did she say anything salacious?
Hold on.
Jog my memory. Jog my memory, because I, either she was a sweetheart or she was difficult. You know. like I said, it was, that entire experience, believe it or not, is a blur, except for a few standout situations, because it was continuous. It was so continuous. It seems like I was doing at least 4 hours every day, you know, but because I did promise bomb over the summertime. It's like, yeah, I got 4 hours in me, you know. But for the most part, like I wasn't shit.
Okay, so
That
do
shit
you
was a
remember
blur.
that? Do you remember when that happened?
Uh-uh. But I'm
Oh
not
my
surprised.
god.
I'm not surprised that people um I'm not surprised of that scenario, but I don't remember it.
Hold on.
No, no,
And hold
you ain't
on.
got to.
Hold on. No, because you have to
It's
remember this.
driving me crazy that I don't remember it. And like I'm getting to the point where I don't even care to remember it because, you know, there was nothing memorable, apparently. If that person was memorable, I would have remembered. Did you talk to her?
Mm-hmm. A lot.
No,
Mm.
no. That's I mean, I believe that scenario. I just don't recall
I don't think you
that
were there. Like you were
I don't
there,
recall
but
that
you
specific
were you were
person.
on mute when that happened.
I was probably asleep because if I don't
Yeah,
remember
you
it, that
were.
means I was asleep.
Yeah.
Because a lot of things happen where I fell asleep on that panel. Like I would put the device down and go get into the bed, or oftentimes over the summer, I have actually found myself falling asleep with the device near my bed, which is something that I don't really like to do. And so, I had to stop. I'm glad I weaned myself off that crap. You know, um, it doesn't happen as often as it used to this past summer. It was notorious. It just seemed like every other night I would wake up hearing the live stream because the device was next to my bed. I'm like, okay, I don't like these, devices being, you know, like that. I'm not into it like that, but I was just, as I said, I was fascinated that one fine day, somebody from some country that was unusual would just, come up there and have a interesting conversation about where they were from. But I remember that guy. I don't remember his name, but it was some foreign guy, and he seemed nice enough. Um, but yeah, that was, I would say, from April until I guess August. It was just really, really, continuous live streams, and
Yeah.
and you have to have a lot of support for that to happen. One person can't do that by themselves. Not, I can think of a way they could accomplish that doesn't include them exhausting themselves, but that's just an idea.
Yeah.
Um, but what really gave it bite was that people were, it was conversation. You know what I'm saying? It was conversation. It was rare during the summer that there was dead air. It was always some type of conversation or something. People were talking about something 24/7 all summer, and
Mm-hmm.
some highlights are more memorable than others, and I just liked it.
Yeah, me too.
I see what you put in the back chat. You know, they do that to a lot of people, man. They always they try to stigmatize Bomb's channel, and that's not fair. You know, she
Yeah, but
she
then it's like
welcomes
if you do that,
everybody.
then don't be a hypocrite.
She welcomes everybody. So it's not like, you know, well, for the time being, over the summer she welcomed everybody.
Mhm.
And I mean, if some dude could come up there, like anybody could come up there. Like it was she welcomed everybody over the summer. So when people start um, you know, attempting to stigmatize her channel, I just consider that sabotage. It's unnecessary. It's like, why can't you just let people be free to express themselves and let the chips fall where they may? So yeah, when people would, practice the tactics that you were mentioning in the back chat, I'm not surprised that somebody tried to do that. Yeah, that's, I'm not surprised.
After that, I was just like, wow, like not a good idea to get cool with somebody offline. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying?
Mm.
And I should have listened to my intuition because something was telling me like, nah, this is off, this is off. And then I was like, no, maybe it's just me. No, it wasn't me.
Yeah, sounds like you ran into a judgmental person and you weren't anticipating it, huh?
But it's the way that it was being done. I'm sorry, I'm over here eating waffles.
That's cool.
It was just the way it was being done. Like, in the beginning, it was really cool, talking about relationships and mental health. And and then all of a sudden, it was just like one day she just felt comfortable to talk about people that I like. And I'm not saying that you have to like everybody that I like or whatever, but like there's like there's a specific, like the regulars on the panel. So like so that would be you or
See,
Dev,
yeah,
Kev,
people do start shit.
Bomb. So it's like
Yeah, you gotta be prepared for that too, because people will start shit just to
that's like
get under
really
your
annoying.
skin.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Some
And I'm
people can
not
live
saying
under that.
yeah, and I'm not saying, because I know how it is. Like I grew up in a house full of women. So I get it. Like, us as women, even my sisters, I used to fight with my sisters all the time. And sometimes they used to be tug of war because I was like in the middle. So, um, not everybody's gonna agree on things, not everybody's gonna get along. I mean, I had friends that my sisters didn't like, vice versa. It's just how it is. I don't
Mhm.
expect you to like the people that I like. And if you want to vent that to me, sure. I'm not going to be like a bitch about it, but then all right, once you get it out, it's out, but don't keep mentioning it to me each time and I have to keep saying no. You know what I mean? Like keep defending it, like it just like don't put me in that position. I just
Yeah.
think as an adult, you don't put somebody in that position. That's not cool because I wouldn't want somebody to talk about me like that.
The thing is, Mimi, black YouTube isn't normal though. That you know, like when we run across people that are normal, it's quite refreshing. It's almost unbelievable. It's like, wow, this person is normal. It's I'm serious. It's interesting. That doesn't always happen, but when it does, it's like a unicorn. It's like, wait a minute, this person is normal. There was one guy that came on the panel. I don't recall his name, but you know, he was a community leader,
per se. He was a businessman, and he just happened to be familiar with somebody that was on the panel, and so he came up and he participated in the conversation for a while, and he was never heard from again. And what I got out of his presence was that he sounded absolutely normal. Like he sounded like a normal person, a person that didn't have a chip on his shoulder. He didn't
Mm,
have anything to prove to anybody. He didn't have any beef and all this other these terms that we use with one another online because we're familiar with live streams from different areas of the sectors. He wasn't familiar with it. He was just a person that just lives his everyday life that's not familiar with YouTube, let alone Black YouTube. I was like,
right.
it was like running into a virgin. It was really interesting. I was like, this guy really does not, you know, engage in online social. He doesn't socialize online. He just doesn't. He just happened to, his friend called him, told him how to join a panel, and he did, and he talked for us for about maybe at the max 3 hours, and he was just as normal. Like I said, it was like running into a virgin man. I was like, this guy's so innocent and pure. That was interesting. You could just hear that he didn't have any of the angst that can happen when you've been in one too many cuss fights online. He didn't have any of that angst. You know, um, you know, even when people were being snarky with him, he was just, he would just re-engage in a calm manner, as if he didn't understand where the agitation was coming from. He was just like, okay, I don't know what that's about, but this is what I think about what you were saying before that. And just keep
Yeah.
going. And I was like, he sounds so fucking innocent, man. I loved it. I I would like to remember. And then there was another guy. Remember back when the rap battles were being scheduled and the
Yes.
karaoke was I love the karaoke.
Oh,
That
that
was
was so much fun.
Yeah, that was the best of all the summer live streams. That is my favorite when there was karaoke night because so many people were participating.
Mm-hmm.
You know, remember when Taylor sang "Cause I've been thinking about forever."
And she
she
sounded so good, and then so did
she
you. And I remember
did.
you sang too. I was like, what?
We all did. We loved it. You could tell we all loved it. There was nobody complaining. It was just straight fun.
Yeah, it was a really nice time.
And I liked how Bomb moderated by reminding people that no one is doing bad. We're all just participating and we should
Mm-hmm.
encourage one another to participate. So I like the way she facilitated that.
Yeah.
Favorite live stream of the entire summer, believe it or not. My absolute number one top shelf favorite. We haven't had one since. We have
Yeah, what
not
was the
had this
last?
karaoke night since.
Because I
A
know
lot of
we
people,
had another rap battle afterward,
yeah, it was a
another
couple of
time,
attempts, yeah, of
but
a
it
couple of
was,
people doing freestyles and
yeah,
other things, yeah.
yeah, it was me, Bomb, Mule, and Free as the Wind.
Uh huh.
We did one, and then they think it was like, I think the live stream is maybe like 3 or 4 hours. And it was like one of the, we had fun, but we were all so tired because we had been online,
Up
all
all night.
day. Yeah.
Yeah, we were committing. We were, man, this summer we were all committing to it. It was like, because people were on vacation and they just had time on their hands and people were just with it, you know. Maybe during the holiday season when people got some time off, maybe things will rev back up. Who knows? But I will say that, that karaoke, that was my favorite of all the live streams for the summer of 2022.
Oh, hey, Trinity. I just see Trinity in the chat.
Good morning.
He says, "Oh my."
Good morning. Yeah, um, I'm not mad that this isn't Zoom, but at the same time, it is a different access situation. Like,
Yeah.
there's no one else that can join the panel unless Mule is alerted to it. So that's not likely to happen. So she's just gonna let it run on, and I guess she'll edit it. Um, when she comes back to it. But I think I probably should just get ready to lay it down. To be honest with you, you're gonna.
Yeah,
It's
my
four
husband just
o'clock
got
where
up
you
for work.
are. I say what, babe?
I said my husband just got up for work.
Yeah, it's about that time. And you're
Yeah.
gonna sleep good this morning, honey.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be a beautiful day. Enjoy hump day.
All right, you too.
Okay, good night. Much love to you and everybody. Peace out.
Okay, bye.